Chapter 001. Ah! I'm so hungry. Oh God! Give me a loaf of bread. On the side of the street, a young man dressed in rags roared up to the sky, attracting a burst of side glances from the surrounding crowd. Lean? Where did the smelly beggars come from? Get away from me, don't hinder Loudza from selling buns. The owner of the bun shop on the side scolded and shouted. Hey, boss, can you sell me 2 buns? The boss looked up and down at the scruffy young man in front of him. Do you have money? Nope. Then me. Hey. Good. At this moment, taking advantage of the moment, the boss lifted the lid, a pair of dirty hands grabbed 2 hot buns and ran away. Ha ha ha, I have buns, I have buns. Lean, smelly beggar, return my buns. The boss had just chased 2 or 3 steps, and the figure dressed as a beggar had disappeared into the crowd, and he couldn't help shouting. The young man holding 2 hot buns saw that the boss was not chasing him, and ran into the distance with an excited face. However, at this moment, with a boom, the great earthquake shook. The tall building in the distance collapsed with a bang, and the violent shaking directly made the young man's body unbalanced, and he fell to the ground all of a sudden, and the bun that had just arrived rolled out 5 or 6 meters away. Bun, my bun! However, at this moment, a purple figure suddenly landed on the ground, with a toned muscle, and 2 antenna-like tentacles on its head. I am a vaccine man because humans continue to pollute the environment. The earth is alive, and you human beings are just a group of germs that erode the life of the earth, and now I will destroy mankind on behalf of the will of the earth. With a wave of his big hand, the tall building in the distance was blasted to pieces. Just as everyone was fleeing for their lives in panic, only the young man who fell to the ground in front looked sadly at the bun that had just been trampled by the vaccine man. My buns! You return my buns! The screen turns back 5 days ago. Ling Feng, an ordinary office worker, flashed a light in front of Ling Feng's eyes while taking a bath in the bathroom, and then crossed over. That's right, it's the kind of crossing you imagined, and the light does not slip, like a Terminator, to this mysterious and unknown world. According to Ling Feng's investigation, this place was indeed not the Earth he was familiar with, but an unknown other world. What about good crosser benefits? With no money, no identity, not even a piece of clothing, Ling Feng may be the most tragic traverser of all time. 3 days ago, the hungry Ling Feng put down all his dignity, fought an earth-shattering battle with a wild dog, and finally grabbed the first bite of food after coming to this world, and then, for the next 2 days, he didn't even find anything in the trash can to feed himself. Therefore, Ling Feng decided to be a bad guy once, taking advantage of the fact that the owner of the bun shop was not paying attention, and snatched 2 steaming buns, thinking that he would not have to starve today, but the buns in his hand were trampled under his feet in a blink of an eye. The exhibitionist on the other side, you return my buns. I don't want to live anyway. I fought with you. Ling Feng didn't know where the courage came from, roared, and rushed directly over. Hey? Where do the ants come from? I saw that the vaccine man flicked his fingers. And Ling Feng's whole person crashed into the ruins next to him like a cannonball. Reptiles, all crawlers have to die. The vaccine man roared. Is it finally over? My most tragic crosser in history, hee, maybe it's just a dream, maybe I'm still lying in the warm bathroom enjoying a comfortable bubble bath. It's time for this nightmare to wake up. Ling Feng looked at the sky unconsciously, his body was almost smashed into a meatloaf, and slowly closed his eyes. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in his head. Ding! If the conditions are met, the Dragon Ball transformation system will be opened. The random transformation system is starting. Transform into a random character. Meanwhile, on the streets, vaccine people are still frantically destroying everything around them. Suddenly, a crying little girl caught the attention of the vaccine man, and a strong desire to kill surged in his heart, stretching out a terrible claw, ready to pinch the little girl in front of him with one claw. However, the next second, the little girl disappeared, and a bald head in a yellow uniform and white cape suddenly appeared in the ruins, and it was he who saved the girl. "What are you?" The vaccine man frowned. It was clear that the person who came was not ordinary. "My name is Saitama, and my greatest interest is being a hero." On the ruins, Saitama crossed his waist and introduced himself with a serious face. "What the hell is the mess setting? In order to destroy you germ-like humans, I was born by the will of the earth. No matter who you are, give me death." The vaccine man roared, his body changed drastically, and he instantly turned into a terrifying muscle monster with a hideous face. Just as he was about to strike, the ruins not far away suddenly shattered, the indescribable power spread out, everything around was shattered in this diffused power, the golden light seemed to condense into substance. In that light, a man in a martial arts uniform appeared, a pair of black sword eyes slowly opened under a hair like a golden flame. At this moment, heaven and earth changed color, and endless energy gathered here. Ding! Transformation success, Super Saiyan Stage I. In the dark, a voice sounded in Ling Feng's mind. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 002. Give me back my buns. Ling Feng roared and pointed a finger at the vaccine man in front of him. What the hell? Vaccine people are confused. How can there be some strange things today? Buns? Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? I am the will of the earth. Before he finished speaking, the vaccine man only felt a flash in front of him, and a golden shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Boom! With a punch, the entire body of the vaccine man directly exploded into a meat sauce in the sky, and just like that, the vaccine man who should have been killed by Saitama's punch was killed by the punch of Ling Feng, who had just transformed. Don't you know I've been hungry for 3 days? You bastard! Ling Feng roared, venting the unhappiness in his heart. However, at this time, Saitama next to him showed a look of surprise. Wow, you're so strong! Let's fight! Bald, what do you want to do? I'm hungry now, don't mess with me. Ling Feng glanced at Saitama next to him displeased. Lean, what did you call me? Baldy? I hate being called bald. You're... Saitama growled. In an instant, the golden and yellow figures collided fiercely. The two fists collided, and the surrounding buildings shattered in silence, and the energy that seemed to destroy the world was still the energy that escaped under the deliberate control of the two, otherwise the entire city would be destroyed in an instant. Not dead. Saitama looked at the blonde man who had received his punch unscathed in front of him with a shocked expression. This was the first time he had encountered an opponent who could not kill with one punch. Bald, how dare you make a move on me? Lao Tzu Sun Wu. No, Lao Zi Ling Feng is going to hammer your bald head today. If you have the ability, come here. Saitama growled. Boom! With a punch, Saitama was directly blasted out of the earth. Teleport. Ling Feng pressed one hand on his temple, and in the next second he had already appeared in outer space, appeared next to the flying Saitama, and continued to punch. This time, the fists of both sides collided fiercely, and the force of the collision rippled in the vacuum. Continuous ordinary punches. At this moment, Saitama began to look at the opponent in front of him. Ling Feng also threw a continuous fist, blocking the opponent's attack without a trace. You are very strong. I am going to show my true ability, you have to be careful. Saitama suddenly said with a straight face. Then come on. Ling Feng said without fear. Kill, serious punch. Ling Feng's face changed, and he felt an invincible force in that punch. System help me. Ding. Detect that the host is in danger and activate the emergency transformation system. Sting. The electric light shone, and in the black universe, the light that rose up from the sky shrouded Ling Feng. Infinite energy is converging. Transform me, Super Saiyan 2 stage. Twice the Realm King Fist. Boom. The earth-shattering punch collided with Saitama's serious punch, and the terrifying force set off threw both out. How is that possible? Seriously can't kill him with one punch? Saitama looked at Ling Feng, who was wrapped in electric light in front of him, with a shocked expression, and the other party seemed to become stronger again. Hehe, this is the opponent I want. Finally ready to fight with peace of mind. Come on. Let's fight the winner. In the vacuum, the two kept fighting. And the void trembled. No, the strength is still not enough, transform me. Facing Saitama, who was seriously fighting, Ling Feng felt that Keiji's strength was not enough. Ling Feng roared, Super Saiyan 3 stage. At this moment, an even more powerful force appeared on Ling Feng's body, and the blonde hair that stood quickly lengthened and fell to his waist. That's awesome. It can even become stronger. Saitama looked at Ling Feng's waist-length blonde hair and sighed, and he didn't know why, he couldn't help but touch his bald head. Bald. Do you still want to fight? You may die with this punch of mine. Ling Feng pointed at Saitama on the opposite side. You are bald, your whole family is bald. Hit and fight, who is afraid of whom? It seems to poke Saitama's pain point and attract Saitama's dissatisfaction. In that case, let's get the last punch. That's exactly what I mean. Saitama showed a challenging look. Super kill, end punch. Tenfold Realm King Fist. At this moment, the sun and moon were without light, all the forces were concentrated at one point, and the two burst out with indescribable power, their faces were hideous, and no one let anyone. Finally, the two took a step back, the surging power around them quickly dissipated, just now the two fought against each other, still no one could help anyone, glanced at each other, and showed their heartfelt eyes. Forget it, don't fight, I'm hungry and have no strength. Seriously affect my strength. Ling Feng waved his hand at Saitama. Awesome! My super killer can't beat you. Who are you, exactly? At this moment, Saitama was full of curiosity about the Ling Feng in front of him. Just call me Ling Feng, I'm just an ordinary person, haven't I ever hit you? Count it to be a tie, right? Ling Feng rubbed his grumbling belly. Ah! Of course. Saitama's right hand trembled slightly, obviously he had just received Ling Feng's punch, he was not so relaxed, and seeing that the other party's relaxed face seemed to have spare strength, Saitama couldn't help but clench his fists. Looks like I'm not strong enough. It's really a person outside the people, and there is a sky outside the sky. Once upon a time, Saitama, who once became the strongest and lost his goal, finally found the desire to become stronger again. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 003. In Z City, in a strange street, a slick guy was cautiously walking out of the grass next to him, grabbing a banner tied to a tree next to him and wrapping it directly around himself. Lean, break the system, didn't I transform into a Super Saiyan? How is it still such a hanging sample? That's right, this guy who didn't cover his body was the same Ling Feng who had killed the vaccine man before and fought with Saitama. It's hard to imagine that he almost controlled the power of God a few hours ago, but now he has returned to the identity of the little beggar who snatched the buns, and just woke up from the grass. Host, the Dragon Ball transformation system can only transform once a day at this stage, and each transformation only lasts for half an hour. Moreover, the transformation target is random, and the system cannot control it. In my mind, a prompt sounded. That's right, what he spoke was the golden finger that suddenly appeared in his mind, the Dragon Ball transformation system, which allows Ling Feng to randomly transform into anyone in the Dragon Ball world of the city and temporarily obtain their power, but the setting of the pit daddy directly reduces this hanging sky system by more than one level. Then will I be able to transform again tomorrow? Ling Feng asked in surprise. No, due to the excessive consumption of system energy by the previous host, the functionality of the transformation system will be reduced again. There will be a 3-day cooldown, and in the next month, the transformation time will be reduced to 1/6 of the original. What? Are you kidding me? 24 hours of charging, 5 minutes of pretend? Yes, you're the most garbage system I've ever seen. Ling Feng shouted with an unhappy look. Depend, my eldest brother, how can the system give the host Super 3 strength as soon as it comes up? You know, half an hour ago, your old man was the strongest in the galaxy. Isn't this newbie benefit enough? The system said with disgust. Ling Feng. Okay, I'm going to rest next, don't call me if you're okay. The system says. Hey? You mean, something can call you? Ling Feng's eyes lit up. Can't. Ling Feng. The voice of the system fell silent, touched his grumbling stomach. He hadn't eaten for 3 days. Ling Feng tried. A person without identity, in such a world, is to do miscellaneous work for others, and no one wants him. Dragging his tired body back to the street, the surrounding pedestrians couldn't help but avoid this guy who used the red banner as a clothes, either neurotic or crazy. Hey, boy, let me go. I'm closing. Oh. Ling Feng subconsciously turned back. In the eyes of each other, Ling Feng pulled his legs and ran. Isn't this the bun shop in the morning? Lin, how did you get here again? It's you stinky boy, stop me. The boss chased after him directly, grabbed the banner on Ling Feng's body, and almost didn't tear off the banner used to cover his body. Lin, for 2 buns? Big deal, pay you back tomorrow. Ling Feng shouted. Oops, no, you misunderstood. I'm not here to trouble you. It's just a matter of 2 buns. I'm not that stingy. The owner of the bun shop behind him said with a kind face. That. Boss, you? Haven't eaten yet, have you? I still have some unsold buns here, come, eat some first. The boss directly brought Ling Feng to the shop and brought Ling Feng 7 or 8 steaming buns. Wow, boss, you're so nice. Saving someone's life is better than creating a 7th level floating slaughter, I will repay you. Ling Feng was simply moved to tears, and quickly stuffed the buns into his mouth. Young man, it looks like you shouldn't be from Z City. It's not like a beggar, how did you get it like this? The boss asked curiously. Wow! Boss, I was kidnapped, and after the robbers stole everything from me, they threw me into the wilderness. I have nothing here, I've been hungry for 3 days. Ling Feng cried with a handful of snot and tears. That realistic acting almost didn't move Ling Feng himself, and he seriously thought that Oscar owed him a little golden man. Okay, it's okay. I misunderstood you before. Thought you were a beggar. The kind boss on the other side couldn't help but wipe his flushed cheeks. Come and come, not enough to eat, there is still here. Saying that, the boss took 7 or 8 more buns and put them in front of Ling Feng. Then he pulled out a stack of money from his pocket, take these. Although it is not much, it can help you somewhat, find a way to go home. The boss couldn't help but shake his head. At this moment, Ling Feng was really moved. Someone could pull himself when he was at his worst, which was equivalent to saving his life. Boss, thank you so much for the buns. However, I can't collect this money. I have lost everything, including my home, but please keep my last dignity. Ling Feng said seriously. Looking at Ling Feng in front of him, the boss opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Knowing that Ling Feng finished eating, both of them were in a state of silence. Thank you for your hospitality, owner. I won't forget this meal. Saying that, Ling Feng was ready to go out, and today he still had to find a place to spend the night at night. Hey! Wait a minute! Suddenly, the boss stopped Ling Feng, who had already walked out of the gate. What's wrong? If you're not afraid, you can go to the eastern suburbs of City Z, where there is a completely abandoned urban area due to the frequent occurrence of weirdos, and I heard that the place still retains the lifeline of the city. If there is no place to go, you can live there. Stay safe though. Dongcheng suburbs. Ling Feng showed a puzzled look, then raised the bag of buns that the boss gave him, waved his hand, and showed a grateful smile. Thank you, boss. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 004. According to Ling Feng's exploration of this world in the past few days, he also knew some information about this world. It is a mysterious and eccentric world where weirdos, modified people, aliens, martial artists, superb technology, and mysterious superpowers coexist, and even ancient witchcraft occupies its own place in this world. Powerful forces breed terrible darkness, a world where government influence has reached a very low point, ordinary people cannot protect their own safety at all, and the security of the entire world is protected by a powerful organization called the Hero Society. This powerful organization, founded more than a decade ago, has grown to this day and has always upheld the justice and security that the world deserves. The whole world is also divided into more than 20 huge cities, from A to Z. Each city has its own management system, and the Hero Association sends professional heroes to guard one side. Walking out of the bustling urban area, the more desolate it becomes the outskirts of the city. On the outskirts of Dongcheng, this is a corner of the city that has been completely abandoned due to frequent weirdo incidents. The urgency of evacuation was that even the lifelines such as water and electricity in a corner of the city could not be closed. I hope you don't run into weirdos. Otherwise, I don't have the ability to protect myself at all now. God forbid. Carrying a large bag full of buns, Ling Feng stepped into this empty street step by step. Street lamps occasionally flicker a few times, and they have been largely damaged due to disrepair. The towering apartment in the distance was Ling Feng's target tonight, and maybe he could spend the night here today. I randomly found an apartment room on the third floor without a locked door, and as the boss said, the water and electricity here were not turned off, and this cola broke Ling Feng. Ha ha ha, finally no more sleeping on the cold park bench. After tidying up the empty room at will, Ling Feng expressed his satisfaction with this apartment of more than 130 square meters, knowing that he had worked as an office worker for 10 years before and was afraid that he would not be able to buy such a house. I decided that this will be my new home in the future. Subsequently, Ling Feng took out a copy of the Dragon Ball Transformation System code from the cubic meter space that came with the Dragon Ball Transformation System, which was something that the system reminded him to see before. Elementary transformation, once a day for 30 minutes. Transform into anyone in the Dragon Ball world at random. Intermediate transformation, once a day for 60 minutes. Transform into anyone in the Dragon Ball world at random. Advanced transformation, once a day, each time lasts 120 minutes, you can randomly transform into anyone in the Dragon Ball world. Top transformation. When he opened the booklet, he was greeted with such a series of instructions about the transformation level, but when he turned the second page, it was blank. Page 3, blank. Page 4. Still blank. Ling Feng said that there is a MMP to talk about. There was no specific system description for him at all, only a short page. Yes, what about the pit daddy? Hatefully dropped the book in his hand, and Ling Feng fell asleep on the bed. Early the next morning, just after dawn, Ling Feng was woken up by the movement outside. What for? Why? What's the noise early in the morning? Still let people not sleep? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he just walked out of the balcony and saw a rooster weirdo and a cactus weirdo downstairs beating each other, and the fight was not lively. Hearing the sound, the two strange people looked up at the same time, and then they saw Ling Feng, who was shirtless and wearing only a pair of shorts. Ah! Haha, nice weather. You guys go on, just as if I don't exist. Ling Feng had the urge to slap himself hard. He forgot that he had moved into no man's land, and could appear here. What else was there besides weirdos? The weirdo, a special monster unique to this world, can be spawned in many ways. The most common is mutation. When a person's certain thoughts or behaviors reach the extreme, they will mutate into terrible weirdos because of the gathering of negative energy, thereby gaining more powerful power. The darker the so-called heart, the greater the chance of mutating into a weirdo. And the two guys in front of him are obviously weirdos full of evil thoughts and mutations, far from the monsters that ordinary people can compete with. Human! He saw us! Kill him! The cactus freak roared, and the spikes on his body shot towards Ling Feng like flying needles. Lean, to die or die, the wind is tight. The moment the door closed, those sharp spikes all slammed into the door. The rooster freak flapped his wings and flew directly up to the third floor and rushed towards the room. Run, run, run! Ling Feng didn't even have time to put on his clothes and rushed out the back door directly, calling the system in his mind while running. System, system, you come out. Your host is going to die. Help me. Depend, you can't even see death? Lao Tzu wants to uninstall you. Ling Feng scolded Niang fiercely. Boom! The rooster freak directly smashed the back door, squeezed out of the door frame, flapped his wings, jumped from the third floor, and directly blocked in front of Ling Feng on the road. Quack! Human, you can't run away. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 005. Hehe, it's you who can't run away, right? Oh ignorant ants! You simply don't know who exactly is in front of you right now? I saw Ling Feng standing on the road with an indifferent face, and a trace of golden aura on his body began to surge. In the face of the sudden change in Ling Feng, the rooster freak and the cactus freak who had just arrived were shocked, and they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. You, who are you? The rooster freak was shocked, and it felt a powerful threat on Ling Feng's body. Hey, who am I, you ask? You are not yet qualified to know. The golden light slowly rose, ripples spread out from the soles of the feet, and a trace of golden lightning jumped on Ling Feng's body. Ah! Run! You are the guy who killed the vaccine man yesterday. The two weirdos could no longer bear the fear in their hearts and turned around and ran. Looking at the two weirdos who fled, Ling Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Don't look at his face as steady as a dog, in fact, he was panicked. This Super Saiyan transformation state is actually just a false image, and Ling Feng, who has just been cornered, suddenly discovered this thing called Super Saiyan Transformation Phantom on the system interface. Super Saiyan Transformation Phantom, each transformation will leave a phantom on your body, and collecting 10 phantom marks will give you a chance to transform freely for 30 minutes. At that time, Ling Feng used this phantom that only had its form and no power, and successfully scared away the two weirdos. Hey, don't get in the way of the bald man in front, get out of the way for Lao Tzu. Suddenly, the roar of the rooster man sounded. Ling Feng looked up, and a bald man in casual clothes in the far corner was walking towards this side with breakfast. His face was shocked. It turned out to be a guy named Saitama who fought with him yesterday. Bald? What did you just call me? In an instant, Saitama in front of him burst out, and Dragon Tooth roared. Bald, get out of here! The rooster weirdo and the cactus weirdo were in a hurry to flee, for fear that Ling Feng behind would catch up, and directly shot at Saitama. In the next second, the two weirdos had exploded into 2 balls of meat sauce, leaving only an indignant Saitama. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure in front of him, standing in place and looking around. His right hand did not forget to scratch his back. Ling Feng. Saitama. Did you see my two pets? One looks like a rooster, and one looks like a cactus. Ling Feng looked around with a puzzled expression. Hey! Haha, no, no. I just bought breakfast too. Saitama turned his head sideways, and there were black lines hanging down his forehead, but he didn't expect that it was Ling Feng's pet who had just been killed. You must know that after returning last night, Saitama has been recalling yesterday's battle, feeling more and more mysterious and powerful Ling Feng, and secretly determined to work hard to strengthen himself. I didn't expect to see Ling Feng in my place early this morning. He must not be told about killing the other party's pet, and Saitama decided to change the subject. Then why is Mr. Ling Feng here? Saitama asked. Oh. I live here. Just moved over last night. Saying that, Ling Feng pointed to the room behind him where the door on the third floor was smashed. What? Do you live here too? I live opposite. Saying that, Saitama pointed to the third floor opposite. Wow, that's fate. Ling Feng showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect Saitama to live here. It stands to reason that a strong man like him shouldn't be the president of that hero association? No, I have to go find my chicken. Saying that, Ling Feng walked in the direction where Saitama came from before. Mr. Ling Feng, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I just bought breakfast. Saitama quickly grabbed Ling Feng and pointed to his breakfast path. Ahaha, what's so embarrassing about that? Ling Feng scratched the back of his head and touched his stomach that was growling again. Go. Don't be polite with me. It's just a matter of inviting a strong man like you to eat. As a neighbor, please give more advice in the future. Saitama stretched out his right hand directly towards Ling Feng. Lots of advice. Ling Feng forced himself to laugh maniacally, saying that he had his thighs to hold himself just after coming here. However, the other party seems to have identified his own strength and is very polite to himself. Walking into Saitama's room, it was simple and tidy, and the TV in the room still had yesterday's news. Mr. Ling Feng, did you come to me specifically? Saitama asked curiously. Hey? No, I didn't know you lived here. I actually had no place to live, slept on a park bench for a few days, and only found such a good place to live last night. Huo. It turns out that Mr. Ling Feng is also a hero who is not moved by fame and fortune. Saitama was in awe and gave a thumbs up to Ling Feng. Ahem, no, I'm not a hero. I used to practice in the deep mountains with my master, but I only walked out of the mountains after my master died a few days ago, and I was simply poor. Ling Feng said with an embarrassed look. Is that so? Saitama's eyes widened. No wonder such a strong man himself had never heard of it before. Come and come, have breakfast. Don't be polite with me. It is my honor to be Mr. Ling Feng's neighbor. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 006. Hurry up. Ling Feng, the discount time of the East Street supermarket is almost here. You won't be able to buy discounted chicken later. On the road, Saitama ran wildly, and behind him was Ling Feng riding a bicycle. It's just that how can Ling Feng, who has no power, compare to Saitama? After just a few tens of minutes, he was already tired and panting, but in order to maintain his image in front of Saitama, he had to remain calm. You go first. I'll be there soon. The master said that any time is a good time to practice. I will try not to use strength, and exercise my will with the mentality of an ordinary person. Wow! I didn't expect that. Ling Feng, you are so strong, you can still maintain a normal mind, cultivate so hard, you are really an example for me to learn. Saitama immediately rose in awe. Ling Feng waved his hand, indicating calmness. After these few days of getting along, Ling Feng has been completely acquainted with this bald head called Saitama, although Saitama is strong, but he is also a poor person, because he has no job, so life is also tight, a little natural, good and kind, the most important thing is strong enough. For example, the weirdos they met on the road yesterday and the day before yesterday were solved by Saitama's punch. Depend, to buy something, you have to cross the Z city to the B market here to buy? Could it be that the strong people in this world are so miserable? Ling Feng pedaled his bicycle wildly, and finally came to this discount store. As soon as I rushed into the supermarket, I saw Saitama with a smile on his face. Did you buy it? Of course. The market price is 120, I bought it with a discount coupon of 50, and I can eat chicken hot pot tonight. Saitama said with a smug look. And yet, at this moment, boom! A terrifying force roared overhead, and the huge force directly swept the top of the supermarket, and countless people screamed in horror. Looking up, a terrifying giant several kilometers tall in the distance was slightly retracting, and just now he slapped the entire town here. The Ling Feng on the side was even blown away by the strong wind and crashed into the shelves. Saitama frowned, and Ling Feng hurriedly climbed out of the shelf. What happened? Toot toot! Alarms, alarms! A super large giant appears in City B, please go to the evacuation area for all citizens of City B, disaster level, ghost. In the distance, the sound of air defense sirens came from the loudspeakers. Yes, what the hell is that? Ling Feng was stunned, in other words, have you ever seen a giant several kilometers tall? Ha ha ha, brother, you are simply too powerful, the ultimate cholesterol I studied, the king of biceps has finally succeeded, destroying a town with just one blow. Brother, my clever mind, plus your power, we will become kings and conquer everything on earth. Ha ha ha. On the giant's shoulder, a man in a white coat laughed. Yes, brother, it is my dream to become the strongest man in the world. The giant spoke. Brother, go on, let's destroy other towns. Looking at the giant that suddenly appeared, countless people began to run away in panic. Saitama and Ling Feng looked at each other, you can't let this monster continue, otherwise the entire B city will be destroyed. Saitama said with a serious look. Ling Feng nodded, although this giant was very large. He believed that Saitama's power would definitely be able to successfully defeat the other party. And, most importantly, Ling Feng's transformation system had cooled down again, and he wanted to know what it could turn into this time. Ling Feng, I'll go first. Just as Saitama rushed towards the giant, Ling Feng clicked on the rolling wheel of the transformation system, and dozens of fans on the roulette wheel were all marked with question marks. Flipping the turntable, Ling Feng looked at the question mark rolling on the turntable with an expectant expression. Finally, after dozens of laps, the dial began to slow down, and finally, the pointer stopped, and the fan that marked the question mark suddenly lit up with an avatar. Great! It's him! Ling Feng exclaimed in surprise. Ding dong! The Dragon Ball transformation system has released a mission. Please check it out in time. The sound of the system in my head is like a salesman. Curiously open this so-called system mission, defeat the biceps giant, descend in the strongest posture, show your strength in the most perfect posture, defeat the opponent in the most gorgeous way, and the system will reward the host according to the score. Note, out of 100, every 20 points you can get a transformation phantom mark reward. I depend, the system, do you want me to put on a show? Ling Feng said with black lines on his head, and then the corners of Ling Feng's mouth turned up slightly, however, I like it. Hey! Transform me! Strongest pose, Veget! Sting! Endless electric light converged, and the terrifying light that rose up into the sky instantly illuminated the entire B city, and countless people looked towards that light, not knowing what happened. Oh my god, brother, what is that? The brother sitting on the giant's shoulder exclaimed with a surprised face. At this time, even the giant showed a solemn expression. At this time, Saitama also turned back curiously. So strong! This breath! Immediately afterwards, a figure rose up in the sky-reaching beam, golden hair, like golden flames, a blue martial arts suit, with golden patara earrings on his earlobes, surrounded by electric light, as if the center of the world. Is it finally showing strength again? Ling Feng. I'm really looking forward to it. Saitama looked surprised. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 007. Veget, a super soldier born from the combination of Son Goku, Kakarot, and Vegeta using the sacred object Patara earring in Dragon Ball, and the combat power is multiplied by the combat power of Son Goku and Vegeta. Use the void dance technique to stand in the void and face the giant in front of him. What a big bold, dare to pretend on Lao Tzu's territory, you are lighting a lamp in the toilet looking for death. You. Who are you, exactly? The older brother on his shoulder showed a look of horror, and that person made him feel indescribably powerful. I'm Becky. No, I'm Ling Feng. A beautiful man who combines handsomeness and talent. Today, I will destroy you on behalf of justice. At this moment, countless people on the ground looked at Ling Feng, who was confronting the giant in the sky. Is that a hero? But how could he fly? At this moment, Saitama also appeared and sat on the giant's left shoulder. Who are you again? The older brother on the right shoulder shouted, how come there is another person? Brother, pat the man on your shoulder. The brother shouted. Ha! The giant slapped his right shoulder. Ling Feng in the sky couldn't help but cover his forehead. In other words, is there anyone stupider than this guy in this world? The next second the giant was also stunned, and the moment he let go of his hand, brother. That's right, he slapped his brother to death. I want you to die. The giant roared, punched out, and hit Ling Feng in the air. I am the strongest man in the world. Boom! The terrifying power burst out, but the mountain-like fist was blocked by a finger. Weak, too weak. Ling Feng grinned. After image fist. Teleport and then smash the giant into the sky with one punch. Flash cannon. Boom! The golden energy rushed out, illuminating the sky, evaporating the giant instantly, and even the sky was punched into a big hole, and the strength was so strong that it directly penetrated the void. Boom! This move is so strong. Saitama below showed a shocked look, staring blankly at the flash cannon that gradually turned into a flash of light disappearing. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Task rating, 60 points. Yes, did I make a mistake? Lao Tzu is so pretending, just give 60 points? Ling Feng couldn't help but roar. First, the action is not handsome enough, deduct 10 points. Second, there is no ornamentation, deduct 10 points. Third, hit too fast, deduct 10 points. I wipe. And what about 10 points? How is it buckled? There is no accurate time to determine the transformation time, 10 points deducted. What? As soon as the words fell, the power on Ling Feng's body quickly retreated, and finally understood the meaning of the system prompt, and his transformation time was over, only 5 minutes. 10 meters in the air fell directly, fortunately landed on the parasol below. A buffer did not let Ling Feng fall into a cripple. Yes, can't you give a hint? Ling Feng roared angrily, rubbing his ass that almost fell into 4 petals. Ding! The transformation level system enters a cooldown state, cooldown, 24 hours. This wilts? It's really 24 hours of charging, 5 minutes of pretending, I am still addicted. Looking down, the experience value of the primary transformation on the system interface has changed, 6/100. And obtain 3 transformation marks. Ling Feng. At this moment, Saitama also found him and was running towards this side. It's really troublesome enough, you can encounter this kind of thing when buying a dish. Ling Feng said calmly. By the way, you just did that trick, how did you do it? Saitama asked with a curious look. Flash cannon, you ask? Or an after-image fist? No, I said the one that flew in the air. Oh. Dance the air. It's easy. You only need to solidify the chi of the whole body on the surface of the body, generate recoil, and you can break free from the shackles of gravity and fly in the air. What's that gas? What solidification? What recoil? Saitama looked confused. Ahem, in fact, it is not easy to use, it consumes strength, it is better to use it to run. Ling Feng tried to get over. It is also said that how can people fly in the sky? It must be a lot of effort. Ha ha ha. Saitama touched his bald head and laughed. Let's go. Go back first. I'm hungry again. Ling Feng touched his grumbling stomach, it seemed that his food intake had increased recently, and he was hungry quickly. Ling Feng and Saitama rode their bicycles home, but what happened before caused an uproar throughout the world. At the headquarters of the Hero Association, the big screen is showing the clip of the giant being killed in seconds. It's just that Ling Feng's speed is too fast, and the camera can only capture a golden shadow. However, this powerful force shook the entire Hero Association. Who the hell is this guy? Not a person from our Hero Association, the strength is definitely above the S level. Higashino, you send a few people to B City to investigate, I need this guy's information. Raising his head, the other party's glasses eyes kept staring at the figure in the golden light, revealing a solemn expression. Who are you? And for what purpose? No man's land in Z City, among apartments. Let's open the meal. Fresh chicken hot pot, Saitama, try my craft. Wow, it's delicious. Bye. You leave some for Lao Tzu. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 008. Ah! The weather is clear and sunny. What a day! On the balcony, a man shirtless and wearing only a pair of pants was raising his hands at the sun, praise the sun. Ding dong! Host, good morning duck. You've been at home for 3 days, and for your physical and mental health, the system recommends that you go out for a run and exercise. Don't go. What do you do with that thing? Ling Feng scratched his stomach and said with a decadent face. Ding dong, the system has come to the mission, to repel the Underground King's surprise attack on the ground without waking Saitama. The later Saitama wakes up, the higher the rating. Hey? Coming to the mission? Ling Feng showed a look of surprise. He had experienced 3 days of calm, except for the day before yesterday after going out fishing with Saitama, he was decadent to this day. Boom! The ground on the road in the distance suddenly collapsed, and immediately after, a tall humanoid monster emerged from the ground. Yes, what? The sudden movement startled Ling Feng, and he looked down to see a large number of such black monsters emerging from the road. Finally reached the ground. Let's start here to destroy the human race. Hey, what the hell are you? Why make a big fuss early in the morning? Suddenly, a man wearing casual clothes boxers appeared in front of this group of black monsters. Human? Stuff? It's just rude. We are the real Earthlings, and you Earthlings seem to call us underground people, because our population has skyrocketed, so we have decided to occupy the ground. There are too many people on the ground, so we decided to destroy you obstructing bugs. Since we have touched you, then the extermination of humans will start with you. So arrogant. Ling Feng raised his eyebrows and said with a displeased face. Go and die. The black monster rushed straight over. The corners of Ling Feng's mouth turned up slightly. Transformation, Vic Great Devil. The body is constantly turning green, and two antenna-like tentacles on the top of the head grow. Get out of my way. A punch was smashed out, and the charging underground man was blasted in the head by a punch. Move at high speed. After image fist. In the next second, Ling Feng disappeared, his body turned into an afterimage, and every time he appeared, an underground person was killed. Damn, this human being is very strong, everyone makes a trick. The underground people were shocked, looking at the falling companions around them, but they could not even touch the shadow of the enemy, and quickly gathered together. When Ling Feng appeared again, these underground people combined to condense a powerful energy and bombarded Ling Feng. It's not good, the back is Saitama's house, you can't wake him up. Ling Feng, who had wanted to avoid it, changed his face. In that case, come on. Magic light cannon. Both hands suddenly condensed powerful energy, and the white beam whistled and slammed on the opposite energy wave. Humph! Isn't it just the right wave? I'm Vic. No, I won't be afraid of you. The two waves of light collided violently, the energy stirred, the dust and gravel around them trembled, and it was obvious that Ling Feng was even stronger than the strength of hundreds of underground people. Go and die. Super explosive magic wave. Ling Feng burst out with light. And the light waves emitted by his hands increased by 3 or 4 times at this moment, and the destructive power was 10 times stronger. Nope. Those underground people showed a terrified look, suppressed by the terrifying super explosive magic wave, and the powerful force instantly evaporated all the underground people. Oh? There are still strong people like you on the ground, it seems that my children are very well taken care of by you. With the sound of rumbling bricks and stones shattering, a huge figure emerged from the ground, solidified with a powerful aura, and all 4 arms held sharp light blades, which looked different from the previous trash fish. Who are you? Ling Feng became dignified, and in the state of transforming into the great demon king of Bike, he actually felt a hint of threat. I am the strongest underworld, the king of all the underworld. King of the underworld. Let me learn your power. Brother Wang? That's right, you guys are such a bunch of brothers. The corners of Ling Feng's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a look of disdain. You look for death. The underground king roared. He was actually mocked by a ground person. Uncle can endure, and cannot bear. The whole figure disappeared instantly, and the next second has appeared behind Ling Feng. Back. Ling Feng flashed directly, move at high speed. Swish. The sound of swords cutting through the air sounded, and the air cut into a strong air blade, instantly cutting the road surface into a bottomless ravine. Yes, can you make a little noise? Ling Feng's face was startled, and he carefully glanced at the 3rd floor next to him, and Saitama was still sleeping soundly in the room. His expression was excited, and he seemed to dream of something strange. Give me death. The underground king ignored Ling Feng's warning in front of him, and the 4 light blades in his hand swung wildly, instantly chopping a 3-story building in the distance into pieces. Boom! The energy burst and completely shook those fragments away. Damn, it wouldn't be good if Saitama woke up. Trick to solve you. Magic light killing cannon. At this moment, Ling Feng's hands began to charge power. This is the great demon king of Bike, can gather all the power in the body in the palm of the hand, and then launch a beam of spiral energy surrounding. The destructive power is super strong, the only drawback is that it needs to be charged. The longer the time to charge, the higher the attack power. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 009 As if he also felt the powerful energy gathered by Ling Feng's hands, the underground king also began to straighten up, and his body began to brew a powerful force, which meant to fight with Ling Feng. And yet, right then, jingle bells! The crisp alarm clock sounded, and Ling Feng's face changed. Damn, forget this thing. My underground king will personally put an end to you, the gem-centric lava cannon. Before the words were finished, I saw a figure jumping down from the third floor. King Underground, you are finally here. Eat me a punch. Boom. A large hole burst out of the ground instantly, and the underground king who was preparing his ultimate move was killed by a punch and hammered into a meatloaf. Lin, wake up. The corner of Ling Feng's mouth twitched, and he faded the transformation effect with a decadent face. Ding dong. Mission completed, final score, 60 points. Congratulations on getting the 3 transformation mark, and congratulations on getting the transformation phantom of the Great Demon of Bike. Ling Feng, Mom. This is the king of the underground? How is it different from the dream? Saitama stood beside the big pit with a blank expression, looking at the underground king who had been hammered into a meatloaf by him. Saitama, you actually robbed me of my head. Ling Feng roared. Hey, good morning Ling Feng. Saitama, who was wearing pajamas, noticed Ling Feng not far away and waved at him. Excuse me. Ha ha ha. Saitama looked at the scene of the battle around him, and then at the angry Ling Feng, and couldn't help but show an embarrassed smile. No, as compensation, you wrapped today's meal. Ling Feng said with an unhappy look. No problem, leave it to me. Saitama assured with a serious look on his chest. At the dinner table, Ling Feng gulped down the buns Saitama bought. In other words, Saitama, are you born so strong? Of course not. I started cultivating 3 years ago. At that time, I was still an ordinary office worker. In order to become a hero, I worked hard, and finally in the 3rd year, I broke through myself and gained great strength. Wow! Is it so powerful? Saitama, quickly tell me, how do you cultivate? Can it become so strong in such a short time? What Ling Feng actually wants to know the most is how Saitama has become stronger, and can actually draw with the Super Saiyan in the Super 3 state. I went through devilish training to make it happen. How? Did Ling Feng Jun also want to know? Saitama said with a serious look. Of course. If you don't mind. Ling Feng asked hesitantly. After all, he can only rely on the transformation system now, and half an hour of transformation time a day is simply not enough. So he felt that it was better to improve some strength to save his life. Standing up 100 times a day, sit UPS 100 times, squatting 100 times, and then running 10 kilometers a day for 3 years, you can get to the point where I am. Shrimp? Ling Feng? Yes, it will be very hard at the beginning, even if it hurts so much, I have to persevere. In order to exercise my will, I insist on not turning on the air conditioner in the summer, even if it is too hot to relax. Finally, keep your diet balanced, eat fruit for breakfast, I generally eat a little more bananas. Ling Feng. It's just, Ling Feng, I don't recommend you to learn this cultivation method, because since a year ago, I began to find that my hair began to fall out irreversibly, and finally in the 3rd year, I became stronger, but I was also bald. Saying that, Saitama touched his bald head, and then looked at Ling Feng with envy. How do you manage to be stronger and have longer hair? Saitama clearly remembered that when he fought with Ling Feng before, every time his hair grew longer, Ling Feng's strength would skyrocket, which was completely opposite to his own setting. Ahem, talent. Talent. How should Ling Feng explain it? Did you tell him that this was a characteristic of the Saiyan race? Saitama, I think you can get stronger, definitely not because of such a simple exercise, there should be other factors. I don't know anything else. Maybe I hit a lot of weirdos. Saitama picked his nostrils. What about you? Ling Feng, I actually want to know why you are so strong. Saitama also showed a curious look. He wanted to know the secret from Ling Feng that he could become stronger. Me? Ling Feng rolled his eyes and began to think about how to round this question over. Ahem, I actually have a special scion bloodline. This bloodline from the ancient inheritance will give the clan great power. A long time ago, we scions continued to extinct for some reason, and in the end, only a small number of clansmen remained. When my grandfather died, he entrusted me to my master and let me practice hard, and I may be the only scion left in the entire world today. Hey! Ling Feng sighed. If you change to someone else, you may feel that Ling Feng is telling jokes, but Saitama is different. In the previous battle, he can feel the difference between Ling Feng and ordinary people, and with each transformation, the power will become stronger. Scion? I see. Ahem, that's it. Haha. Looking at Saitama's expression that he thought was true, Ling Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's finally fooled. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 010. Dear audience friends, in view of the impact of this year's mosquito chaos on the citizens, today we have invited a famous mosquito expert to our program, Mr. Kafich. Hello, Mr. Kafak, welcome to our show. Hello host. I want to ask, do you have any thoughts on this year's weird mosquito infestation? Based on my research, this mosquito appears to be a new breed with. At this moment, the TV picture flashed. I'm sorry, but there's a temporary news on the show right now. A large number of mutant mosquito swarms have appeared in Z City, which has caused a devastating disaster in many livestock farms, and any animal will be sucked into a dry corpse wherever those mutant mosquitoes pass. Many citizens have now died from mosquito attacks. Please try not to go out and lock the doors and windows as much as possible. Mosquito disaster level, ghost. Looking at the cows and sheep that were sucked into dried corpses on the TV, Ling Feng frowned. Saitama, what do you think? Is this like a normal mosquito plague? No, I have to close the doors and windows, in case mosquitoes come in. It's not good. I saw Saitama hurriedly running to close the doors and windows. Hey, it's not a matter of closing doors and windows now. You look at the sandstorm like mosquitoes, and someone must be controlling them. Ling Feng pointed to the black-pressed mosquito swarm in the TV. Hey? You mean someone made these special mosquitoes? Instantly, Saitama's face became angry. If this is true, you must beat that guy. I hate mosquitoes the most. Let's go, idle is idle, go out and see, maybe you can catch 2 bounty fugitives to make up for living expenses. Saying that, Ling Feng had already begun to put on a raincoat and protect his whole body. At the same time, in the empty street, a thief with a crowbar dragging a large bag walked down the street with a surprised face. Ha ha ha, because of the alarm, all the shops are empty, so that I can steal so many things. Looking at the large bag behind him, the thief expressed great satisfaction. A bunch of fools, how can anyone be bitten to death by mosquitoes? It's ridiculous. But to be able to steal so many things is also thanks to these mosquitoes. Even if it is bitten by mosquitoes a few times, it is okay. Ha ha ha. However, at this moment, the thief's hat was blown off abruptly. Hey? The wind is blowing? As soon as he turned around, the thief saw the scene that terrified him, and a black swarm of mosquitoes like a dark cloud suddenly flew towards him. In just an instant, the whole person was wrapped in mosquitoes. In the next second, the screams stopped abruptly, and when the mosquito swarm dispersed, the whole person had turned into a dry corpse, fell to the place and fell directly into two halves. Hee hee, my darlings, come back. A charming voice sounded, and the mosquito group quickly converged towards the sky, and in the entanglement of the mosquito group, a charming half-human, half-mosquito strange man appeared in the sky. Turn it into my power. At this moment, those blood-sucking mosquitoes gave the blood they sucked to the beautiful mosquito woman. Oh, that's not enough. Quick, go suck blood again. The mosquito girl licked her hot lips, with a lingering expression. Suddenly, her face changed. A few dead mosquitoes, it's nearby. Just as he was about to leave, a voice came from the ground. Is that so? It turns out to be here. This group of mosquitoes goes to suck blood, and then you plunder the blood of these mosquitoes. If you send signals to these mosquitoes and manipulate their behavior, then these strange collective movement phenomena can be understood. The figure has been wrapped in a thick mosquito swarm. If it were an ordinary person, I am afraid that it would have been sucked into a dry corpse, but the other party was unscathed, still standing in place, looking at the mosquito woman in the sky. As long as you are the master, these eye-catching mosquitoes can disappear. I saw that the man pointed out with one hand, and said in a cold tone. Hey! Just by you? Baby, it's time for dinner. Give me to suck him dry. With a wave of her right hand, the mosquito woman roared and pounced on the figure, condensing into a giant ball of mosquitoes. Incinerate! The icy voice sounded, and in the next second, the center of the mosquito ball suddenly burst into a blazing flame. Boom! In just an instant, all the mosquitoes were burned and turned into debris and scattered to the ground. What? The enchanting mosquito woman's face changed, and she looked at the figure below with a shocked expression. Transforming people? With a pair of cold eyes under a pair of blonde hair, a cold and ruthless expression, and the whole body is made of machinery, it is no wonder that he is not afraid of mosquito bites. I saw that the other party raised the manipulator, and the flame spout in the palm of the hand emitted high temperature, pointing directly at the mosquito girl in the sky. You can call me Genos, it's specifically to get rid of you. Boom, then let me see what you are capable of. The mosquito girl sneered. Incinerate! Hot flames burst out from the mechanical palm, turning into terrifying lines of fire, roaring and slamming towards the mosquito woman. However, the opponent was faster, directly dodging this terrifying flame ray, and the sharp horn on the top of his head suddenly pierced, tearing the left arm of the mechanically transformed person below. However, in the next second, the mosquito woman's face changed. My legs. Looking down, his legs were gone. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 011. Looking down, Genos below was throwing those mosquito legs on the ground with a cold face, and it was obvious that her legs were cut off by this guy. Stop him for me! With a finger of the mosquito woman's right hand, a large number of mosquitoes condensed into a big hand and slammed towards Genos below, and she chose to flee here quickly. Damn, what the hell is that guy? The situation is not good for me, and if it goes on like this, I will be killed by that guy. Boom! The flames erupted, and the scorching flames once again burned all the mosquitoes around them. It's useless, you can't escape. I saw that Genos was extremely fast, speeding across the surrounding buildings and chasing towards the mosquito woman. Humph, kill it all? Since that's the case, then I'm welcome. I saw that the sharp horns on the top of the mosquito woman's head spread out ripples. The control command can call all mosquitoes within a radius of 50 kilometers, although people in the city can't suck blood because they hide at home, but the animals in nature are different. Come on, my darlings! With the call of the mosquito woman, a mosquito appeared in the distance under black pressure, covering the sky like a dark cloud. Looking at the mosquitoes whistling in the sky, the people hiding in the houses shivered. At this time, Ling Feng and Saitama, who were rushing towards this side, also saw the black pressure mosquitoes in the sky. Over there. Ling Feng pointed to the place where mosquitoes gathered in the distance, and he could vaguely see the mosquito woman flying in the sky. Hey? Is there really a culprit? Saitama also saw the mosquito girl in the distance, and touched his fists. Go, let's go, and fly that guy. Ling Feng also took advantage of this opportunity to turn the wheel, and 10 seconds later, the wheel stopped. Looking at the dark question mark, Ling Feng was full of expectation. However, in the next second, Ling Feng's face turned pig liver color. Lean. System, are you kidding me? This guy is also considered a transformation? Come on, my darlings, bring me all the juice you have sucked. With a move of the mosquito woman's right hand, countless mosquitoes gathered in the air, forming a huge sphere. Abominable, is it invalid? There are more and more mosquitoes. Genos looked at the mosquitoes in the sky and showed a solemn expression. Such a number, if it were to suck blood in the whole city, no, if it were to suck blood on a wider scale, I'm afraid. And it looks like blood is more than just food for that guy. No, it must be done quickly. Saying that, the burning hole in the palm of Genos' right hand began to emit a violent high temperature, and a steady stream of heat was being generated in the chest cavity. Hey, Saitama, wait for me. Don't run too fast. I rub. Slow down. Looking back, I saw a bald head running towards this side, and further away, a guy on a bicycle was rushing towards this side. Finally found the source of this thing. Saitama crossed his hands at his waist and stared at the converging mosquito swarm. Hey, 2 people over there, take refuge quickly, this group of mosquitoes is controlled by weirdos, if they are discovered, they will all pounce. Really fake. A drop of cold sweat oozed from Saitama's forehead. What he hated the most was mosquitoes. If such a large group of mosquitoes rushed over, then I'll run away first. Go and die. At this moment, a roar sounded in the sky, and the tens of millions of mosquitoes condensed the sphere whistled down, instantly flooding the Genos below. Amid the buzzing mosquitoes, a cold voice sounded. Incinerate. Boom. The flames exploded and expanded into a huge fireball, and in just an instant, the entire street was swept through the flames. Countless mosquito corpses flew down with flames. Humph, bugs are bugs, even if they are controlled by people, they are just bugs with low intelligence, and they even gather together for me to burn out. How stupid! Moreover, I have already detected the surrounding range of 500 meters, and there is no life, so I can blast you away without any scruples. Genos said with a grim look. But then, his face changed. I forgot about the 2 people just now. As soon as he turned around, he saw Saitama of the red fruit standing behind him with a scorched face. Are you all right? Genos exclaimed. I'm fine, I'm finally saved, you're so good, what was that trick called just now? Saitama asked curiously. I was about to answer, but I was attracted by the figure in the sky. Humph, it's not dead? But those kids are useless. I saw that the mosquito woman's broken legs actually grew again, her body turned blood red, and a terrifying power emanated from the other party's body. Die! Genos roared angrily, rushed directly over, jumped high with the help of recoil, and smashed a punch into the mosquito girl in the sky. However, in the next second, the mosquito girl disappeared, turned into an afterimage, flashed directly behind Genos, and the sharp claws slashed fiercely, directly tearing Genos's body. Punch the fist! Genos roared, his right fist swung wildly, leaving a burst of afterimages in the sky, but all this was easily blocked by the mosquito woman. Sharp claws slashed through, Genos's legs were directly cut off, and countless parts flew out. Ha ha ha, have I become so strong? The mosquito woman laughed proudly. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 012. The next blow is the head. The mosquito woman showed a cruel smile. Damn it, careless. Attack rashly without detecting the enemy's strength in advance. The more this guy sucks blood, the faster his physical functions will evolve. The fallen Genos had almost lost all counterattack power and fell heavily into place. The price of mistakes is death. There is no chance of winning anymore. Genos looked at the mosquito girl in the sky and sighed with some regret. Doctor, I'm sorry, now I can only self-detonate and die with this guy. I saw that the core of Genos's chest began to shine with blue light, which meant to directly self-detonate. Hey, Saitama, wait a minute. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded. Hey! Several people turned around and looked at Ling Feng, who had just parked his bicycle and ran towards this side. Hey, Ling Feng, you're finally here. Saitama showed a look of surprise, but his naked appearance made Ling Feng call out his eyes. But why are you dressed like that? Looking at Ling Feng's dirty clothes, wearing a straw hat and a back basket on his back, he looked like he had just returned from working in the field. Ahem, don't care about the details, okay. Which guy set the fire, though? Burn all your clothes? Ling Feng looked at Genos, who stopped blowing himself up in front of him. You guys, dare to ignore me? Okay, just kill a few of you. The mosquito girl in the sky showed an angry look, and these two guys began to twitter as soon as they appeared, completely ignoring her presence. She's going to kill us. Ling Feng, you come or me. Saitama looked at Ling Feng Dao next to him. Come on it anyway. I'm a little tired today. Ling Feng was sloppy, but he was complaining in his heart. System, what about me? This peasant with only 5 combat effectiveness can also be considered a transformation? That's right, Ling Feng is now transformed into Frisia's subordinates in the Dragon Ball world who came to Earth for the first time, and saw a farmer with only 5 combat power. Hey, since you said that, then I'm bored, you ants. Give me death. I saw the mosquito girl turn into an afterimage and directly pounce on Genos below. In her opinion, the only threat is Genos, who still has the ability to self-detonate. At this moment, Saitama moved, waved his right hand, and slapped the mosquito woman's face. Ha! The huge force directly slammed the mosquito girl into the distant building and exploded into a pool of blood. Humph! I hate mosquitoes the most in my life. Saitama slapped his palms with a dark face. And Genos on the ground has long been shocked and speechless, with his mouth wide open, he can stuff 3 or 4 eggs. Solved. I'll go find a pair of pants first. Saitama said and prepared to leave. Wait. Please stay. Suddenly, Genos on the ground shouted at Saitama. Hey! Saitama turned back suspiciously. Is there something wrong? I am a mechanized man who conducts a righteous act alone. My name is Genos. Can you tell me your daimyo? Genos looked expectant. Oh. My name is Saitama. Please take me as an apprentice. Yes? What the? Please take me as an apprentice. Genos said seriously. Don't. Saitama pouted, directly refused, covered the critical parts, and fled directly from here. Ling Feng, you help me deal with him, I'll go find clothes. Ling Feng. Your name is Genos, right? Hey? You are? Genos looked at Ling Feng, who was dressed as a farmer next to him, with a look of surprise. My name is Ling Feng. Tell me where your family lives? I'll send you back. Ling Feng crouched down and began to observe Genos' mutilated mechanical body. Mechanical transformation people, this is the first time I have seen it. Ah! No thanks. I have informed the DR and soon a drone will come to pick me up. Thank you for your concern. I just want to. Do you want to learn from Saitama? No problem. Here is the address. Saying that, Ling Feng handed him a piece of paper with the address of Saitama's house written on it. Thank you so much. Mr. Ling Feng. Are you Mr. Saitama's gardener? Genos asked in surprise. You are the gardener, your whole family is a gardener, I am Saitama's friend. Friend? Ling Feng roared. Humph, if it weren't for the tasks issued by the system, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you. Ling Feng couldn't help but muttered in his heart. Then, Ling Feng's attention shifted to the system interface again. Help Genos become Saitama's apprentice and reward 5 transformation marks. Turn on the mentor system. Ling Feng of the 5 transformation marks didn't care much. What made him curious was the worship system. Maybe this was the opportunity for him to become stronger. Otherwise, in the future, this unreliable system will make such a moth as today, wouldn't it be finished? At this moment, a black drone fell from the sky, and the robotic arm on it grabbed Genos and fixed it on it. Mr. Ling Feng, thank you, I will visit in 3 days. Genos waved at Ling Feng. Remember to bring something delicious. Increase your chances of visiting a teacher. Finally, Ling Feng couldn't help but remind him. May Day reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 013. Not long after, Saitama, wearing flower shorts that he didn't know where to get, returned. Hey? What about that Genos just now? Gone. He said he was coming to visit you in 3 days. What? Saitama is blinded, what is the situation? 3 days later. The two who were eating together at home were trying to salvage the few remaining vegetable leaves in the pot. No, I have to go to work. Otherwise, you have to starve to death. After Ling Feng grabbed the last vegetable leaf, he said with a serious face. Well, wait for the split action and go out and catch a few bounty criminals. Saitama also said with a straight face, looking at the hot pot that was still steaming, but empty, as strong as Saitama also felt the oppression from life. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. Teacher, I'm coming. Saitama frowned, opened the corner of the door, and just opened the door to see Genos with an expectant face. Saitama-sensei, I'm Genos, I came here to visit you. So, can you stop calling me teacher? Master. Master, don't call either. Hurry up and go. Saitama said speechlessly. At this moment, a head stuck out from the crack in the door. Yo, Genos, you are here. Good morning, Mr. Ling Feng. Genos, waving at Ling Feng. Oh, Saitama, it's not easy for people to come. Quick, Genos, come in and have a cup of tea. Saying that, Ling Feng directly opened the door and let Genos in. In the room, Ling Feng acted as a tea pourer and quickly made a cup of clear tea for the two. That. Genos is it, drink and leave, I don't recruit any disciples. Saitama couldn't wait for this strange guy in front of him to disappear immediately. No, Genos must become a disciple of the teacher. Hey? Say your injury healed so quickly? Saitama began to change the subject. Yes, teacher, most of my body is mechanical, so as long as there are parts, it can be repaired quickly. Genos explained. You're weird. By the way, teacher, what parts do you use? I'm human. No parts. Saitama said speechlessly. Not to transform people. How could it be so strong? Genos showed a look of disbelief. Teacher, what is that smooth armor above your head? I rub, that's the skin. Sorry, teacher, aren't you young bald in this way? In an instant, Saitama burst out, Depend, Lao Tzu is bald, what's wrong? Ate your rice? What exactly is your boy? Will the teacher listen to my story? Unwilling. Saitama picked his nostrils, in other words, you quickly finished drinking and let me go. Genos, leave him alone, just talk about it. I'd love to hear it. Next to Ling Feng suddenly said. Ling Feng. Saitama looked over with a look of disgust. 4 years ago, when I was 15 years old, I was a normal human being, living a fairly happy life in this rundown world with my family, until one day, a crazy robot broke into the town we live in. That robot is supposed to be the product of a failed transformation, going crazy and destroying everything, my town, my home, and even my family's life. Just when I was dying, Dr. Kusano, the justice scientist who happened to pass by here, stopped the mad robot, and then I asked the doctor to transform me into a robot. Since then, I have been reborn as a righteous mechanical transformation of people, and I have made a pact with the doctor that one day I must kill the guy who made the crazy robot. 4 years have passed since then, and at the age of 19, I have traveled from town to town to find the guy who made the crazy robot, but 4 years later, I have found nothing. Living with anxiety and anxiety every day. Until a week ago, I found the mysterious mosquito woman, all the way to here. Convinced of my strength, I did not analyze the mosquito woman in detail, I directly chose to attack. If it were not for the appearance of the teacher, I am afraid that I would have died. Here to thank the teacher for his life-saving grace, I must not die before killing the enemy, but I am also deeply aware of my own shortcomings. Since recognizing the strength of the teacher, I feel that I must practice under the teacher to improve myself, because you have to make yourself stronger no matter what. So, I think. Enough. Saitama, who was shaking his legs on the other side, finally couldn't help it. Bastard, give me everything to less than 20 words. Again. Genos was stunned, and then looked at Ling Feng next to him with a hesitant expression. Ling Feng nodded at him. I summed it up, I hope the teacher can give me the method to become as powerful as the teacher. In the past few days, Genos has been recalling Saitama's slap, and the powerful mosquito woman has no resistance, which shows the strength of Saitama in front of him. I don't take apprentices. Saitama directly rebuffed. Wait. Teacher. Please follow me. Saying that, Genos walked out the door directly. Teacher, I didn't come empty-handed this time. A worship ceremony was specially prepared for the teacher. May Day reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 014. Ling Feng and Saitama walked out of the door curiously, and then they saw a huge package with a diameter of 5 meters below, filled with all kinds of delicacies. Saitama and Ling Feng couldn't help but wipe the saliva from the corner of their mouths. You wait first. Then, Saitama and Ling Feng hooked up and turned sideways. I have a lot of food, I'm a little moved, but I don't want to take apprentices, what should I do? Saitama said with a distressed look. It's okay, stabilize him first. Give him a probation period or something, and then judge him as unqualified after the expiration? Ling Feng said with a dark sneer. Hehe, Ling Feng, it's really yours. Saitama gave a wicked smile. Then, Saitama turned around. Genos, how old are you this year? 19 years old, teacher. So young, your words will soon surpass me. I'm 25 years old, but I started training in the summer of 22. So be it. Give you a week of testing, and if you can pass my test, I might consider teaching you. It's going to be hard, can you keep up? Of course. Teacher! Genos exclaimed in surprise. Okay, Genos, you bring things up. Saitama pointed to the large package below, but he reluctantly agreed to it for the sake of the face of the food. At the same time, deep in the mountains, in a square building. What? The mosquito woman was knocked down? But it doesn't matter, as long as that mosquito woman doesn't suck blood, it's just a small flying insect, it's just an experiment anyway. I saw a scientist in a white coat and black-rimmed glasses said with disdain. At this moment, a man next to him who looked exactly like him, and marked number 28 on his clothes, showed a solemn expression, but the mosquito girl was killed at her peak after sucking a lot of blood. And it's a one-hit kill. What? The scientist's face changed. This is a picture taken by a small tracker. On the 28th, a button was pressed, and a photo of Saitama slapped the dead mosquito woman appeared. This guy is not dressed for yarn. The scientist frowned. This? I don't know. Number 28 shook his head. Humph, it looks like a good sample, anyway, I have to study this guy's body genes, maybe I can find something. The scientist showed a cold expression. On the 28th, send an emissary to invite him. Invite to our great home of evolution. Yes. Yes, sir. Ding dong, the system has a mission, the mysterious evolution house has appeared. What kind of mysterious organization is it? The mission requires the host to find a way to subdue the entire evolution house as your first force in this world. Rewards are awarded based on ratings. The higher the rating, the better the reward. P.S. Out of 100. Ling Feng, who was eating and drinking in a pile of snacks, suddenly heard the system prompt sound in his head and quickly sat up from the sofa. Hey? The system is out again? House of Evolution? What the hell is that? Ling Feng showed a puzzled look. At this time, Saitama was moving all the food that Genos had brought into the next room. Suddenly, Genos's face changed, and the whole person became vigilant. Master, something is approaching here at high speed. 2? No. 3? It's coming. Not good. Their goal is here. What? Saitama looked back puzzled. At this moment, the wall behind him suddenly shattered, and a praying mantis freak broke through the wall. Oblivious. My name is... Boom. Before he finished speaking, a red fist directly hammered the head of that mantis weirdo. Lean, you dare to break Lao-Tzu's wall, bastard. Saitama growled. Teacher, there are also outside. Genos rushed straight out of the room and jumped from the 3rd floor. Downstairs, a frogman and a snail man were discussing something. It's not good, the mantis man who bore the brunt was killed by one blow, and my telepathy lost his breath. Teacher, let me solve them. Saying that Genos was about to strike. However, at this time, a figure was faster than him, directly grabbing the frogman and the snail man and directly inserting them into the ground. Teacher, when I didn't say. At this moment, a paw suddenly appeared at Saitama's feet, and then he was dragged into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Teacher. Genos' face changed, and he rushed directly over. At this time, Ling Feng, who came out with a bag of potato chips, looked at Saitama below with a confused expression. Hey? Saitama? What are you doing? How did you bury yourself? I don't know, I feel like I'm a bamboo. Saitama also said with a blank look. Teacher, I'll help you. Genos shouted. Be careful. Genos. Ling Feng pointed at Genos, and he saw a black shadow suddenly appear. What? Genos's face changed, and then he saw a fist of steel slamming towards him. When the sound of steel colliding with steel sounded, and the two fists collided, and Genos actually blocked the huge fist. At this time, everyone saw clearly that the appearance of the black shadow turned out to be a strong mechanical orangutan. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 015. The target is not you, get out of my way. A spike-filled fist slammed in, trying to repel Genos in front of him. Dang! The iron fists collided and slammed together, but Genos easily blocked the other party. I have a few words for you. Genos stared coldly at the mechanical gorilla on the opposite side. What? Find death. The mechanical gorilla was angry and shook his fist wildly, and Genos was not to be outdone, and directly launched a series of mechanical fists to bombard the mechanical gorilla on the opposite side. Just as the two sides were fighting, a huge lion-headed human monster walked towards Saitama step by step. Hehe, that's what it's all about. I looked at Saitama, which was buried in the soil like a tree. Well done. Earth Dragon. At this moment, a black pangolin came out of the ground, hehe, of course, so that you don't make trouble. Beast King. Teacher, be careful. Genos' face changed, and he was about to rush over, but was grabbed by the gorilla behind him. Your opponent is me. Give me death. Incineration. Genos stretched out his right hand, and the hot flames roared out, burning towards the mechanical gorilla in front of him. Boom! The high-temperature flames swept through, and the moment the smoke and dust dispersed, the black shadow was not damaged in the slightest. Transform people, I am the wisdom crystallization of the House of Evolution, armed gorillas. Your attacks are useless to me. The gorilla said with a sneer. House of Evolution? What is that? Why attack a teacher? Genos said in an unkind tone. This has nothing to do with you, it's just that destroying those who are enemies of us is the rule of our evolution house. So, boy, you will surely die. The armed gorilla roared up to the sky. Hey! Genos, do you want me to help? Ling Feng on the balcony upstairs asked. Hey! Mr. Ling Feng? No, no, no. I'll fix this guy. Be careful, don't get caught up in the battle. Genos said without raising his head. The flame spouts in his hands had begun to turn, and the blue flames jumped. Then you be careful. Having said that, Ling Feng still chose to open the transformation system, summoned the turntable to pull the corner of the turntable violently, and then the turntable began to rotate rapidly. These guys who suddenly appeared did not seem to be good at coming, they were not small characters, and he had to be careful. System, don't be so pitted this time. Ling Feng secretly prayed in his heart. Finally, when the wheel stopped, the black question mark suddenly lit up. Is this the state of Monkey King when he was a child? Ling Feng frowned, the unreliable system seemed to have pitted him again. Ding dong! The system mission begins, the starting point of cultivation, use the power of the young Gaku to fight against the Beast King. Ask to hold on for more than 10 minutes. Mission reward, 30 XP. 3 transformation mark. Ling Feng, Mom. He said he had a message for MMP. At the same time, Saitama, who was buried in the soil, began to yawn. Seeing Saitama's expression, the Beast King couldn't help but be furious, and the other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. What expression do you guy? Bastard. The soil is cool and a little warm, comfortable, I want to be sleepy. Saitama yawned. Bastard, it seems necessary to put your position in a straight. I'll poke your eyes blind first, so that you can't resist. The Beast King condescendingly pointed to Saitama Deo, who had only one head left. Jokes are jokes. But I urge you to apologize quickly. Saitama came out of the soil directly and stared at the Beast King Deo in front of him. You actually came out like this? The Beast King's face changed, and Saitama, who was bound, could not help but be surprised that he could easily crawl out of the hardened soil. Apologize? Human, you look for death. The Beast King roared angrily. Look at me, lion. Ah! You wait. It looks like soil has fallen into my uniform. With that, Saitama began to shake the dirt off his belt. At this moment, the Beast King felt unprecedented anger, and this bald man in front of him actually ignored him so much. Give me death! Turtle Pai Kigong! At this moment, accompanied by a strange loud shout, a blue energy shockwave roared, instantly hitting the Beast King in front of him. Boom! The blue light burst out, directly blasting the Beast King, who didn't have time to react. Ling Feng? Are you going to make a move? Saitama gave an expectant look. Recently, I want to exercise my physical skills. In this way, the power of transforming into a scion will be stronger. Ling Feng had already walked to Saitama's side and said with a serious face. Then I'll help Genos. Saitama didn't worry about Ling Feng at all, this guy was even stronger than himself. With a bang, in the smoke, a wall suddenly flew towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng's expression froze, he put on an attack posture, and punched out, directly shattering this wall. Immediately after, a black shadow rushed up. Lion Chop! At this moment, the Beast King's claws cut out a slash that tore everything, and the ground was chopped like tofu. In the face of such a crazy attack, Ling Feng did not choose to carry it hard, and retreated one after another. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter-1-60. Give me death. Lion Slash. The terrifying claws cut the air blade that tore everything apart, and the surrounding houses were easily chopped to shreds, like tofu dregs. This guy is very strong, it looks like he should have reached the ghost level, and Ling Feng is quite difficult to deal with. Damn, can't you give me a stronger transformation? Ling Feng complained at the system while retreating. Every transformation is random, even the system can't control it. The operation of the system must follow the rules set by itself, otherwise the system itself will collapse, so... Okay, how is it the same as Genos's words, Balabalas is not finished? Ling Feng quickly interrupted the sound of the system. Unless he collected 10 transformation marks, he would not be able to perform the designated transformation. In that case, let's go on. What skills did the Monkey King possess when he was a child? The most representative is the Turtle School Qigong, and then the Sun Fist learned from Tianjin Rice. To be honest, the strength is really limited. Although the Turtle School Qigong is strong, it takes a certain amount of time to charge up, and it is easy to be dodged. As for the Sun Fist has no lethality, the only effect is a flash bomb that can flash people's eyes. Ling Feng said to himself and began to analyze some of his own advantages now. It was obviously impossible to defeat the ghost-level Lion King with the strength of the young Sun Wukong, but if it dragged on for 10 minutes... Hey! The big cat on the opposite side looks over here. What? The Beast King's face changed, he hated it when others called him that. Sun Fist. Ling Feng threw a punch, and a golden light suddenly burst out from his fist, and the dazzling light instantly covered a radius of several hundred meters, and the armed gorilla and Saitama, who did not have time to dodge, were all hit at the same time, including the Beast King in front of him. Ah! My eyes! You vile villain! The Beast King covered his painful eyes and lost his vision directly for a while. I hit! Ling Feng took advantage of this opportunity to rush directly up, adding his fists and feet, and he would not let go of the matter of beating the falling water dog. Damn fellow, you actually used such vile means. Watch me lion chop meteor shower. The Beast King, who was injured in the eye, began to attack the surroundings madly, completely indistinguishing between enemies and friends. The snail man and the frog man who had just woken up from the coma were instantly chopped into pieces, and the surrounding houses were destroyed, and a large number of houses were smashed abruptly, comparable to the strongest demolition weapons. Ling Feng had already taken advantage of this opportunity to escape far away. Here it is! Big stupid cat! Hearing the sound, the Beast King rushed directly over, setting off terrifying waves. And Ling Feng constantly wandered on various buildings to quickly dodge the attacks of the Beast King. Turtle Pai Qigong. Boom! After accumulating power, the Turtle Faction Qigong directly bombarded the body of the Beast King, and the opponent's sharp claws directly blocked the impactful Turtle Faction Qigong, and it failed to cause too much damage to the Beast King. Damn, is the Monkey King in his infant state still too weak? After taking a look at the system, 8 minutes have passed. No. It has to be solved by Saitama. Big cat, over here! Ling Feng shouted at the Beast King. At this time, the Beast King's eyes had begun to recover, and a jumping shadow could be vaguely seen. Hey? Ling Feng, why did you come back? Saitama looked at Ling Feng, who rushed towards him with a puzzled expression. You help me solve it, my stomach hurts, go home to the toilet. Ling Feng looked uncontrollable, and decisively used the escape method. Hey! Saitama looked dazed, saying that this is a good cultivation? At this moment, the Beast King in the distance also chased after him. Bald, get out of my way, I'm going to kill that vile guy! The Beast King roared angrily. Wait, what did you call me? Saitama seemed to hear something he shouldn't have heard again. In that case, let's kill you together. Give me death. Lion chopping meteor shower. Saitama finally couldn't bear it anymore, continuous ordinary punches. Boom! In an instant, more than a dozen fist prints appeared on the chest of the Beast King, and in the next second, the terrifying power directly tore the Beast King's body. One hit in seconds. At this time, the Earth Dragon actually planned to escape. How could Saitama let it wish? A punch hammered the ground, knocking it out, and then smashing it into a meat sauce. Looking back, Genos behind him had actually solved his opponent. The flame vent in the right hand is facing the armed gorilla. Answer the question, or just die. Pick one. Genos said grimly. Although he has been seriously injured, the armed gorilla still shows a disdainful look. Damn it, foolish fellow! My strength is only ranked 3rd in the House of Evolution, and you can't win against the 2nd-ranked Beast King at this level. You just wait to die. Oh? So you chose to die? Blue flames erupted from the flame spout in the palm of Genos's hand, and he was about to kill the armed gorilla with one blow. Wait, is this the Beast King you are talking about? At this moment, Saitama took the Beast King's eye and flicked it in his hand. The armed gorilla frowned, and in the next second, the indifferent face instantly turned into an embarrassed smile. Ah ha ha ha, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Sorry, please show mercy, I confess it all. That's the point? Wasn't it quite arrogant just now? Genos said with a look of displeasure. Sorry, I was just playing cool. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 017. Once upon a time there was a young genius scientist who used his ingenuity to contribute a lot to the world, but he was full of disappointment in the world. In the eyes of scientists, the evolution of human beings should be the evolution of human beings themselves, not just the evolution of civilization, which is the only dream he wants to achieve, but no one is willing to help him. Everyone thought that the scientist's mind was dangerous and chose to stay away from him, but as a genius since childhood, scientists who regarded the people around him as monkeys would not give up easily, so he decided to conduct research alone. Finally, when he was 70 years old, there was the latest breakthrough in research. Wait, 70? Isn't your boss already an old man of 70 or 80 years old? At this moment, Ling Feng, who came from home, asked curiously. Hey? Ling Feng, how are you? So fast? Saitama on the side exclaimed. Ahem, don't care about this kind of detail, I'm always fast. Then he turned his head to look at the armed gorilla. You continue. Yes. Although the scientist is old and weak, his research has made a qualitative breakthrough. First, he used genetic potions to restore his youth. Then use your own genes to make a lot of your own clones. Subsequently, he and these clones created the House of Evolution, did a lot of experiments, and created many different genetic experiments. It's just... Wait. It's too long, can you get to the point? That has nothing to do with us, right? Say the point. Saitama said with a look of displeasure. That's it, the teacher is very busy, hurry up and reduce these words to 20 words, otherwise, Genos on the side showed an icy smile. Ah. I'm sorry, but it's actually because you killed the mosquito girl that scientists became interested in you and asked us to take you to the House of Evolution. The armed gorilla said quickly. That is, your boss became interested in my body? I'm not interested in men though. Saitama held his chin and bowed his head. Ahem, no, teacher, it seems that they want to use the teacher to go beyond the body of ordinary people to conduct genetic research. Oh, so. Haha. Saitama smiled awkwardly. Teacher, if left unchecked, they will definitely send other assassins over. Genos said with a serious look. Yes, wouldn't that be troublesome? Teacher, this time we take the initiative. Solve this House of Evolution. Genos clenched his fists. Hey, wait, what are you going to do? Ling Feng, who was observing the armed gorilla next to him, looked back blankly. Ling Feng, let's go solve the evolution house together. Saitama said. Teacher, Mr. Ling Feng, he. Quietly tell you, it's not me who you should worship, but Ling Feng, this guy is stronger than me. Mr. Saitama said in Genos's ear. What? Genos' face was startled, and he looked at Ling Feng next to him in disbelief. Gone, Genos. Teacher will go now. Well, there is time now. No time tomorrow. Hey? Why? Because tomorrow is supermarket discount day, we still have to go shopping. Ling Feng on the side said seriously. Genos said and was about to leave, but suddenly turned around again and looked at the armed gorilla. Let me ask you, did the Evolution House research a crazy robot 4 years ago? No. I'm the only attack-shaped modified robot in Evolution House. Hearing this, Genos frowned. It seemed that the House of Evolution was not his goal. Just as Genos was leaving, the skull of the armed gorilla suddenly opened, and an antenna appeared. No, you must quickly report this matter to the boss. Hey, ask you a question. Suddenly, Ling Feng turned his head and the frightened gorilla immediately put away the antenna. Didn't you say that you ranked 3rd in the House of Evolution and the Beast King ranked 2nd, so who is the 1st place? That's a monster. You better not mess with it. Otherwise all of you will have to die. The armed gorilla said with a solemn expression. Monster? What kind of monster? Ling Feng showed a curious look. The real trump card of the House of Evolution is far from what our group of modified bodies can compare. It is called Azura Armor. Azura Armor? What a strange name. Ling Feng was stunned. By the way, give you a chance to rehabilitate. Ling Feng grinned. What? The armed gorilla showed a puzzled look. At the same time, the House of Evolution. Damn, how is this possible? Mantis men, slugs, frog men, earth dragons, armed gorillas, and even beast kings. The elite I used to destroy humanity has been completely destroyed. Damn, what the hell is going on? Report, according to the intelligence sent back by the armed gorilla, those two people are coming towards the House of Evolution. P.S. Reading babies, ask for some flowers to support it. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 018. Damn, if they break through here, my years of research and hard work will be ruined. No, this must not happen. In that case, only the trump card is used. Go and prepare to liberate the Azura armor. What? Azura armor? Hearing this name, the surrounding clones showed a look of fear. No, that monster is not controlled at all, we can't liberate it. Give me all calm. The scientist slammed the table. This is just a last resort. Now I open the mechanism from 1 to 8 floors on the ground, and luck can end all this. But what if it fails? The clone next to him said in fear. If I fail, I naturally know what will happen. Meanwhile, on the way to the House of Evolution. Hey, teacher, shall we run over like this? Genos asked. So what else? But I think the teacher should be able to fly, right? Where do people fly? Saitama said with a look of course. But it's not impossible. He thought of Ling Feng. I can't fly anyway, I usually arrive on foot. Isn't it a hero? Genos marveled. So, I basically didn't arrive. At this moment, a black dot in the sky fell extremely quickly, landing in front of them, and it turned out to be Ling Feng sitting on the body of an armed gorilla. Hey? Ling Feng, you actually flew here? Free mounts. Don't sit white, don't sit. Saying that, Ling Feng also patted the armed gorilla under him. Just using the Scion transformation phantom to scare this guy, the armed gorilla instantly instigated and chose to betray its boss. This is it. The armed gorilla points to a strange building built next to a cliff ahead. Oh? Is that the House of Evolution? Look at me. At this moment, Genos moved, the reactor in his chest turned rapidly, and the energy converged on his hands. Boom! The earthquake shook, and the entire high-rise building was directly shattered, and even the cliff behind the building was destroyed, which was full of power. Hey, Genos, what are you trying to do with this cold sudden attack? Saitama said speechlessly. Looking at the Evolution House building that was instantly destroyed, the armed gorillas behind were directly frightened. Teacher, I just think this is the most efficient way to catch it all. Genos explained. Ling Feng on the side was almost not scared to death by this blow, not because of the power of Genos's cannon, but if the House of Evolution was destroyed, wouldn't his task be impossible to complete? But fortunately, it seems that the system does not have a prompt for task failure. Wait, teacher, there seems to be a passage to the bottom here. Genos suddenly pointed to the underground passage next to him covered with steel doors. Saitama directly lifted the steel door above. Genos, Ling Feng, do you want to go down? It's nature. Teacher. Genos said. You guys go first, I'll check the surroundings to see if there are any secret passages or something, to prevent those guys from escaping. Ling Feng Dao. Oh, it's worthy of Ling Feng, think of Zhenzhou Dao, then we will attack head-on first. Saying that, the two went straight down the stairs. Only then did Ling Feng turn around and look at the armed gorilla. Let me ask you, are there any secret passages around? There is one. It was built decades ago. I don't know if it can still be used. The armed gorilla pointed to the other side of the cliff. Go. Take me there. Hey? Are you really going in? The armed gorilla looked terrified. That's right. Gotta. Otherwise, saying that, Ling Feng raised his fist. Go, go, go. The armed gorilla stunned in a second, and directly took Ling Feng towards the secret passage. At the same time, there is a mysterious and dark space underground. Tapda. A clone frantically shot into the darkness, and immediately after, a huge fist slammed in, directly crushing it into meat sauce. Whew! I saw a monster covered in chains, surrounded by the corpses of clones. Azura armor, long time no see, are you okay? At this moment, the scientist covered in cold sweat walked in front of the monster. You killed many clones of me again, are you satisfied now? You fool, of course I can't be satisfied. Saying that, the monster directly broke the chain. I'm the strongest fighter in the House of Evolution, and you lock me here, do you know how stupid you are? The Azura armor looked condescendingly at the scientist, full of anger. Your spirit is extremely unstable, ours out of control. Ha ha ha. Control? It's ridiculous, I'm the complete form of the new human race you pursue, and my wisdom and strength are much stronger than you ordinary people, so you should listen to me. Looking at the playful expression of the Azura armor, the scientist endured the fear and secretly said in his heart, yes, you do have extraordinary performance, but there is a problem with your personality, you are a failure. Azura armor, it's okay if you kill me, I still have a lot of substitutes anyway. Just listen to me for a few words. Oh? Interesting, what kind of trouble did you have to say this, right? Azura armor scoffed. Yes, there is an experimental material that you have to get your hands on no matter what the cost, but he is powerful and terrifying, it is estimated that only you can defeat him in this world, I hope you can help me catch him. Alive or dead? Saying that, the screen next to him appeared as Saitama and Genos had just entered the underground base. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 019. At this time, Saitama and Genos had just entered the underground base, and there was a bright and spacious underground passage in front of them. Teacher, I detected a lot of life reactions, the same frequency, is it a clone? Wait, teacher, something is approaching at high speed. Right ahead. Boom, suddenly, the wall shattered, and a huge fist shattered the wall, and then flew towards this side. Oh! Found it, there are two people, which one? The Azura armor looked at Saitama and Genos in front of him. Forget it, don't care, let's solve it together. Teacher, let me come. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a fist slammed Genos against the wall. Hey, Genos, are you okay? Saitama looked at Genos, who was embedded in the wall, and asked nervously. Teacher, I'm okay. Genos said tremblingly. Looks like it's you. Azura armor looked at Saitama in front of him. There's an empty space over there, how about we go over there and do a fight? Azura your family grinned. Humph, you actually made Genos a modern art, I was about to settle the score with you. Saitama pointed at Genos with an unhappy look. Immediately afterwards, the Azura armor took Saitama to a huge empty underground space. This is the largest testing ground of the House of Evolution, dedicated to testing the combat effectiveness of experimental products. Let's start here. Wait, your opponent is me. At this moment, Genos rushed out of the doorway, aiming directly at the Azura armor. At the same time, Ling Feng, who had just entered the Evolution House from the entrance, looked at the vast underground space inside with a look of amazement. Wow, it's so big here. Take me to the control center. Boss, I don't have to go, right? You can go straight from here to the command center. The armed gorilla said with a look of fear. Nope. You give me a hurry. If I encounter trash fish, help me solve it. Otherwise I'll punch you in the head. Ling Feng waved his fist and threatened. Good, good, good. Isn't it just a name cast? No problem. The armed gorilla also seemed to understand his current situation, and replied with conviction. Discover the intruder, find the intruder. Suddenly, a large number of robots rushed out of the passage ahead. Solve them for me. Ling Feng pointed at the robots. Yes. Saying that, the armed gorilla rushed directly over and crushed those robots. Ling Feng expressed great satisfaction. He had just gathered 10 free transformation marks, but it was not used on these miscellaneous fish. He had to find an opportunity to show a wave in front of that scientist, otherwise how could he control that guy? Hey, system, how do I control the House of Evolution? Then scientists probably won't be so easy to control by me, right? Ling Feng asked. The host does not have to worry, just force the scientist to sign a contract. There are systematic constraints. Everything is fine. The sound of the system came. Whew! That's good. Only then could Ling Feng help but breathe a sigh of relief. Boss, all the robots are solved. Until the movement in front disappeared, the armed gorilla ran to Ling Feng to ask for credit. Okay, don't talk nonsense, lead the way ahead. Okay. There is an armed gorilla in front of the third carrying handle of the Evolution House, and the guards of the Evolution House are not threatening at all, and because it is an emergency escape route, there is no mechanism. Walking into the command center, a group of clones looked at the armed gorilla and Ling Feng at the door. Hey! Armed gorillas, what are you doing? How did you bring the intruder in? Are you trying to rebel against the House of Evolution? Obviously, the action of the armed gorilla has just been filmed by the monitors. Mutiny? No, 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 I'm bringing the boss to receive the Evolution House. Where is there a rebellion? I'm also part of the House of Evolution. It's not something you clones can control. The armed gorilla grinned. You, damn it! Those clones raised their guns and began to attack the armed gorilla, but the hard armor of the armed gorilla could not be broken by bullets at all, and at this moment, the weapons used to injure the enemy became blades that hurt themselves. At this time, in the underground battle space, the Azura armor once again smashed the rushing Genos with a punch, almost shattering his body. Obviously, Genos was not an opponent at all. Saitama grabbed Genos. Are you okay? Sorry, teacher, I was careless again. This guy is strong. At least reached the level of a dragon-level weirdo. Teachers beware. Hey, take a break. Saitama said. No, this guy. I must. Deal. Incinerate. The flames condensed into a high-temperature line of fire and burned towards the Azura armor. However, the other party did not dodge or dodge, and took a deep breath. Phew. The flame was actually blown over by a breath, instantly covering Genos and Saitama. Genos, are you okay? Looking at Genos, who had become the head of the explosion, Saitama felt the urge to laugh. It's okay. I just... Okay, leave it to me. Placing Genos on the ground, Saitama turned around and raised his fist at the Azura armor. Your performance is excellent, don't let me down. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 020. Almost there. No, I can't fall here. In the passage, a seriously injured man dragged his bleeding body and tried to move towards the underground training ground. After decades of hard work, don't you just want to see the collision of the highest product of genes with the human species? Even if I die, I want to die clearly. Finally, he came to the door of the training ground and looked at Saitama, who was confronting the Asura armor. Humph, under the highest crystallization of artificial evolution, how long can you, a human being, last? Let me see. Well, I want to see it too. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded next to the scientist. You? Who are you? How did you get in? The scientist's face changed, and he looked at Ling Feng, who suddenly appeared behind him with a look of horror. Oh! Meet me, my name is Ling Feng. You're the boss of the House of Evolution, Dr. Quiros, right? You? Quiros's face changed, and his heart was full of shock, knowing that not everyone can enter the House of Evolution, and the other party actually knows his name. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to trouble you. Ling Feng said with a smile. Kenopui frowned, even though the other party said so, he did not feel the slightest relaxation. And Ling Feng set his sights on the terrifying monster in front of him, which looked like a unicorn fairy, the Asura armor. You are strong, I can feel it. You're the ultimate weapon here, right? Don't let me down. Saitama looked at the Asura armor with a serious face. Ever since fighting with Ling Feng, he was desperate to find other opponents to hone his strength, and this Asura armor in front of him seemed to be a good opponent. Oh! Asura armor showed a weird smile. You're completely different from those little minions, especially your confident expression. Hey, hey! In the next second, the Asura armor disappeared instantly, as if moving instantly, and the speed was beyond the limit of human eye capture. So fast! Genos in the rear showed a shocked look, and in the next second, the Asura armor had appeared behind Saitama. Ding dong, the system has released the task. Strongest hitter, save the life of Asura armor and save it from Saitama's hands. System reward, control of Asura armor. Transformation mark, 5. Upgrade experience, 30 points. Wow, that's good. Ling Feng heard the task voice prompted by the system and showed a look of surprise. Hey? What exactly is this man happy about? Quiros next to him thought with a frown. Go and die. Asura armor shouted and rushed directly towards Saitama. However, at this moment, the Asura armor suddenly stopped moving, quickly retreated, jumped out tens of meters, and stuck to the wall, and his body was trembling slightly. How is that possible? Asura armor he just escaped? Quiros exclaimed in shock. What are you doing? Why not shoot? Saitama turned his head blankly and looked at the Asura armor. At this moment, cold sweat covered the forehead of the Asura armor. If I just strike, I will die. What the hell is this guy about? Obviously there are flaws everywhere on my body, but it makes me feel full of danger. Every cell in my body is issuing a warning, damn it. You guy, where did you get such a heaven-defying power? The Asura armor could no longer control his emotions and roared. Hey! This sentence instantly caught the attention of Genos and Quiros, who obviously wanted to know too. Oh! Do you want to know too? Okay. Then tell you well. Said Saitama and looked at Genos next to him. Genos, listen up too. The secret of my might. Wait. Wait, teacher, is it really good to tell such a secret here? Genos' face changed. Hey! Here, only Ling Feng covered his head and shook his head. Listen. The key to my ability to become so strong is whether the high-intensity training I schedule can be maintained. Saitama said. Training? Not genetic technology, not mechanical modification, not some kind of secret medicine, but training? Quiros looked puzzled. Training. The Asura armor also showed a solemn expression. Listen, no matter how hard it is, you have to grit your teeth and persevere. It took me 3 years to become so strong. That is, 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and then a 10 kilometers run. Perseverance every day. To ensure daily nutrients, I must eat in the morning. I prefer bananas. Then there is the tempering of will. Do not turn on the air conditioner in summer and winter. No matter what difficulties you encounter, you must stick to it. Until a year ago, I noticed that my body had changed. I'm bald. It's getting stronger too. The reason why I can become so strong is mainly because of my life-threatening exercise, which is the only way to become stronger. This is the height that those of you who engage in genetic experiments, new humans can never reach. Use your own power to change. This is the root of human strength. Azura Armor. Genos. Dr. Kilos. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 021. Teacher, please stop talking nonsense. At this time, Genos struggled to stand up and looked at Saitama with a serious face. Teacher, it's just an ordinary muscle exercise, and it's not difficult at all, it's just the most basic exercise. Saitama, I must become stronger. Teacher, I didn't follow you to listen to your jokes. It was clear that Genos was very emotional. The power of a teacher is definitely not something that can be obtained by relying on such simple training. Teacher, please tell me the truth. Genos lay on the ground and he pleaded. Saitama shed a cold sweat, rather embarrassed. Genos, even if you say so, I should have said it. This is how I get stronger, and if you don't believe it, then I can't help it. Genos. Hey. Ha ha ha. Hey. A strange sound came from the mouth of the Azura armor next to it, and the opponent's body trembled, as if some power was brewing. Yes, this guy is going to run away. Feed. Azura armor, you stop for me. Kiros at the door shouted. Run away? What do you mean? Ling Feng next to him asked, puzzled. Damn, it's over, we all have to die. Everyone has to die. Kiros looked down at his hands, and he felt scared. Since you refuse to tell your true secret, it doesn't matter, although I can't beat you now, but if you dare to fool me, you are looking for death. Azura mode, open it for me. In the roar, the Azura armor mutated violently, and the entire body suddenly swelled, and the muscles all over the body exploded, instantly turning into a terrifying muscle monster form. In this mode, my combat power will increase tenfold in the next week, during which time I will lose consciousness and become a machine that only kills instincts. I will kill you first, and then kill people outside, and destroy until next Saturday. Azura armor with a terrifying expression stared at Saitama. If you are really a powerful hero, then come and stop me. Roar! 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 What? At this moment, Saitama was shocked. In the next second, a huge fist suddenly flew over, and a punch hammer flew Saitama, followed by an even more crazy attack, slamming into Saitama's body again and again. Teacher, Genos was stunned, the teacher was passively beaten. Hey, the end is set, no one can stop the violent Azura anymore. Kiros next to him sighed. Yes. It's over. If Saitama throws a punch, the Azura armor will die. No way. I have to stop him. Otherwise, my mission will fail. Ling Feng said to himself. Only Ling Feng here knew the true power of Saitama, which was far from being comparable to an Azura armor. What? Kilos looked at Ling Feng puzzled, but as soon as he saw it, Ling Feng had disappeared. Give me death. Dead to death. At this moment, Azura went completely crazy and began to attack Saitama like crazy. You said you'd storm next Saturday, so to speak. So. Today is Saturday. In other words, today is supermarket sale day. Damn it. I forgot. Saitama finally regained his composure and slammed a punch at the violent Asura armor, and the Asura armor also threw his strongest punch towards Saitama. Boom! 2 pairs of fists swung out at the same time, but at this moment, in the middle of Saitama and Asura armor, a golden figure suddenly appeared. One hand catches Saitama's fist and the other catches the fist of Asura armor. Give me all calm! The terrifying power burst out, and the Asura armor and Saitama flew out at the same time, slamming into the wall behind him. Teacher! Asura armor! The 2 spectators next to them exclaimed at the same time. At this moment, everyone finally saw the appearance of the golden figure clearly. The body erupted with terrifying golden energy madly, a golden hair spread to the waist, golden lightning jumped, like the power of the gods constantly spreading, it was transformed into a Super 3 form. Ah! Damn guys, I'm going to kill you! The Asura armor that was shot away rushed directly over, but was slashed on the back by Ling Feng with a hand knife, smashed on the ground like a rag doll, and punched it directly out of the Asura mode and regained consciousness. Quiet me! Ling Feng's one look directly made the Asura armor below shrink into a frightened ball. This guy is not a person at all, he is a god that cannot be surpassed. Hey, Ling Feng! What are you doing? Shot without saying a word? At this time, Saitama, who patted the dust on his body, came over and asked puzzled. This guy can't kill. I use. Ling Feng pointed directly at the Asura armor below. I will solve the House of Evolution, and there will be no more threats such as the House of Evolution in the future. But killing them is not necessary. Well, since that's the case, I'm too lazy to do it. But I want to compete with you again, how about it? Saitama said eagerly. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 022. 10 seconds. Yayu stretched out a finger. Good. In the terrified eyes of Genos and Kiros, the 2 disappeared instantly, and then an indescribable terrifying force vibrated in this underground space, but a powerful force maintained that this place would not collapse. Is this the real power? Genos was dumbfounded. It can be said that the strength of the 2 has exceeded the level that mortals can understand. In the next second, the 2 withdrew from the fierce fight. No, don't fight, Ling Feng, you are a pervert, while leisurely fighting with me, while still using most of the strength to maintain stability here. When I become stronger, I will come to you PK. Saitama waved his fist unwillingly. Is that a tie? Ling Feng said with a smile. Do the math. You say it all. I withdrew first, the supermarket discount event should be too late to rush back now. Saying that, Saitama pointed to Genos next to him. Genos, go. Keep up with me. Hey! Saitama, remember to buy more chicken, I'm going to rub rice in the evening. Got it. I saw Saitama smash out with a punch, and the wall that could withstand Asura all-out attack disappeared directly, and the mountain body tens of meters behind the wall was also shattered, and the 2 jumped and rushed out. Looking at the ghost-like power of the 2, Kilos was completely speechless in shock, and smiled bitterly. What evolutionary research? I think I'd better give up. Why did you give up? Don't. I worked hard to find here, don't give up. Come and help me with things. Suddenly, Ling Feng hurriedly ran over. Hey! Kiros was stunned, what is the situation? Hey, that guy over there, come over here. Ling Feng pointed to the Asura armor next to him. Yes. The Asura armor quickly crawled over with a look of fear. Quickly apologized to Dr. Kiros. Saying that, Ling Feng slapped the head of the Asura armor, and the armor that could easily withstand the missile bombardment was smashed by Ling Feng's slap, and the frightened Azura armor did not dare to have any emotions of resistance. "I'm sorry, Dr. Kiros, I was too arrogant before, please forgive me." Azura armor quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Kiros, however, had his mouth wide open and could not speak. "By the way, these two things, you swallow them." Saying that, two rays of light appeared in Ling Feng's hand. "What is it?" Kilos asked, puzzled. "This is a contract that can save you a life, eat it, and everything will be controlled by me in the future. The price is that you can only be a good person in the future. It's okay if you don't eat it. I don't mind shooting you guys to death." Saying that, Ling Feng pinched his knuckles and made a clicking sound. I eat. The Azura armor directly took the ball of light from Ling Feng's hand, and since Kiros next to him did not dare to snub, he swallowed it directly. In an instant, these two balls of light directly controlled the souls of the two. As long as Ling Feng had a thought, let them stand and sit. "Kilos, get ready to move. Here is the address. You take care of things here yourself, I'll go back first." Saying that, Ling Feng couldn't help but yawn. "Yes, Master." Kiros bowed his head respectfully. "Azuras, obey the orders of Kiros. Do whatever he tells you to do, you will do it, and you will not disobey." Ling Feng pointed to the Azura armor next to him and said, "Yes, yes, yes." Nodded in satisfaction, and saw Ling Feng pressing one hand on his temple, teleportation. In the next second, Ling Feng had disappeared in front of Kiros, leaving Azura armor and Kiros looking at each other. "Hurry up and help. Don't make the host wait too long." Kilos held up his glasses, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he seemed to have found an unseen backer. At this time, Ling Feng had already appeared at the door of the special sale supermarket, using teleportation to buy things. I am afraid that only Ling Feng came out in this world. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, mission completed, get 5 transformation marks, control of the Azura armor, and 30 experience points. Beginner transformation, 68/100. Looking at his junior transformation experience points, Ling Feng expressed great satisfaction. Hehe, it seems that it won't be long before you can upgrade to intermediate transformation, and the time is doubled. After a long time, Ling Feng, who came out of the supermarket, saw a black dot falling in the sky and saw Atama and Genos, who flew over using drones, finally rushed back. "Hey! Ling Feng, are you so fast?" Saitama exclaimed. "I used teleportation." "Hey!" Ling Feng patted the large bag of vegetables in his hand. "Teleportation? The trick you used?" Saitama clearly remembered Yayu's move of teleporting directly from the ground to outer space. Let's go. Since I've bought it all. Just go back." "Wu, I ran away, you didn't say it earlier." Saitama pouted. "Who told you to run that fast?" "I was just about to say it, but I ran away in a blink of an eye, blame me?" Ling Feng said with an innocent look. Genos looked at Ling Feng in front of him and rushed directly over. "Mr. Ling Feng, please take me as an apprentice." "Hey! Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 023. Mr. Ling Feng, please take me as an apprentice. Genos bowed his head respectfully. "I thought that Ling Feng was just a passerby, but I didn't expect to be stronger than Saitama-sensei, which somewhat made Genos feel like he was seeing the clouds. Ahem, Genos, you wait first, I can't teach you anything. My power comes from bloodline. And not by cultivation. It's useless for you to ask me to worship a teacher." Ling Feng quickly refused. How many pounds and tails do you still don't know? Is it okay to pretend to be completely by transformation, teach people? Forget it. This way. Genos frowned. It was obvious that it was impossible to worship Ling Feng as a teacher. Okay, young man, you're still young, and you don't lack this time. It won't be long before you get stronger. I believe you have this talent. You're just missing a little guidance. Ling Feng patted Genos's shoulder and gave him a burst of encouragement. Yes. I understand. Genos nodded. In his opinion, any words of the two strong men around him were the most reasonable. Evening. In front of the TV, Ling Feng and Saitama are closely watching the football match on the sports channel, and the teams they like are playing a confrontation match. Lean, pass, pass. Shoot fast. Hey, that's so angry. Stop him. Saitama, you must be against me. You are. In an instant, the two were pulling their hair and picking their noses, directly scuffling together without giving in to each other. Teacher, eat. Belch. What are you doing? Genos looked at the two like child kings with puzzled expressions. Ahem, nothing. Quickly let go of the other party and stood up. By the way, Saitama-sensei, before eating, I would like to ask for your permission. At this time, Genos said with a straight face. Hey? What's up? Teacher, allow me to live here. Genos said seriously. What? No, no. Absolutely not. I'm so small here. Absolutely not. Saitama quickly shook his head. Teacher, I'll pay the rent. Saying that, Genos directly threw a stack of banknotes on the table. Ling Feng and Saitama instantly surrounded the stack of banknotes. Ling Feng swore that this was the most money he had seen in this world, and the two looked at each other. Genos, when did you move over? Want us to help? Faced with Saitama's question, Genos breathed a slight sigh of relief. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. Teacher, I'll open the door. However, the moment he opened the door, Genos's eyes were round, and he took a few steps back sharply, putting on an attack posture. Teacher, an enemy is coming. What? Ling Feng, who was seasoning, turned around and saw the Kiros and Azura armor standing at the door. Hey! It's okay. Now they are our people. Come on in. Mr. Genos, excuse me, under the teachings of Lord Ling Feng, we have changed our ways. We'll become a messenger of justice in the future. Kilos, who was sweating at the door, said quickly. Is this monster okay? Genos pointed to the 3-meter-tall Azura armor behind him. I swear. I've gotten better. The unstable personality has been successfully eliminated. Azura armor also hurriedly explained. It was obvious that coming to the home of these two great gods made him feel quite nervous. Okay then. Come in. Only then did Genos relax slightly and open the door completely. Hey? Have guests coming? At this time, Saitama walked out in casual clothes and saw Kiros and Azura armor outside the door. I invited you. Now he is my subordinate, and he will be our neighbor in the future. Ling Feng next to him explained. At this time he had already prepared the dipping sauce and served it on the table. Then come on in. You're welcome. Saitama quickly beckoned to the two. Cautiously coming in from the outside, Azura armor sat at the dining table with a restrained expression, not knowing why. Come on, try my secret seasoning, and make sure it's delicious for you to swallow your tongue. Ling Feng served with the seasoning. And Genos also hurriedly brought up the hot pot ingredients prepared in advance. No wonder Ling Feng asked him to prepare more ingredients before. It turned out that there were guests coming. So, a bald head, an ordinary person, a transformation person, a scientist, and a dragon-level weirdo sat on a table and began to shabu hot pot. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden sound of fighting in the dark uninhabited street outside. "Teacher, I'll take a look." Saying that Genos was about to go out, he was held by Ling Feng's shoulder and nodded at the Azura armor. Almost instantly, the Azura armor disappeared directly in place, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on the top of a tall building, and at this time, two strange people were fighting here. "Hey, two annoying bugs below. Enough fighting?" Azura armor said with a look of displeasure. The two weirdos looked up at the same time, and then they saw the Azura armor on the roof, and the momentum exuding from the other party made the two weirdos almost frightened, and stopped fighting instantly. Just as he was about to strike, the Azura armor stopped moving. "No, the master said that you can't kill people casually. In that case, throw it out." In the next second, the two weirdos were thrown dozens of kilometers away like cannonballs. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 024. At night, Ling Feng's room. Kiros and Azura armor were sitting opposite Ling Feng. "I don't know what the master will order next." "You don't need to call the master, just call me Ling Feng." "Sounds weird." "It's Lord Ling Feng." Sir, since you said that you want us to change our evil ways, I have decided to disband the House of Evolution." Kilos said suddenly. "Hey? Why?" Ling Feng asked puzzled. "Sir, with the strength of you and that Saitama-sama, I'm afraid that no one in this world can surpass it, right? The power of our evolution house probably won't be able to help you much." Kilos said ashamedly. Once he was proud of his life's research, but he was shattered by the two punches in front of him. It turns out that human beings can be so strong, so why engage in any genetic evolution? Don't. Even if it is to uphold justice, you see that the world is so big. After all, Saitama and I are only two people, so it is inevitable that we are a little powerless. So your presence means a lot. Ling Feng said with a straight face. "But Lord Ling Feng, isn't there still a hero association?" Kiros asked a little puzzled. "The hero association is the hero association. How much power this mysterious organization hides, I don't know. In order to ensure the safety of the world, we must also establish our own power." Looking at Ling Feng's serious eyes, Kilos was ashamed of his previous arrogance. It turned out that Ling Feng was the one who cared about the world. "Sir, Kilos must do his best. Don't worry about the material, I will help you find stronger genetic materials. As for the Azura armor, you try to strengthen him more. After all, the current Azura armor is not strong enough, at least I am not satisfied." Hearing this, the Azura armor next to him showed a frustrated expression, saying that this was despised by Ling Feng. "All right. You change the House of Evolution to another place. I think this ghost town is quite good, let's rebuild an evolutionary house under my house. Kiros, I believe in you." "Yes." Hearing Ling Feng's words, Kilos became full of confidence again. This was the first time someone recognized his research, and he immediately admired Ling Feng beyond words. "Go, Azura armor. Get ready to work." Saying that, the Azura armor directly grabbed Kiros and flew out of the room and disappeared into the night sky. It wasn't until the two of them left that Ling Feng breathed a slight sigh of relief, and finally had a little more self-preservation ability when he transformed into a cooldown. "Although I don't know the level of strength of the Azura armor in this world, it should be enough to deal with ordinary threats." And what made Ling Feng most excited was that Genos' worship mission had passed more than half of its progress and could be completed soon. Great! I hope this worship system can give me some different expectations. On the bustling street, a group of bald heads roared with angry expressions. "Why do we have to work? Is there true freedom in this world? Everyone is shackled by labor, exploited by those hateful capitalists. Zuman wine smells of flesh, the road has frozen bones, and the world has never been fair. Why do rich people enjoy a luxurious life without taking their due responsibility? Therefore, I decided to smash all this injustice and establish the ideal Darwin Township of equality for all established by my hammer. Darwin Township. Darwin Township. A group of bald men wearing mysterious black armor behind them shouted in surprise. Yet the pedestrians remained, and no one seemed to stop to listen to what the group of strange people had to say. "Hey, boss, it seems that no one is listening to us," the subordinate next to him whispered. "What?" The nailhead hammer's face changed, and he looked at the streets that were still crowded around. "Nima, this group of ignorant masses deserves to be exploited. Let's go, first smash the mansion of Zinir, the richest local man, and let them know that we are not talking for fun. The so-called mansion, a symbol of inequality, must be destroyed." "Yes, sir." After a while, the group of bald heads walked to the front of a building. Looking at this dozens of stories high-rise building, the nailhead hammer frowned. "This dozens of stories high-rise building is Zinir's residence, it must be ill-gotten wealth and unforgivable. Second brother, smash it." "Yes." A bucktooth walked out next to him, directly raised his right hand, and the black combat uniform suddenly swelled, and smashed a punch on the building. Boom! Dozens of floors of buildings collapsed under this blow, and the surrounding crowd fled in horror, which shows its terrifying power. "Boss, the target has been destroyed." "Oh, it's worthy of the latest combat uniform I stole from that organization at the risk of death, and it's really strong enough." The mace nodded, very satisfied. "Wait, boss, it seems to be a mistake, the building in front is." Suddenly, the little brother next to him took the map and pointed to the building in the distance with a giant golden poop roof on top. Spikehead Hammer looked embarrassed. "Ahem, when everyone makes mistakes, the important thing is to be able to correct them in time and not make mistakes again, are you right?" The mace raised his fist and yelled. "Yes. The boss is right." The crowd cheered again. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 025. Go, keep moving towards Zinir's house. Right at this moment. Wait. Give me a stop. You scoundrels! Suddenly, a righteous voice sounded. I saw a man riding a green bicycle, wearing a green hard hat and wearing a green uniform appear in front of them. The bicycle stopped sharply, and after locking it, the man trotted all the way over. "Righteous cyclist, undocumented riders will meet you." Wow! It's an undocumented knight who has appeared. Yes, yes, he showed us and he was safe. Suddenly, there was a burst of mass discussion around him. Oh? Heroes? Bored. The mace gave a disdainful smile. Let's take it. A punch of justice. I saw the undocumented knight rushing over. Bang! In the next second, the undocumented knight was already lying in a pool of blood. Ah! Call an ambulance. At the same time, Saitama's home. He was having a nightmare, and suddenly woke up. Whew, it's a dream. It scares me to death. Then, Saitama brushed his teeth while turning on the TV. Dear audience, there has just been a terrorist riot in F City. They call themselves the Ideal Darwin Township, and the undocumented knights who rushed over have been seriously injured, and they have also defeated several C-class heroes. The police have no way to respond. The identity of the head of the organization has been determined, and he is a B-class wanted criminal, Hammer. Hammer, male, 28 years old, 215 centimeters tall, weight 200 kilograms, with multiple criminal convictions before. This organization, known as Darwin Township, is formed by a group of young people who are not willing to work, and said that to build a world where you can live without work, you will never stop if you don't succeed. Saitama spat out a mouthwash. What boring news, it seems that I don't need to make a move. In addition, all members of Daowin Township are bald and extremely vicious. If you go out and see a bald head, please pay attention and do not have any contact with it. What? What they? Saitama's face changed. So, isn't even me defined as a terrorist? You must know that Lao Tzu finally became a hero. Damn guys, slaughter them. Teacher, it's time for breakfast. Genos outside suddenly shouted. Don't eat it. Come with me. Hey? Teacher, what happened? There's a bunch of guys I have to deal with. Hearing this, the guy who can make the teacher so positive must be an extraordinary opponent, and Genos couldn't help but look positive. Yes. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Ling Feng standing at the door in his pajamas yawning. Saitama early. Early. Mr. Ling Feng early. Genos in the back quickly waved. By the way, Saitama, borrow your hair dryer and use it. I blow my hair. When he saw Saitama's egg-like bald head, Ling Feng showed an embarrassed look. Sorry, I forgot that you are bald. Lean, even you are angry with me. Let's go. Saitama glared at Ling Feng fiercely. Hello? Where to go? Ling Feng asked puzzled. F-City. Fight criminals. Ooh. Good haul for you. Ling Feng waved at Saitama, walked straight into the room, and was instantly attracted by the breakfast on the table. Ha ha ha, there is still breakfast to eat. In the midst of the gobbling, there were bursts of explosions on the TV from time to time, and a group of bald heads in black combat suits were wreaking havoc. Ah! The bald head is coming, run! This group of bald heads is definitely not human. It's terrifying. Mom, those bald heads are so scary. Ling Feng, who was eating, was stunned, and let Ho remember Saitama's dark expression just now. Ha 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 ha, it turns out that it's because of this. Ha 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 ha, sorry, I really can't help it. In an instant, Ling Feng on the dinner table smiled forward and backward. Ha ha ha. Ahem. Ding dong. The system has a mission. Successfully save the hammerhead, save his life, and reward 3 transformation marks and 20 experience points. Hey? Coming to the mission? Just who is this mace? Ling Feng showed a puzzled look. At that moment, there was a burst of laughter on the TV. Ha ha ha, I found it. I will lead everyone to build a beautiful ideal Daowin Township together. This guy is a mace. Ling Feng squatted in front of the TV and looked at the big head that was really like a nailhead hammer. Meanwhile, inside Zenier's mansion. Master Zenier, run, those thugs have already killed. The butler exclaimed in panic. If I escape in the face of terrorists, it will have a huge impact on my image. Zenier frowned. There is no need to escape. Suddenly, a grim voice sounded. What? Zenier looked at the ninja sitting on the windowsill. You're lucky, if you encounter something like this during your contract with me, I'll help you solve them. You? Are you that bodyguard? Sonic? Please call me Sonic, the speed of sound. But, those guys out there are very powerful. Zenier's forehead oozed cold sweat. You still worry about their little lives. The ninja jumped off the windowsill with a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 026. But Zenier is still a little worried. Humph, it's just a group of idiots relying on weird combat uniforms, it's not light or heavy, you may have to help me dispose of the corpse of the mountain later. Sonic slowly put on his gloves. Ideal Darwin Township? Class B prisoner mace? It seems that there is still a bit of backbone. In the next second, Sonic had jumped from dozens of floors and disappeared in front of Xenier in an instant. At this time, in front of a forest, the mace everyone stopped. Boss, it's here. Walking through this woods is Xenier's home, the building in front, nicknamed Golden Poop Building. Well, finally found it. Let's go together. Good. Not long after everyone walked into the woods, the mace's face changed and stopped. Wait, something is wrong. You're finally here, Hammer, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Suddenly, a voice came, and everyone looked up, and a leisurely ninja on the stone bench next to them was staring at them. Who are you? Spikehead Hammer drank unkindly. I was sent by Xenier. Sonic the speed of sound. Sonic the speed of sound? What the hell name? The bald heads around him were talking about it. Humph, I care who you are. Whoever stands in the way must die. The mace growled. The momentum is good, but let me remind you first, in front of me, no opponent has ever returned alive before, and it will be the same in the future. I've always been able to get my job done, so if you want to surrender, hurry up now. You guys think about it. Sonic laughed. At this moment, all the bald heads became indifferent, and their bodies exuded an aura of slaughter. Kill him for me. The mace roared, which was simply an insult to him. Everyone roared and rushed over, and at this moment, Sonic moved, disappeared in an instant, and then those guys in combat uniforms kept falling, and one by one the heads continued to fly high. How is this possible? What the hell is going on? The mace looked at his fallen companion in front of him, showed a look of horror, and raised his arms sharply to protect his head and neck. Poof! The sharp blade instantly slashed through the nail-headed Hammer's combat suit, and a deep knife mark appeared on the hard combat uniform. Ah, give me death! The nail-head Hammer roared angrily, and smashed a fist on the ground, and the terrifying force continuously cracked the soil layer with the nail-head Hammer as the center, and the surrounding trees flew out. Hey, what are you doing? Are you scaring me? At this time, the voice sounded from the top of the mace's head, and looking up, Sonic was hanging upside down on the tree above. There! The mace grabbed the entire layer of soil on the ground and slammed into Sonic. However, Sonic's speed was extremely fast and he dodged the blow in an instant. At the same time, Ling Feng, who was sitting on the Azura armor and flying towards this side, was worried about the safety of the mace. If he was killed by Saitama's punch, wouldn't the mission have failed? My lord, there! Suddenly, the Azura armor, which had excellent eyesight, pointed to the wooded road in the distance. Although he hadn't gotten closer, he could hear the sound of a fierce fight, and it was clear that it was the mace fighting the mysterious man. If it is Saitama, it will be done with one punch, so it is definitely not Saitama who is fighting with the mace at this time. Go! Go over there! At the same time, Saitama turned on the transformation system. Look at what new transformations are this time. Turning the wheel, the black question mark suddenly lit up as the roulette wheel slowly stopped. I wipe, what the hell? Looking at the guy with curly hair and explosive head and bearded scum, Ling Feng was very speechless. Mr. Satan, the strongest in the hearts of the Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world, 188 tall, 94 kilograms, champion of the 24th World Martial Arts Association, the richest man in the world, hobbies are golf and steak, stronger than ordinary people, can smash 14 tiles with one palm, and is one of the very few people who master the art of air dance. Yes, what's the use of this guy? At this time, Ling Feng's face has turned pig liver color. Is the transformation system more and more unreliable? No, it should be said that his luck is getting worse and worse. Looking down, Ling Feng had already seen the opponent of the mace below, a ninja dressed in black, very fast, and had a fight with the Azura armor. Damn, this guy is a bit strong. Ling Feng rolled his eyes, thinking about how to save the nail hammer. Azura armor, press me down. At this time, the mace below was frantically attacking Sonic, but it was easily teased by the other party and could not cause any damage to it at all. Enough playing, it doesn't look good, it's too disappointing for me. Saying that, Sonic threw the dart directly and instantly nailed it to the head of the nailhead hammer. Just as he was about to go up to mend the knife, a golden figure slowly landed in mid-air. Stop! Sonic's face changed when he heard this voice, and he instantly took more than a dozen steps back. I saw that the man exuded a terrifying aura, surrounded by golden lightning, golden flame-like hair, and strange earrings on both ears. I just don't know why, Sonic vaguely saw a middle-aged man with curly hair and beard behind this image. Who are you? Sonic put one hand on the hilt, showing a wary look. It was clear that the visitor was extraordinary. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 027. You can call me Ling Feng. What do you want to do? Are you in a gang with this bald man? Sonic said with a look of displeasure. I'm not with this bald man, but with another bald man in a white cape. Although I have nothing to do with him, this guy knocked over the ice cream I just bought before, and this guy belongs to me, so you can't kill him. Saying that, Ling Feng pointed to the fearful nailhead hammer next to him. Oh? You mean trying to snatch someone from my Sonic? Sonic? Hedgehog head? Ling Feng couldn't help but glance at this guy. It didn't seem to be Sonic the Hedgehog in the game. You're the Hedgehog head. Find death. Although your appearance is a little interesting, we feel that your guy's aura is extremely unstable. I think you are pretending, right? Sonic pointed to Ling Feng Dao in front of him. Hearing this, Ling Feng's heart trembled. The disguise was so good, could it still be discovered? He now uses Veget's transformation Phantom, coupled with Satan's transformation, to form a combination of appearances and no strength. Oh? How dare you be so disrespectful to me, the strongest in the world? As soon as the words fell, there was a trace of airflow surging around Ling Feng, lifting a trace of qi, opening Satan's dance void technique, and the whole person was directly levitated. This guy actually knows how to fly? The hammerhead next to him was stunned, and today he saw several things that made him strange. Pretend to be a ghost, let me die. Sonic disappeared instantly, and the kuwu in his hand was directly thrown towards Ling Feng. Ding! At this moment, an afterimage appeared, and the finger flicked lightly into kuwu. It was the Azura armor that was ambushed next to it. What is it? Want to challenge my master? Do you deserve it too? If you have the ability, pass me first. Azura armor pointed at Sonic in front of him. This guy. Sonic felt the terrible oppressive force and disappeared in an instant. In his opinion, Ling Feng is a guy who does not have much combat power. As long as he kills that guy, everything can be solved. In the next second, he instantly appeared behind Ling Feng, but the other party still did not move as if he did not see him. Haha, go die. Ding! The sharp blade seemed to cut on the hardest thing in the world, and a large hand easily blocked his blade. Damn, this monster is so fast. Sonic's face was shocked. He was already so fast, he was still blocked by the unicorn-like humanoid monster. Hehe, kind of interesting. It's a pity that I didn't meet an opponent like you before meeting the master. Azura armor said with a smile. As a ninja, one blow did not hit the horseback, and Sonic instantly moved tens of meters away, really known as the speed of sound. However, at this time, the Azura armor also appeared in front of Sonic instantly, and he subconsciously cut out a knife in fright. As soon as the Azura armor grabbed his right hand, the blade was directly shattered. Must kill, wind blade! Sonic roared, and directly turned into a spinning blade and slashed towards the Azura armor. Boom! The Azura armor just raised his hand and directly blocked Sonic's wind blade foot. How is this possible? Azura armor was pushed out with a palm, and the terrifying wind howled, directly destroying the half-front forest. This terrifying power made Sonic terrified. Fortunately he escaped relatively quickly. Otherwise the consequences would be unbearable. Hey, that guy named Ling Feng, are you only going to let your bodyguards fight me? Sonic taunted. He already understood that he could not break through the defenses of the Azura armor. I strike, you may die. Sonic, you're a ninja. Not a weirdo. So I didn't want to kill you. Ling Feng said with a serious face. Humph, how can the power of the master be seen by such a person? The Azura armor that blocked in front of Ling Feng sneered. Damn, Ling Feng, you wait, you don't have the protection of this monster every moment, the next time will be your death. Sonic put down his cruel words and disappeared directly in front of Ling Feng. Master, I'll go kill him. Azura armor said with an unhappy face. This guy dared to make a big fuss in front of the master. Forget it. He is fast, you can't catch up, and it's easy to expose, forget it. Saying that, Ling Feng slowly landed on the ground. Satan's power was still too weak, and he couldn't hold on to the dancing void art for only a few minutes. The reason why he didn't let Azura armor chase after him was mainly because the guy just now was not easy to deal with, and now he didn't have a life-saving hole card. In case he was killed with a horse gun, he was afraid that he would be dangerous. And the mace next to it has not lost its combat effectiveness. Far stronger than he is now. Ling Feng made a look at the Azura armor, and the Azura armor walked over and slapped a palm on the armor of the mace, directly shattering it, and the frightened nailhead hammer knelt on the ground. My lord, thank you for saving your life. You're lucky to meet me today. You just don't want to work, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Play like this again in the future, but no one will save you. Ling Feng glanced at the mace. Sir, I will definitely change my evil ways in the future. The mace was scared to death today, and fled naked towards the forest. Ding dong! Congratulations, mission completed, gain 20 experience points, 3 transformation marks. Beginner transformation, 88/100. Great! Upgrade right away. Ling Feng couldn't help but shake his fist. At this time, Saitama on the street was walking towards this side of the woods, and there was a commotion from the surrounding crowd. Run, it's bald, run. Hey! I'm not a guy from Daowin Township. Can you please figure it out? Don't even know me? Saitama shouted, but the people around him were still running around. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 028. At the same time, Sonic, who was fleeing towards the woods, cursed in his heart. Damn guys, what's going on? There are such powerful bodyguards. Is that one-man show a weirdo? Damn, don't let me touch that guy again. Suddenly, a bald head in a yellow uniform and white cape appeared in front of him. Hey? White cape, bald head. That Ling Feng's companion just now? Humph, come just right, collect some interest first, otherwise if this matter gets out, my Sonic will have no face. The hand is directly thrown out, and the target is Saitama, who is thinking about the west in the middle of the forest. Swoosh! The silent Kuwoji flew at a fast speed, Saitama's eyes froze, and the two fingers instantly clamped the sharp Kuwu. Suddenly, a short knife instantly appeared in front of Saitama, but it was grabbed by Saitama and crushed with a hand. What? Hello? Are you mistaken? I'm not one of those guys in Daowin Township. Saitama quickly explained, afraid that the other party would define himself as a gang with the nail hammer. Humph, the same bald head, even if it is not, it has a great relationship. Sonic sneered. Hey, I'm really not. My name is Saitama, a person whose interest is to be a hero, although only amateur, but he does a good job. Don't you know me? Saitama pointed to himself. It stands to reason that he has hit so many weirdos, and many people should know about him, right? I don't know. It doesn't matter to me who you are, but you're that Lingfeng's accomplice, right? Sonic of Sonic, will collect some interest today and kill you. Hey! Saitama looked confused, saying that Lingfeng was not sleeping. Suddenly, Sonic disappeared in front of Saitama's eyes and moved quickly. Can you keep up with this speed? Sonic's sneers were heard all around. When Sonic reappears, Saitama suddenly turns around and comes face to face with him. Damn! How so? Must kill, Wind Blade. The body rotated and instantly smashed into Saitama in front of him. Saitama stretched out his fist and just touched Sonic's vital part, and Sonic instantly seemed to be hit by high-voltage electricity, and his body instantly disappeared in front of Saitama. Sorry. It was originally on point, but I didn't expect to run into it. But... Abominable, dead bald, you pervert, Sonic swear here, I will develop the ultimate ninjutsu, and the next time we meet will be the death of you and that Lingfeng. Hey? Feed. You make it clear to me, I provoked you? Saitama exclaimed in bewilderment. However, Sonic did not give him a chance and disappeared directly into the woods. What a weird guy, but where did that mace go? Saitama touched his bald head and came back to his senses. Suddenly, a shirtless guy was running towards this side. Hey? It's him. Spike Hammer. Saitama revealed his body in surprise. Hey! The one in front, run away with me. Our teammates are dead. The mace pulled Saitama and prepared to run wildly, apparently he regarded Saitama as a member of Daowin Township. Saitama pulled it back and fell to the ground. Damn, I'm not your accomplice, mace, I'm going to kill you, because of you, my reputation is all ruined. What? The nail-headed hammer looked at the condescending Saitama, and his heart was terrified. Don't. I'm sorry. Don't kill me. I just don't want to work, please spare me. The nail-head hammer cried with a handful of snot and tears. Hey? That's why you're a bad guy? Saitama frowned, it seems that this guy is not a big adulterer, and his previous actions have not caused casualties. Let's go. Hey! I let you go, do you want to eat me with a punch? Saitama said angrily. Yes, yes, yes. The mace was like an amnesty, and he quickly ran towards the distance. Only then did Genos rush over. Teacher, I just looked over there and didn't find a mace. Genos. Let's go back. Saitama sighed. Teacher, what's wrong with you? It was the first time Genos had seen a teacher so upset. Saitama waved his hand, indicating that he was not in a good mood now. In the evening, Saitama was sitting at home watching TV with a decadent look, when Lingfeng came in from outside. Yo? What's going on? Saitama? Teacher, he went out today, that's it. I don't know what's going on either. Does Mr. Lingfeng know? Genos next to him asked. Hey? I don't know. I'm going out today. Also ran into a strange guy, the guy called Sonic of Sonic. You ran into that guy too. Saitama turned around. Oh, yes, that guy mentioned you, did you beat him? He wanted to kill me, I taught the Azura armor a lesson. How? Did you run into it too? Yes. Saitama lay on the table with a decadent look. Has the teacher been attacked? Sonic the speed of sound? Haven't heard of it before, teacher, let's get rid of that guy together. I always feel that this guy is a problem, I think. Enough. Stop arguing. You guy is here again. Go back, I'm not familiar with you. Saitama growled. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 029. Teacher, I must become stronger. Please, go back today. Let me be quiet. Your testing period is over, and I declare unqualified. Go back, I don't want to take apprentices. Saitama pouted. Teacher. Hearing this, Genos was anxious, and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Ling Feng. Sitting in front of Saitama, he handed him a cup, instant coffee. Refreshing. Tell me, what's going on? Don't hide something from your brother. Ling Feng said. Hey. Saitama sighed. Ling Feng, I found a problem, a very serious problem. I was hit hard today. What? Ling Feng was puzzled, saying that there are still people in this world who can fight him? My popularity is so low that no one knows me when I go out today. Ling Feng, do you know? I have been a hero for 3 years, constantly fighting criminals, eliminating all kinds of underground monsters, evil legions, terrorist organizations. I even work harder than ordinary heroes, more diligent, and the attendance rate is also very high. It stands to reason that I should be known to everyone. It's not impossible to even have a bunch of little fans chasing me. But now it's like living in a poor ghost town. Do you know what others said to me when I went out today? I don't know. I rub. None of the people on that street knew me, you know, I killed the monsters on that street before, but they said they didn't know me. Damn, how so? Saitama said as he lay on the table with a pained face. At this time, everyone turned around, and the reporter on the TV was interviewing a man named an undocumented knight. Yes, there is no teacher and Mr. Ling Feng in today's news broadcast, let alone that Sonic, but a guy called an undocumented knight. To this, Genos frowned. Could it be? Genos lowered his head. By the way, teacher, you became a hero because of interest. Have you ever registered on the hero list? Genos asked suddenly. Hey? List of heroes? What is it? Saitama looked back blankly. Is that true? Teacher, let me explain it to you first. The so-called hero list is to undergo physical strength and intelligence tests in the facilities of the Hero Association around the world, and only after reaching a certain level can you be eligible to join the Hero Association, and be named as a professional hero, and your personal information is registered in the hero list. These professional heroes recognized by the Hero Association, the association pays the work funds according to their work results, and when registering the list of heroes, the strength ranking and even the popularity ranking, etc., these heroes often cause heated discussions in the crowd, and many heroes even have fan clubs. Moreover, the heroes that people usually call are professional heroes in the registration list, and in addition to their personal behavior, no matter how positive they are, people who call themselves heroes will only be regarded as idiots and perverts full of nonsense. Saitama. Ling Feng. Saitama covered his bald head. Damn, these things. I don't even know these things. Teacher, the appearance of professional heroes happened to be exactly 3 years ago, and the Heroes Association thoroughly standardized the division of professional heroes and became more formalized. So, Genos, aren't you registered either? Saitama asked curiously. I don't need this. Genos shook his head. Ling Feng? What about you? Me? I also just came out of the mountains, where do I know this thing? Ling Feng was also a little stunned. Saitama was not a regular hero. How? Brother, is there any interest? Saitama grabbed Ling Feng's shoulders, and the meaning was already clear. Hey? Be a hero? Ling Feng frowned. That's right. Doesn't it mean that professional heroes get paid? Saitama shouted. Hey? It's true? Then I'll go too. Ling Feng said in surprise. Genos, Saitama suddenly turned around. Teacher. Go and register, let's go register together, and I'll let you be my apprentice. Hey? It's true? That's great. Teacher, we'll go tomorrow morning. Genos almost jumped with excitement. The next day. Early morning. Early in the morning, Saitama got up excitedly and jumped to the third floor opposite. Bang bang bang. Ling Feng, get up soon. What's wrong? Was there an earthquake? Yawning Ling Feng opened the door with sleepy eyes, and then saw Saitama, who was completely dressed. You are? Hurry up. Didn't you say today that you want to register with the Heroes Guild? Hey? But it's only 6 o'clock. Ling Feng looked sleepy. Hurry up and get ready. It's 8 o'clock in the past. You wait for me. Hey, Genos, how are we getting by? Saitama looked downstairs at Genos. Teacher, today I came in the doctor's car. Wait and drive over. With that, Genos pointed to the white car parked on the side of the road. Ling Feng, are you okay? I'm getting dressed. Ling Feng, are you okay? I'm wearing socks. Ling Feng. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 030. Wow, is this the Hero Guild? What a grandeur! As soon as he got out of the car, Saitama couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the huge circular building in front of him, Ling Feng was also here for the first time. Teacher, this is just a branch of the Hero Guild. The headquarters is even more magnificent. Genos parked his car and walked over. At this time, there were already many people in front of the Hero Association who came to register, and there was an endless stream of people coming and going. Oh, it seems that there are many people who want to become heroes. Saitama exclaimed. Most of them are speculators who are trying to mix things up. These people want to become famous and become professional heroes, but how easy is it to become a professional hero? Looking at these people, Genos sneered disdainfully. Walking into the hall, there was already a sea of people, not to mention hundreds of people. Teacher, Mr. Ling Feng, wait here. I'll go find out the situation first. Go, go. Saitama waved his hand and began to look at his surroundings. Ling Feng, why are you listless? Aren't you excited? I'm so sleepy. Yesterday morning chased the drama until 2 o'clock in the evening, and then I was woken up by you at 6 o'clock in the morning. Let me rest for a while. Ling Feng sat on the stool next to him with a haggard face. Don't sleep. How about I treat you to a barbecue when I go back today? The corners of Saitama's mouth turned up slightly. Really? Ling Feng instantly sobered up, revealing an excited look. Of course, but only if you pass the test. Test? Ling Feng frowned. His transformation weakness period is still a few days away, which means that his transformation time is still only 5 minutes now, and 5 minutes can complete the test? Genos said, the test is divided into a written test and a physical fitness test. A total of 100 points, reach 70 points to pass. Saitama raised his finger. This way. Hearing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ding dong. The system is coming to the mission, become an official hero, successfully pass the test to become an official registered hero of the Hero Association. The higher the score, the richer the rewards. Guaranteed reward, 10 transformation marks, 50 experience points. Wow, is the reward so rich? No, I have to prepare. When Ling Feng heard the task of the system, he suddenly felt like chicken blood. Ling Feng rotated the wheel. He needed a transformation object, 5 minutes to survive some physical fitness tests. When the dial stops, an icon lights up. Yamacha? Well, although it is not particularly strong, it should be fine to pass some fitness tests. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Genos had already come over, still holding several forms in his hand. Genos, how's it going? Saitama quickly stood up and asked. No problem. Sign up and you're ready to take the test. With that, Genos handed the form over. After registering and handing over the form to the beautiful lady at the front desk, several people were taken to the back test ground. Ling Feng still yawned, looking sleepy. First test, repeated horizontal jump, 30 times. Second test, 1,500-meter run. Third test, weightlifting. The fourth test, the dynamometer. Saitama's actions in the test can be described as very bright. Repeated horizontal jumps directly turned into afterimages. 1,500 runs only a few seconds to run, lifting weights easily lifting thousands of kilograms of barbells, dynamometer directly burst the tester. As for Ling Feng, he chose to turn on the transformation during the long-distance running, and then ran through this level extremely fast, but the 5 minutes before the next test was directly over, resulting in the subsequent results almost a mess. Ling Feng, how was the test? Saitama asked with a relaxed look. I didn't choose to transform, it's estimated to be a bit suspended. Ling Feng said awkwardly. Don't worry, there is still a written test. Next, the three took the hero written test, which is Ling Feng's strength. You must know that he was a top student in college. After writing the test, he looked at Saitama next to him. This guy was scratching his ears and cheeks, inversely proportional to Ling Feng. Woo! It's finally over. In the afternoon, several people sat in the lounge waiting for the results. An hour later, the results came in. 3 documents were delivered to the trio. The moment Genos pulled out the report card, there were exclamations from Ling Feng and Saitama on both sides. Wow! 100 points! It says, rate S-class heroes? What do you mean? And what is this ranking? Genos asked with some doubt. Teacher? Mr. Ling Feng? Hey! I'm qualified. But it's 71 points. Class C. Saitama was born with an unlovable expression. Ling Feng also pulled out his report card. I'm a little better than Saitama. I scored 72 and was also a C grade. How is this possible? With the strength of the teacher and Mr. Ling Feng. Genos looked at the report card of the two. Saitama's physical fitness test score of 50 points, written test 21 points, and Ling Feng's physical fitness test 22 points, written test 50 points out of score. This can't be, this must be a mistake. I'll go to the Heroes Guild to complain. Genos said angrily. Okay, anyway, it's already passed, how shameful is it to go out? Saitama said. Ling Feng next to him doesn't matter, a C-class hero or something, if Saitama hadn't pulled him hard, he wouldn't have come. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 031. Genos, Saitama, Ling Feng. An explanation meeting will be held at 4 p.m., so please go to venue 3. At this moment, the voice of the announcer came from the radio in the lounge. Let's go. Genos, Ling Feng. Anyway, it's already qualified, hurry up and get it home. Ah. So sleepy. Ling Feng still looked sleepy-eyed, sleepy. Third venue. At least a few hundred people came to the test, but only 6 people could actually sit here. Ling Feng looked back at 2 people in vests and a guy dressed as a cowboy, turning the silver revolver in his hand. At this moment, a man in a golden tang costume walked into the venue. As soon as I entered, I saw Saitama, who kept chewing gum, and Ling Feng, who yawned repeatedly. A look of displeasure appeared on his face. Hello everyone, I'm Snake, number 38 in the ranking, hero title, Snake. Today, let me explain to you the common sense of heroes. While talking to Snake, he handed everyone a copy of the Code of Professional Heroes printed by the Heroes Guild, which had things that professional heroes needed to pay attention to. First of all, I want to talk about the heroic class. From the lowest C level to the highest S level, each level corresponds to its own strength. Here are 2 lucky and qualified heroes who should have worked hard to live up to this hard-won opportunity. But look at what you 2 look like. Snake pointed to Saitama and Ling Feng, who were sitting in the front row. Neither of them seemed to be listening carefully, which made him feel very faceless. In the future, you will represent the heroes of the Hero Association, and you must pay attention to your image at all times, because all your actions will be announced on the official website. Did you hear that? Ling Feng and Saitama looked at each other, still expressionless. Ling Feng was sleepy, Saitama was chewing gum. Boom! Saitama suddenly blew out a large bubble, which blew himself up in the face. You 2 guys! If that's the case, if you don't work hard to improve yourself, you can't become an amazing A-level hero like me. Saying that, Snake couldn't help but play a set of snake fists, trying to shock the 2. However, the 2 seemed to ignore him again. Abominable! As an A-level hero of the association, I have some weight in the association, and I have the right to lower the ranking and deduct points for those who behave badly. Snake threatened. Ah, Ling Feng, what are we going to eat tonight? I'm hungry. Lean, bald, didn't you invite me to a barbecue? Ling Feng turned around and asked puzzled. Why did you call me bald? Saitama roared. How? Don't you want to treat me to a barbecue? Ling Feng roared. Snap! Snake couldn't hold back any longer. Enough. That's how it's over today. Meeting. Obviously, these 2 guys have been defined by him as idiots. Get out of the Heroes Guild branch. It's boring enough. Yes. Ling Feng and Saitama had returned to normal, and the 2 walked shoulder to shoulder. It was clear that they were not really arguing just now, but to quickly end this boring explanation meeting. Teacher, Mr. Ling Feng, now that you have finally become a true hero, the whole world will know your face, and the teacher can justifiably punish evil and promote good. As for me, I can finally become your official disciple. In the future, please ask the teacher to give more advice. Genos bowed his head. It's bad. I already knew that I wouldn't agree to him so easily, not to mention this kid. Saitama broke out in a cold sweat, looking regretful. Then, teacher, Mr. Ling Feng, I'll go first. I'm going back to the doctor today. Genos said. Hey? Didn't eat grilled meat? Saitama asked, looking up. Don't eat it. Farewell, teacher. With that, Genos disappeared directly into the crowd on the street. Ding dong. Become a hero and complete the mission to get 10 transformation marks and 50 experience points. Congratulations to the host. Transformation level has been upgraded to intermediate transformation, and the transformation duration is 1 hour. Since it is still in the week period, it is temporarily upgraded to 10 minutes. Intermediate transformation, 22/1000. Ding dong. Genos Worship Master mission completed, get 5 transformation marks, and open the worship system. The worship system is beginning. Expected 12 hours. Ling Feng rubbed his hands excitedly, looking forward to this new system, which can be opened tomorrow. Maybe he can give himself a surprise. Open your own status bar. Ling Feng. Gender, male. Age, 24. Transformation level, intermediate. Transformation mark, 18 pieces. Transform into phantoms, Super 3 Scions, Veget, Vic the Great Devil, Young Monkey King, Farmer, Mr. Satan, Yamcha. Hero level, C. Hehe, finally it can be regarded as the first achievement, finally not as sad as when I just came to this world. Ling Feng couldn't help but stretch his waist. No, you must go to bed early when you go back tonight. Let's go, Ling Feng, please eat barbecue. Saitama waved at Ling Feng. Oi! Just hungry. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 032. Heroes Guild Z City Branch Office. Are those two guys really qualified today? The attitude is so bad. Snake, who was holding the coffee, said with a look of displeasure. These two guys don't seem to know me, the 38th hero of the A ranking, and they don't know anything about the cruelty of this world, and they look very amateurish at first. Obviously, the impression that Ling Feng and Saitama gave him today was not good at all. Such a hero should not live long. No, that Genos written test and physical strength test are full scores, and after 2 years, there is a special newcomer who was recognized as an S-class as soon as he appeared. The man standing next to the window looking at the sunset outside the window said seriously. No, I mean those two C-class heroes. What is the guy called Ling Feng and Saitama? Saitama? Don't you know that his physical strength test is a perfect score? And all the test indicators surpass the previous heroes. It's just that the written test is a little worse. But this does not deny his strength. What? Snake frowned. What about Ling Feng? He's the guy who sleeps in my lecture hall. Snake asked displeased. His written test was a perfect score, and although his physical strength test was poor in terms of strength and bounce, he was almost the same as Saitama in terms of speed. It can be said that these two C grades are not simple. Snake, you have now been surpassed by Genos, and as for Saitama and Ling Feng, I'm afraid it's not without the possibility of surpassing you. This, Snake frowned, if he was really surpassed by those two guys, then he would have the heart to die. I'll go out. Snake put down the cup in his hand and walked straight out of the office. Under the setting sun, the two shadows are pulled obliquely. Ling Feng poked his teeth with a toothpick with a satisfied look. Ling Feng, above the C level is the B grade, the S level is above the A level, Genos that kid is quite powerful. Saitama rode. No matter how strong you are, isn't it also your apprentice? Ling Feng said indifferently. But I always find it weird. What's wrong? Because of Genos? Or is it a ranking issue? Ling Feng looked back puzzled. Neither, it's joining the Heroes Guild and becoming an official hero, but I always feel that the hero I always wanted to be in the past is not what it is now. Saitama looked up at the setting sun and couldn't help but sigh. Ling Feng, who was walking behind him, was stunned. Hero? And what does my hero look like? Just as the two were walking forward in silence, suddenly, a shadow flickered violently and blocked the two of them. Snake. Saitama looked at Snake in front of him a little puzzled. Haha, the continuation of the qualified explanation meeting is here. Saying that, Snake directly blocked in front of the two. Tell you too, there is also a kind of person in our industry who specializes in eliminating newcomers, because they are worried that the ranking will be surpassed by newcomers, so they will strike at newcomers like this and stifle threats. At this moment, Snake struck and hit Saitama with a snake fist. Saitama's face was expressionless, and his right hand directly blocked Snake fist from Snake. Oh! So you're here to teach newcomers a lesson? Saying that, Saitama grabbed Snake's arm. Snake's face was startled. What? Boom! In the next second, he had been knocked to the ground by a punch hammer, unable to move. Ling Feng looked at Snake, who was knocked to the ground, speechlessly. Hey, do you want me to call an ambulance for you? Snake, who was knocked to the ground, never understood what had just happened. The guy wasn't a newcomer at all, but a monster, and he felt like his bones were falling apart. Ling Feng, he's fine, just lie down for 2 hours. Saitama in front turned around. Oh. Then rest assured. Ignoring this guy, Ling Feng hurriedly followed. 2 oblique shadows are pulled out in the setting sun. The next day, early in the morning, Ling Feng climbed up and waited for the appearance of the worship system. Finally, the countdown went to 0. Ding dong! The beginner worship system is on. Now the host can choose the following candidates from the Dragon Ball world as teachers. As soon as the sound of the system fell, several avatars appeared in front of Ling Feng. Turtle Immortal, Crane Immortal, Vic Great Devil, Mr. Satan. I'll go, the Great Demon King Vic can also be a teacher. Ling Feng couldn't help but complain. Now his strength is almost 0, and he only relies on transformation to pretend to be forced for 5 minutes, which makes him feel a little uneasy, and now that he has become a C-class hero, the pressure is even greater, so he is determined to improve his strength. Of course, the teacher chooses the Turtle Immortal first. First go to learn his Turtle School Qigong, then go to the Crane Immortal to learn the art of dancing the void, find the Vic Great Demon King to learn the advanced use of Qi, and finally find Mr. Satan to learn the Dafa of pretending. Such a pleasant decision. System, host, you're too greedy, aren't you? Humph, I didn't have a choice before, now I want them all. Master has already chosen, teleport or not. What? Ling Feng's face was shocked, didn't he directly imprint the exercises in his mind? It doesn't seem like that. Okay then. Transmission. The goal has been set. Teleport to the world of Dragon Ball, Kamizan Island. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 033. Turtle Immortal Island, a small island in the eastern Pacific Ocean, takes its name from the martial arts master who lives here, the Turtle Immortal. Meanwhile, in the Pacific Ocean, a small boat is slowly advancing. Eileen, system, shouldn't we directly appear to teleport on Turtle Immortal Island? Why do you want me to row over? Ling Feng said speechlessly. Isn't it too contrary to what appears out of thin air? This is not a virtual world. In addition, the system has helped the host implant special memories in the memories of the Turtle Immortals, arrange the identity, and it will naturally be a natural thing to worship the teacher at that time. Wu, Ling Feng looked like a dead fish-eyed look, kept paddling, and after only 1 hour, he was already tired and panting. Ling Feng, your physical fitness is simply too poor, I'm afraid that you will suffer if you go to Turtle Immortal Island. The system teased. Yes, I know it's not that simple. In other words, can't your system directly instill power into me? Ling Feng said with an unhappy look. Sorry, this kind of thing system can't do, power will not appear out of thin air, just like your transformation, appear out of thin air, naturally will disappear out of thin air. If you want to really become stronger, then work hard. As soon as the words fell, a huge wave rolled over, directly throwing Ling Feng's boat dozens of kilometers away. Damn, you haven't visited the teacher yet, are you going to drown here today? No, I have to use the transformation. However, at this moment, a small figure flew from afar, carrying a stick, and under the butt sat Yoon. Don't worry, I'm here to save you. I saw a hand grab Ling Feng violently and fish it out of the overturned boat. Is it the Monkey King? Ling Feng's face was shocked, and the other party's appearance of stepping on the somersault should have become the apprentice of the Turtle Immortal. Hey, thank you for saving me. What is your name? My name is Ling Feng. In the whirring wind, Ling Feng shouted towards Sun Wukong. Hey? You are the senior brother Ling Feng mentioned by teacher Wu Tian. No wonder it appears near Kamizan Island. I am your junior brother Sun Wukong, please advise. The current Monkey King looks like a teenager, with an innocent and lively face. Senior brother. Ling Feng was stunned, in other words, what identity did you arrange for me in the system? Not long after, a beautiful island appeared in front of Ling Feng's eyes, the most conspicuous being the turtle fairy house on that island. At this time, on the beach outside the house, sunglasses, umbrellas, backrest chairs, a skinny old man is enjoying the sun. Sun Wukong grabbed Ling Feng and descended from the sky. Master, I brought senior brother Ling Feng back. As soon as he landed, the lively Gaku ran towards the Turtle Immortal. Hey! Hearing these words, the Turtle Immortal immediately stood up, and the sunglasses pulled down just in time to see a dazed Ling Feng. Is this Turtle Immortal Island? Ling Feng looked around, and the sky looked small, but it was a little bigger than he thought. You're Ling Feng, right? I didn't expect to see it for many years, and it has grown so big. Your father and I have been friends and said that they will send you to me to practice when you grow up, so in the past few years, I have been waiting for you to come to Turtle Immortal Island. Looking at the old man in front of him with a turtle shell on his back and a crutch, Ling Feng's face was shocked, and he quickly put his hands together. You are the Turtle Immortal who is called the god of martial arts mentioned by the family. I've been looking forward to seeing legends like yours. Ha ha ha, that's all the world's boasting. In fact, what kind of martial arts god? You can call me Wushan Sensei. The Turtle Immortal laughed. That being said, Ling Feng can see that the Turtle Immortal is still very satisfied with this title. Master is on top. Please accept the apprenticeship. Although he is just an ordinary person, he has always yearned for real martial arts. My father said that you are a real martial arts master, and I asked you to teach me the true martial arts of martial arts. Ling Feng directly performed the worship in front of the Turtle Immortals. Ha ha ha, good. Ling Feng, you get up first. You were originally my inner disciple. The Turtle Immortal quickly helped Ling Feng up, which was to identify him as a disciple. At this moment, two figures ran towards this side. It was Klin and Sun Wukong, the only two disciples of the Turtle Immortal now. Klin, Sun Wukong, come and meet senior brother. Saying that, the Turtle Immortal pointed to Ling Feng next to him. This is the Ling Feng I mentioned to you before you became my disciple, he was already my inner disciple. Hello senior brother. At this time, Klin and Sun Wukong were both teenagers, which made Ling Feng a little embarrassed. By the way, as a senior brother, this is a gift for you when we meet for the first time. Saying that, Ling Feng took out a bunch of delicious food from his backpack and distributed it to the two junior brothers. Wow, thank you, senior brother. Apparently the two of them are still children, and food appeals to them more than others. Then, Ling Feng turned his head. By the way, master, this is what my father asked me to hand over to you. Say it's a gift you like, and I don't know what it is. The password says it's your birthday. Ling Feng handed the Turtle Immortal a not small iron box, heavy, and filled with things. The turtle immortal curiously pressed the password to open the box, and in an instant, his face became pleasantly surprised. It's Yuko Nara's latest beach photo. Ahem, Ling Feng, I like your father's gift very much. It's not easy for you to come to this turtle immortal island, go to rest first, I have prepared the room for you. Start your practice tomorrow and be mentally prepared. The turtle immortal quickly closed the box and pointed to the turtle fairy house road next to it. Good. Thank you, teacher. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 034. Early in the morning, Ling Feng was called up by Clin. Run 100 laps around Turtle Immortal Island first, and you are not allowed to eat until you finish running. Hey! Ling Feng said that he was confused, saying that the circle of Turtle Immortal Island is at least 3 kilometers, this 100 laps is too exaggerated, right? Oh! Ling Feng, you don't need to, you just run 3 laps. The Turtle Immortals can see that Ling Feng's foundation is thin, and naturally they have to start from the most basic. Oh! Let's go! The first is Sun Wukong, his little pervert has Scion blood, not to mention 100 laps, even 1,000 laps can run down. Immediately followed by Clin, although he had only been a disciple of the Turtle Immortal for 2 years, the foundation had already been laid and running 100 laps was not a problem. Senior brother, can you do it? Clin ran next to Ling Feng and asked. No problem. Ling Feng nodded, he was not someone who gave up easily, and this was just the beginning. By the way, system, I practice here, and they won't think I'm missing outside Saitama, right? Ling Feng asked worriedly as he ran. Host, the time flow rate of the Dragon Ball world is different from the outside world, it is almost 30 to 1, the first stage of cultivation is 3 months, how much you can improve depends on you. The system replied. Is that so? Then I can rest assured, I practice here for 3 months, and outside for a maximum of 3 days. Ling Feng nodded and was slightly relieved. 10 kilometers, it seems not long, but for Ling Feng, who lacks exercise, it is undoubtedly a very challenging long-distance marathon, and he is tired after just running 3 kilometers. Senior brother, come on! Sun Wukong, who ran past him like a gust of wind, quickly disappeared in front of his eyes after leaving this sentence. Yes, can this difficulty stump me? Inexistent. Ling Feng tried hard to cheer himself up, and now he finally understood that the acquisition of any power was not a simple matter. Cheering up, Ling Feng began to run the second lap. At this time, the Turtle Immortal was sitting on the recliner with a look of enjoyment, holding the photo album that Ling Feng gave him yesterday, and he was very happy to see it. Woo! Come on, Ling Feng! Half the way to go. When he finished the second lap, Ling Feng felt that his heart was about to explode, the air breathing in his lungs became hot, and a strong feeling of exhaustion swept from the deepest part of his body. Stop! Stop and rest so you don't have to be so tired. What you can't do, you are a loser. You can't. Give up. This voice kept ringing in his head. Shut up for me. Ling Feng roared, he understood that if he gave up here, maybe the Turtle Immortal would not say anything, to the point that it meant that he gave up on himself, so how could he meet the challenges in the future? No, never give up, run for me. Ling Feng tried to control his legs, kept running forward, and even had a tendency to accelerate. Finally, when he broke through this pole, he suddenly felt that his body became relaxed, and Ling Feng understood that he had broken through one of his limits, and this was the first time he had broken through himself in more than 20 years. This feeling, Ling Feng felt that he was running faster and faster, more and more steadily. Finally, he stopped, and the 3 laps had just been completed. Teacher! I did it! Ling Feng panted and smiled at the turtle immortal in front of him. The turtle immortal looked at Ling Feng in front of him, nodded with satisfaction, did not give up, he persevered, and proved that he had the qualifications to become his own disciple. Get ready to eat. In the first month, you first lay the foundation, don't be impatient, this is related to your future practice. The turtle immortal instructed. Yes. Ling Feng nodded seriously, and at the same time was full of expectations for the future. For the next few days, in addition to running, Ling Feng squatted and practiced a set of weird boxing techniques taught to him by the turtle immortals, which could be used to exercise the muscles of the whole body and make Ling Feng's body active again after 20 years of decadence. He kept practicing like this, until the end of the month. Ling Feng felt like he was reborn, and the 10-kilometer run every morning was also increased to the 30-kilometer weight-bearing run. Even so, Ling Feng felt more and more relaxed, and the weird fist technique taught to him by the turtle immortal played a big role, which made Ling Feng's physical fitness improve by leaps and bounds in a month. At the beginning of the second month, Ling Feng, who was about to run, was stopped by the turtle immortal. Teacher, no running today. Ling Feng asked puzzled. The cultivation of external skills is only to make the physical fitness better and lay a solid foundation, but if you want to become a real strongman, the cultivation of qi is the most important thing for a true martial artist. Gas. Ling Feng looked at the turtle immortal in puzzlement. He only knew that qi was an energy when he watched anime before, whether it was the most ordinary martial artist to the powerful Super Saiyan, qi was their most important energy, but for its nature, Ling Feng did not understand. Ling Feng, in your understanding, what do you think qi is? The turtle immortal suddenly asked. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 035. I think she should be some kind of energy, right? Is it some kind of energy molecule hidden in the air? Ling Feng said sideways. Snap! The turtle immortal knocked a stick on Ling Feng's head. Smelly boy, comics read too much, right? How can energy in the air be absorbed by people? You just think, with your degree, it is impossible to absorb awe. Ling Feng shrunk his head and looked at the turtle immortal with some grievances. That teacher, what is qi? Qi is produced by the human body itself. It is the inner power of living things, your spirit, the kinetic energy of each of your cells, and even the power of every gene, these actions that maintain your body. The power of survival is qi. He exists in the body of every creature, you don't feel it, but it really exists in your own body. Teacher, I don't understand. Well, to put it bluntly, qi is the power generated by your body. It circulates all over your body all the time, maintaining your actions, and all we have to do is sense the existence of this force and then control it. Finally find a way to enhance it. But, teacher, how do we perceive its existence? Ling Feng asked. Come on. Sit down. Close your eyes and be still. Throw away distractions and feel quietly. The turtle immortal commanded from the side. Half an hour later. Teacher, there's nothing. You can only feel the breath and heartbeat. And there is a feeling of wanting to sleep. Ling Feng exclaimed in distress. Shh. Be quiet. The turtle immortal did not explain, just stood quietly next to him. Ling Feng frowned, and then continued to close his eyes. At this moment, the turtle immortal walked behind Ling Feng and pointed at his back. In the fog, Ling Feng seemed to feel a jumping force in his body, swimming in his body. It existed and seemed to not exist. Do you feel it? In his consciousness, Ling Feng heard the voice of the turtle immortal. I feel it, it's ethereal, but I can't touch them, it's like it's far away. Don't be deliberately pursued, they are there, in your body, but they are uncontrolled, allowing the flow of life to flow throughout your body. What you need is to channel them with consciousness. Teacher, what should I do? Ling Feng tried to control those ethereal qi, but his consciousness seemed to penetrate the nothingness, and nothing happened. Come, Ling Feng, follow my guidance. At this moment, Ling Feng felt a warm current enter his body from behind, and then continuously flow to all parts of his body, and this warm current made his perception of the ethereal things in his body clearer. Ling Feng, consciousness is concentrated in the heart part, which is the source and initial of all power, and the qi in your body naturally begins in this place. And then, before the words were finished, when the turtle immortal's qi touched Ling Feng's heart, a mysterious force flew out his qi bombs. How is this possible? What kind of power potential is hidden in his body? The turtle immortal's face showed cold sweat, and the whole person flew directly out 7 or 8 meters away. However, at this moment, Ling Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the beach, seemed to sense something, and his consciousness began to sink into his heart, which was the source of the power generated by his body. He felt a steady stream of power emanating from his heart and then entering every part of his body. Teacher, what's wrong with you? At this time, Qin and Sun Wukong ran over. I'm okay. The turtle immortal always stared at Ling Feng in front of him. I'm afraid he himself didn't realize the power potential contained in his body. If one day he can turn on the switch and really control that potential. At this moment, the eyes of the turtle immortal were full of expectation, and it was obvious that this disciple had successfully aroused his interest. Senior brother he. At this moment, not only Qin, but even Sun Wukong's expression became solemn. Gaku, do you feel it? Qin said solemnly. Senior brother's qi is awakening. Sun Wukong nodded. I didn't expect this kid to be gifted and intelligent, I just guided it, he mastered the trick, and the qi in his body began to awaken. The turtle immortal showed a hint of a smile. At this moment, Ling Feng felt like a burning flame, and the scattered qi in his body actually condensed into one, as if he wanted to set him on fire. Ah! Ling Feng roared, and the huge qi in his body instantly burst out, and the sand within a radius of 10 meters was shaken by tens of meters. Phew! Kneeling on the ground, Ling Feng trembled, although he had consumed almost all the strength in his body at that moment, but he felt that his body became extremely transparent at this time. Looking down, the surface of his skin was covered with sludge, which was all the dirty things that erupted from his body. Gag! It's disgusting. I'll go take a shower. Saying that, Ling Feng threw himself directly into the sea. On the shore, the turtle immortal nodded with satisfaction. Very good, I didn't expect that the first awakening would have such an effect, and it is really a terrible potential. Saying that, he did not forget to glance at the Monkey King next to him, he also had terrifying potential. P.S. I want to ask for some flower evaluation votes, big guys please support Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 036. Next, Ling Feng spent 3 days as if he had collapsed before he regained his composure, and his physical strength finally recovered somewhat. Teacher, what's going on with my body? Ling Feng asked with a distressed look. People are like a water bottle, your qi is the water contained in the water bottle, and it is also the thing that supports the weight of your water bottle. When you pour out all the water in the water bottle at once, it naturally becomes an empty shell. That's how you look as weak as you are now. The turtle immortal said with a smile. So what should I do? Ling Feng said urgently. Don't worry. Man is a living creature, when the qi is consumed, the body will replenish itself, and soon the empty water bottle will be filled with water again. This way. Then teacher, How should the cultivation of qi be carried out? Ling Feng asked. Let's put it this way, the human body is a water bottle for water, and your water storage is limited. If you want to increase the volume of qi, you naturally need to make this water bottle larger. And every time the gas is consumed, and then replenished, it can naturally continue to expand the bottle. Therefore, the cultivation of qi is first to control it and be able to consume it, followed by expanding the volume of the bottle, and even the speed of recovery. And all this is related to your own physical fitness. The stronger your body, the faster the recovery, the faster the bottle expands, and the more qi can be stored. Hearing the explanation of the turtle immortal, Ling Feng probably understood what the practice of qi was. It seemed that this world has never achieved anything in one fell swoop, and any power acquisition must go through thousands of trials. Ling Feng, this is my self-created turtle immortal flow, and it is also a method for cultivating qi. You watch it first, and then I will teach you how to cultivate. Saying that, the turtle immortal handed Ling Feng a hand-copied booklet, and read the 3 words of the turtle immortal flow. Ling Feng's eyes became fiery, although he could also feel those earth-destroying forces before his transformation, but after all, it was not his own power, and now he wanted to officially open his own path to becoming stronger. In the next 2 months, Ling Feng began to cultivate the turtle immortal flow under the guidance of the turtle immortals, and gradually he could finally clearly feel the qi in his body and control them. Using qi can enhance your strength, speed, and even the body's resilience. It exists in the body, exists in every cell, and continuous exercise makes this force continue to grow. Ling Feng, Clin, Gaku, you guys look good. On the beach, the turtle immortal rarely got serious, took off his shirt, and in just a moment, the strong muscles instantly filled the turtle immortal's shriveled body and turned into a muscular man. Move your hands to your waist and hold them in your palms. Turtles. Suddenly, a little dazzling light appeared in the palm of the turtle immortal's hand. Pi. The light suddenly grew larger and turned into a ball of light. Gas. With a hum, the beam of light bloomed with a swirling light from between the fingers. Work. With the moment the last word was spit out, his hands were violently pushed out, and the dazzling white light suddenly burst out for hundreds of meters, smashing fiercely into the sea. Boom! In an instant, the originally calm sea water expanded into a ball of light with a diameter of tens of meters, and the force of the explosion completely disturbed the entire sea level. That's awesome! Clin and Sun Wukong next to them were stunned, obviously seeing the turtle immortals using turtle school Qigong for the first time. As the light disappeared, the muscles on the turtle immortal body also directly dried up, turning into the original old man's appearance. What is it? Teacher? Clin asked, looking up. Turtle Pai Qigong, the teacher's self-created move, condenses the qi in the body together, and then launches it. It's powerful, but it's also costly. Ling Feng on the side looked at the sea that gradually calmed down. Although he had also transformed into Sun Wukong and used Turtle Sect Qigong before, it was the first time that he felt such a real feeling. Master, I want to learn this. Ling Feng pointed to the ravines on the beach that had been wiped out by the flight of the Turtle Qigong. Me too. Wukong next to him was naturally excited, which was much more powerful than the martial arts moves he had learned before. Hey, hey! The turtle immortal looked at the adoring appearance of these disciples, and couldn't help but show a smug smile. No problem, you can learn this if you want, but in the future, you have to endure more hardships and be serious. After all, it's not so easy to learn Turtle Pai Qigong. Good. The 3 cheered in unison. In the following month, under the guidance of the turtle immortals, Ling Feng joined the joint training with Clin and Sun Wukong, and the training intensity increased by more than 2-fold, and he stopped every day when he was tired and couldn't get up. Then cultivate the turtle immortal flow at night, quickly restore the lost qi, and over the past month, Ling Feng's strength has increased a lot. According to the power setting of the Dragon Ball world, he should also have dozens of combat power. The turtle. Send. Gas. Gong. A little light converged in Ling Feng's hands, and finally, when the light was bright to an extreme, it suddenly pushed out. Boom! The beach was blown out of a 1-meter pit by him. Great, finally succeeded. Ling Feng couldn't help but wave his fist. This was the first time he had successfully used it since he practiced Turtle Sect Qigong. At this moment, the turtle immortal came over. Ling Feng. Your father is on the satellite phone, let you go home. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 037. Hey? Phone? Ling Feng knew that it was not his so-called father who called, but that it was time for him to stay in this world. That's right, it's not that Ling Feng doesn't want to continue practicing in Turtle Immortal Island, but the system only lets him stay in the Dragon Ball world for 3 months at a time, and after 3 months have passed, he must return. Teacher. The disciple doesn't know when he will return. Ling Feng knelt directly in front of the Turtle Immortal. 3 months of getting along. In Ling Feng's heart, the Turtle Immortal has become the real master in his mind, and is no longer a virtual character in an anime. All right. Ling Feng. It's not that I won't come back in the future. Just as the so-called master leads the door, the practice depends on the individual. There is still a long way to go, and there are only a few things I can give you, and what can really make you strong depends on your own cultivation. You must always remember my words. Never forget to cultivate yourself at all times. The Turtle Immortal helped Ling Feng up and said seriously. In his heart, Ling Feng was a qualified and excellent disciple, and naturally hoped that one day he would be able to get ahead and become a true powerhouse. Go. The future is waiting for you. Master, I will come back again. Definitely will. Ling Feng promised seriously. Master believes in you. Subsequently, Ling Feng may have said goodbye to Clin, and it was obvious that these two little guys had regarded Ling Feng as a beloved senior brother. Boarding the boat, Ling Feng headed all the way west away from Guxian Island. Until the Turtle Immortal Island had completely disappeared, Ling Feng put down the oars in his hand. System, teleport. The beam of light from the sky fell, instantly covering Ling Feng, sucking him into the air. Looking at the blue wave below, his face was stunned, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Host, this worship has been completed, and the worship transmission cooldown period is 3 months. When Ling Feng opened his eyes again, he had already returned to the apartment and was lying on the bed. Knock knock, a knock sounded on the door. Who? Me. Saitama. Ling Feng, you are back? When I opened the door, I saw Saitama dressed in casual clothes. Hey? Saitama, what are you? Ling Feng looked at Saitama in front of him with a puzzled expression. I haven't seen you in the past 2 days, why did you go? Saitama asked. Oh. I went back to the mountains to worship my master. Ling Feng opened his mouth and came up with an excuse. No wonder I haven't seen you in the past few days, I thought you left. I looked for Kiros before, and he didn't see you either. Haha. Saitama smiled. Obviously, this time with Ling Feng made him feel that he was finally not alone, and Ling Feng's sudden disappearance naturally made him feel a little unaccustomed. What about Genos? Why didn't you see him? Ling Feng glanced at the opposite room and did not see the figure of Genos. He didn't come over last time they separated, and he called yesterday and said he would come back today. As he spoke, on the side of the street, a figure appeared, who else was not Genos. He was also carrying a 3-meter bag. Teacher. Mr. Ling Feng, I'm back. Genos put the large bag on the ground, apparently eating all kinds of food. Ling Feng and Saitama looked at each other. And they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes, and it was obvious that they could eat and drink again. Come on. Let's sit first. Ling Feng quickly invited the two into the house, and then quickly cleaned up for a moment. Can the teacher feel it? Genos looked at Ling Feng, who was packing his things. He's getting stronger again. There was a vague power flowing through his body. Saitama nodded. By the way, teacher, our hero information has been officially registered on the official website of the Hero Association. I am the last in the S grade and the teacher is the last in the C grade. Mr. Ling Feng is the second to last in the C class. Saying that, Genos took out his phone and opened the web page. Because we have just registered now, we only have basic information such as names on the website, and we need to do some activities before we can get exclusive hero names. Hero name? What is that thing? This seems to be a title based on the personality characteristics of each hero, whether it is the title between heroes or published in the media, it is called by the name of the hero. For example, if I am named according to the characteristics, it should be called Blonde Transformation Man. Genos said. Hey, Genos, if you follow your way of choosing a name, then wouldn't I be called the Bald Cape? Saitama said with an unhappy look. This, Genos was also quite embarrassed. No, I want a better hero title. Saitama grabbed his bald head and began to think, this is related to his face, it is a big thing. By the way, the one I told you about yesterday. Oh. I agreed. Saitama nodded. Thank you so much for agreeing to such an unreasonable request from me. After all, I accepted you as an apprentice, so I have to do something. Saitama said of course. Hey? What are you talking about? At this time, Ling Feng raised his head curiously and asked. It's like this, the teacher promised to have a serious duel with me to hone my combat ability. Genos said to Ling Feng. Oh. Is that so? When will it start? Now. Change places though. Saitama said. Teacher, I know there is a suitable place. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 038. In a wilderness canyon, Saitama and Genos looked at each other, and Ling Feng sat next to him expectantly watching the battle. According to Genos, his body has been upgraded again and is more powerful than before. Maybe this battle can learn the secret of why some teachers are so strong. Then, Genos looked at Ling Feng, who was holding a bucket of popcorn next to him and preparing to watch the play. Genos, in other words, this is just a competition, there is no need to fight seriously, right? Saitama looked up and asked. No, teacher, I will use my full strength, but please also use my full strength, don't care about my safety. Genos said with a serious look. All right. Saitama scratched his face and stood in place with a calm expression. Genos instantly put on an attack posture. Teacher, please give more advice. Click. Genos' hands deformed and turned into strange muzzles. Incinerate. With a bang, a terrifying line of fire with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters roared out, and the target was Saitama on the opposite side. Hey! Saitama turned slightly sideways, directly dodging the blow, and as soon as he raised his head, Genos had already rushed up. A punch was smashed, and the two directly hit the cliff face, and the rock shattered. Punch the punch. Genos, who punches madly, forces Saitama into a corner and hammers. However, in the next second, Genos's face changed. Wait. Absence? Looking at the empty wall, it was clear that he was just hitting the air. There. As soon as he turned around, Saitama had already begun to run wildly in the distance. Genos instantly locked Saitama, and his hands burst out of flames to generate a powerful thrust of reverse thrust, landing in front of Saitama. When the fists touch, the mechanics change. Burn! Terrible flames roared out. This is completely captured, I guess it can make the teacher more serious. Genos said to himself. Suddenly, however, a hand slapped on his shoulder, and the moment he turned back, Saitama's finger had poked in Genos' face. Hey, Genos, I won! Saitama said with a smile. Ugh! Genos growled and punched Saitama back with a backhand. Teacher, please stop playing. You won't forget the rules of this contest, will you? Genos yelled, feeling that Saitama really didn't pay attention to him. Teacher, don't keep your hands until you fight until I can't move. Teacher, you may be able to learn some of the powerful secrets that you don't even know yourself. At this time, Ling Feng next to him raised his head. Hey, Saitama, let him see it. Since Genos said so, then. At this moment, Saitama became serious, and the wind in the entire canyon suddenly stopped, and the surrounding area was filled with an aura of oppression and slaughter. Yes! That's it! Genos exclaimed in surprise. In the next second, Saitama disappeared. So fast! Before he could react, Saitama had already punched out. At this moment, Genos seemed to see a fist larger than a mountain, roaring towards him, and in just an instant, Genos's will to fight was completely defeated. Phew! A fist rested less than 2 centimeters in front of Genos, and the strong wind made Genos can't help but be stunned in place. Okay. Saitama flicked a finger on Genos's head. I'm hungry, go eat. Hey, Ling Feng, what do you want to eat? How about Yuden? Yes, as long as you please, you can eat anything. In the distance, Ling Feng waved at Saitama. Genos lowered his head. If it's just to become stronger, I have the consciousness to face anything, it's just. When he turned back, the mountain behind had completely disappeared, and the mountain hundreds of meters high had been flattened by Saitama's punch, and the most terrifying thing was that this force passed through his head, but he was unscathed and directly attacked the mountain behind. Genos understood that this was a gap in the realm, not a gap that strength could bridge. It's just that I can't imagine the picture of being able to distance myself from the teacher. It's like being in a different dimension. At this moment, Saitama turned around. Genos? What happened to you? Don't like Yuden? Nope. Genos gave a far-fetched smile. At this moment, Ling Feng's right hand slapped on Genos's shoulder. It's useless to tempt like you. Just like ants will never understand the height of an elephant. Genos, instead of thinking about testing your teacher's level, find a way to change your way of thinking. Mr. Ling Feng. Genos looked at Ling Feng with a look of surprise. Don't look at me, you are a modified person, the body is naturally different from us, and there is only so much I can teach you. The most is a move or something. If you want to become stronger, you must change your thinking. You are a transformation person, you should learn to play to the advantages of transforming people, not just fight like a human being. Is that so? Genos lowered his head, he was thinking about the meaning of Ling Feng's words. Gone. You're half human, go eat something. Ling Feng patted Genos' shoulder and chased directly towards Saitama. Thank you. Saitama-sensei and Mr. Ling Feng. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for comments. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 039. The next day. It's still as calm as ever, nothing happened. In the room, Saitama was reading manga in the room, and Genos had carried a lot of things since he went back yesterday. Hey? What are you going to do? Saitama asked with a puzzled look. It's some retrofit tool or something. Maybe Mr. Ling Feng is right, I should also seek a change. Genos said seriously. Ah. That's a good thing. Saitama said. Yes, teacher, I hope the teacher can give me more advice. Suggest something. Wait, what are you doing? Saitama looked suspiciously at Genos, who was writing and drawing on the table. I will write down every word of the teacher's teaching. Genos said. Damn, the bar has been raised again. But I couldn't teach him anything. What can be done about this? I really shouldn't have accepted this apprentice. Saitama frowned. No, think about it, what can I teach him? But I only train muscles, and Genos is a makeover again. Damn, isn't my master useless in this way? Teacher. Hey. Saitama instantly eased from his thoughts. I suddenly remembered something, speaking of which, according to the rules of the Hero Association, if a C-level hero does not carry out any activities within a week, he will be removed from the Hero Association. Speaking of which, teacher, are you okay? What? Cold sweat instantly covered Saitama's forehead. Because C-level heroes are very competitive, if they don't act spontaneously, they will be pushed down by others, so many C-level heroes who have changed jobs because of setbacks abound. Also, if you don't go out to activities, you won't accumulate any merit, and people will never know the existence of this hero. Damn, I didn't even know about this. Now is not the time to read comic books. Saitama's eyes were red, he had been decadent for the 6th day, that is, he had been wasted for 6 days. Teacher? Do you want me to come with you? Genos asked. No need, if I am with you as an S-class, the merits of my C-class hero will be robbed by you, and others will definitely think that everything is done by you. But, teacher, as a disciple. Suddenly, Saitama saw the manga on the table, and exercised a few large characters on the will. Suddenly, Saitama's face became serious. Genos, I became so strong because I wanted to become a hero as a belief in the goal. Maybe you take the height of the hero as the goal of struggle, maybe there will be some different changes. Because you are a modified person, you can't rely on exercise to become stronger like ordinary people, maybe you can start from the aspect of exercising your will. In order to survive in this cruel world of professional heroes, you must make your will stronger. Then set yourself a goal. For example, how about the top 10 S-class heroes? Think of it as your practice. Looking at Saitama's serious expression, Genos was stunned. How similar was this to what Mr. Ling Feng told him before? It turned out that the cultivation of will was the magic weapon to win? And Saitama also looked bitter. Oh my god, I don't even know what I'm talking about. He wouldn't think I was, would he? Genos quickly wrote it down. Is that so? Teacher, I will respect the teachings. Genos looked scrappy. Whew, he actually accepted it. It's so good. Saitama couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Saitama knocked on Ling Feng's door. At this time, Ling Feng was in the underground laboratory of Kilos. And after several days of research, the laboratory of Kiros was built again, hundreds of clones were his proud assistants, and the armed gorillas in Azura armor were the loyal bodyguards here. Hey? Saitama is coming? Looking at Saitama, who was knocking on the door in the surveillance, Ling Feng ordered, and went directly up the elevator. Saitama? What's wrong? Ling Feng, have you forgotten something? Saitama grabbed Ling Feng's shoulder and shook it quickly. Hey! Ling Feng looked confused. Our C-class heroes attend at least once a week, otherwise they will be removed from the association. Saitama said eagerly. Hey? And this statement? Black lines appeared on Ling Feng's forehead. Let's go. It's the 6th day today. Gotta hurry up and get moving. Otherwise, it will not be good to be removed from the Heroes Guild. Ooh. Walk. Ling Feng was a little anxious, he didn't expect this kind of rule, and blamed himself for not paying attention before. And what worries him the most is his task. Hero's Journey, you have become an official hero of the Hero Guild, and within a month, you will be promoted to the top 10 C-level heroes, mission rewards, 10 hero transformation marks, 100 experience. Turn on the next worship teleportation. This is a task that has been released by the system before, and he also wants to quickly open the worship teleportation to the Dragon Ball world to practice. After all, if you wait normally, you need to wait for 3 months, and now if you are removed from the Hero Association, it means the failure of the mission, which is a big deal. Walk around. Let's go out and fight criminals. Ling Feng quickly shouted. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 040. Next, the two figures quickly ran through the streets and alleys. No. Still no. Damn, why is it so quiet? When did the law and order in City Z become so good? Ling Feng and Saitama shouted with red eyes. So I quickly searched for a few hours later. Bastard, there is not even a single security incident. There is only 1 day left tomorrow, what can be done? The two were tired and panting, they searched almost the entire Z city, but found that the wind and waves were calm and nothing happened. Ling Feng, let's go back first. Looking at the evening when twilight fell, Saitama had almost given up on today's action. Hey? But, Ling Feng was a little unwilling. Tomorrow's things will be left to tomorrow's self. I'll go back first. Today is so calm. Saying that, Saitama walked towards the house with a decadent look. And Ling Feng did not give up, I'll look for it again. Heroes? Have you detected any situation in City Z? No, boss, today Z City is very calm. Kilo's voice came from the earphones. Damn it! Ling Feng felt the urge to drop his phone. Unconsciously, he walked to the familiar street again, and the owner of the bun shop was pasting something on the door. Hey! Uncle! Ling Feng waved his hand towards the boss. Hey! Is it Ling Feng? Long time no see. The bun shop owner showed a kind smile. Uncle, what's wrong with you? Looking at the words for sale posted on the bun shop, Ling Feng was a little puzzled. The shop may be sold. Hey? Why? The buns made by the uncle are delicious, and there are many customers, far from the point of closing, right? Could it be because something happened at home? Ling Feng asked. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Ling Feng touched his stomach that was a little growling, and he seemed to be really hungry. Not yet. Come on, eat the buns first. Saying that, the boss pulled Ling Feng into the bun shop, and then brought him a dozen buns, and also filled a bowl of miso soup. Uncle, what happened? I faintly smelled something unusual. Hey! Since the group of guys appeared half a year ago, most of the shops on this street have closed, and I have been holding on for a long time, and finally I can't hold on. The boss sighed. That bunch of guys? Who is it, exactly? Ling Feng asked puzzled. They are a loan shark society that does all the bad things and wants to use the usury to control the whole street. They first secretly scare away customers, then lend money to poorly run shops, using horrible loan sharks to crush them. Nowadays, most of the merchants on the whole street have sold their shops because of poor management. Although my bun shop has been 10 years old, it can't support it. Uncle, you won't take out a loan too, will you? Ling Feng exclaimed. I can't do anything about it. To maintain the shop, you need funds, and after working hard for a few months, I was a little overwhelmed. The boss looked at the bun shop that had accompanied him for 10 years with some reluctance and sighed. Damn, these guys are so abominable, they must be destroyed. Ling Feng said indignantly. It's useless, this group of guys is not even afraid of the security police, and they have no scruples about doing things, otherwise we would not have moved out of here. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. Uncle, I'll help you eradicate them. What? No, this is unacceptable, it is a group of thugs, with guns in their hands, you are not their opponent. But don't do stupid things. The boss's face changed, and he grabbed Ling Feng's arm. Don't worry. Uncle, I'm now a C-class hero of the Hero Guild. Saying that, Ling Feng showed his hero identity card. What? You became a hero? The boss looked at Ling Feng with a shocked expression. A while ago he was just a down-and-out beggar, he had only been seen for a few days, and he had become a hero? No, although you became a C-class hero, but... Haha, uncle, I don't act recklessly. If I can't beat it, I will call the Hero Association for support, and with the help of the Hero Association, whatever evil forces he has, he will be eradicated. Hearing Ling Feng's words, the boss's eyes suddenly showed endless brilliance. By the way, uncle, where is that guy? Let me mark you a location. Saying that, the boss took out a map and drew a red dot on it. This is it, they are an investment company on the surface, but secretly they are a ruthless loan shark company. At this moment, a non-mainstream with colorful hair appeared at the door of the bun shop. Bang bang bang, pounded the glass door. Hey, boss, is the money ready? There are still 2 days to go. If you can't make up the money to repay, you'll have to use your shop as collateral. The non-mainstream tone said in a bad tone. You don't think, you bandits? The boss roared. Hey? Changji is angry, isn't it? So horizontal? I saw him wave his right hand, and 5 or 6 non-mainstream people came down from the locomotive outside the door, all carrying baseball bats or something. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, ask for support. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 041. You. What do you want to do? The boss's face was startled, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What do you want to do? Wasn't it quite horizontal just now? I let you know the end of offending our Lanshan society. At this moment, Ling Feng pulled the boss behind him. How? Brat? Do you want to stand out? The non-mainstream walked in front of Ling Feng with a disdainful look. I tell you, get out of here, or I'll let you crawl out. Find death. Non-mainstream raised their hands and hit. At this moment, Ling Feng grabbed the non-mainstream arm and squeezed it hard, and the other party's face instantly turned pig liver color. You let go. A few non-mainstreams in the back rushed directly with sticks. Boom! With a kick, a huge force erupted, and the non-mainstream in front of him was directly kicked out by him, crashed into the bodies of several people behind him, and knocked these guys out of the bun shop together. Wow, awesome! The boss couldn't help but give Ling Feng a thumbs up. You look for death. The non-mainstream roared, and a switchblade appeared in his right hand. Ling Feng kicked the opponent's wrist, and the switchblade flew out more than 10 meters, and then grabbed the opponent's head with one hand and smashed it on the wall. Blood splattered, seeing that this guy couldn't survive. You. Who are you, exactly? The latter few non-mainstream freaked out. It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that you messed with the wrong people. Ling Feng was really angry, the owner of the bun shop was almost his lifesaver, and the grace of dripping water was rewarded by the spring, and the original meal of buns made him unforgettable. You! I'll kill you! At this moment, a non-mainstream picture behind pulled out a pistol and pulled the trigger directly towards Ling Feng. Bang! However, in the next second, Ling Feng had already appeared in front of him. What? A punch was smashed, and the arm holding the gun was directly smashed into a fractured state. Ugh! He was about to flee with a scream, but he was knocked down by Ling Feng's punch, and then stepped on his head. This is not over. After continuing to solve the other three non-mainstream, Ling Feng walked in front of a sister in the back. Ah! Don't come here! Don't worry, I won't hit women, as long as you take me to the Lanshan Society, I will release you. Ling Feng squatted in front of the sister and said. Really? It's true? Sister Tai said with a scared look. Of course. But I advise you to throw away the switchblade in your hand. Otherwise. Tai Mei's right hand trembled, and the switchblade in her hand fell directly to the ground. The corners of Ling Feng's mouth turned up slightly. Lead the way. You come with me. Then Ling Feng turned around. Uncle, I'll go help solve the Lanshan Society, wait for me. That. You have to be careful. The boss said worriedly. By the way, uncle, are there still buns? I haven't eaten enough. Yes, yes, yes. Saying that, the boss directly filled him with a large bag of buns. Ling Feng carried the buns, eating while walking, and in front of him was the little sister who led the way. Are you going to have one? Ling Feng handed out a bun and said. No. Thanks, I'm not hungry. The little lady quickly shook her head and said, feeling extremely scared. Ling Feng took 2 mouthfuls of one bun, and in a blink of an eye, he eliminated half of the bag. In other words, I don't think you look like a bad person, why are you messing with this group of guys? Ling Feng asked puzzled. The little lady lowered her head and did not dare to speak. When I solve the Lanshan Society, don't follow this group of gangsters in the future, girls like your age should study hard. Don't think how cool these guys are. In fact, more disgusting than anyone. Looking at this little sister, she looks 17 or 8 years old at most. Yes. It's, the other party quickly nodded. After a while, the two came to a quiet street, and by this time the sun had set, leaving only a little afterglow. That's the front. That 7-story building, they are on the 5th floor. The little lady pointed to the building across the street. Ling Feng looked up, and a signboard of Lanshan Investment Co., Limited appeared in front of him. Great! Big brother, can you let me go? The little lady asked in fear. Give this back to you. Saying that, Ling Feng handed her the switchblade that the little lady had dropped before. You, the little lady froze, she didn't understand why Ling Feng did this. Remember, it is never this switchblade that can protect you, but your heart that has not completely deteriorated. Saying that, Ling Feng walked directly towards the opposite building. Wait! Suddenly, the little sister behind her stopped Ling Feng, her expression hesitant. What's wrong? Ling Feng turned around. What's your name? Ling Feng. Ling Feng, you have to be careful, the president of the Lanshan Society is a monster. Little sister plucked up the courage to remind. Got it, let's go home. Ling Feng raised his head and showed a faint smile. Monster. The little lady looked at Ling Feng, who walked towards the building without hesitation, glanced at the switchblade in her hand, threw it on the ground, and quickly left here. Hey! Boss, buy me a lottery ticket. Ling Feng walked into the lottery shop on the 1st floor. Sir, what kind of lottery do you want? Sports lottery? Welfare lottery? At this time, a bald head covered in tattoos turned his head and asked. Boss, did this lottery bag win? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for comments, support the red beans. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 042. What? I'm asking if this lottery package wins. What do you mean? The boss frowned and said, at this time, the two guys who were watching the lottery next to him also turned around and looked at Ling Feng. I asked you if you won the lottery bag. Ling Feng continued to ask. At this moment, the boss was furious. Boy, you came to find fault, right? Suddenly, the two 5-year-old and 3 thick guys next to him instantly surrounded them. The corners of Ling Feng's mouth turned up slightly, and he shot directly, grabbing the bald head with one hand and smashing it the counter. The left foot kicked out, kicking the person on the left to the ground. The person on the right couldn't help but take 2 steps back with a startled face, and then Ling Feng had already rushed up, and a roundhouse kick kicked the opponent's temple with incomparable precision. Shhhh. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground sounded, and the guy who had been smashed on the head before was bleeding from under the counter was pulling out a shotgun from under the counter. Damn, die. Before he could shoot, Ling Feng had already pinched the opponent's arm with one hand, and no matter how hard the other party used, the finger that was on the trigger could not move anyway. This is not okay. Playing with guns is bad. Ling Feng snatched the gun violently, and then smashed the butt of the gun on his head. After solving these watchdogs of the Lanshan Society, Ling Feng came out of the lottery shop, sorted out his clothes, and then went straight up the stairs all the way. Before reaching the 5th floor, I heard a shout, "How do you work? How many days? How come there are still a few shops that have not been taken?" Ling Feng frowned. He did not rush upstairs, but turned on the transformation system and toggled the wheel. Where the pointer stops, the question mark lights up abruptly. Hey? It's him. At this moment, there was a tinkling sound at the entrance of the stairs. Hey, go check it out. One of the guards at the door heard the movement and pointed to another guard. The other party nodded and went down the stairs, but the next second a terrified cry sounded, followed by a dull crash. Boom! A heavy object was thrown over and slammed into the guard's body, and then a black shadow appeared and smashed a punch on the guard's head. What's going on? A group of people rushed out, and then they saw Ling Feng, who had just dropped the guard in his hand. What are you? Dare to come to our Lanshan Society to provoke trouble? Introduction. My name is Ling Feng. Hero Guild C-level heroes ranked 389th. What? Hero? Everyone's faces were shocked, but they didn't expect that they were targeted by heroes. At this moment, even those members with guns showed a look of fear, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. It was obvious that the deterrent power of a hero undoubtedly deterred them. At this moment, the door of the office opened, and a man with glasses in a white suit walked out, and the moment his eyes were facing each other, Ling Feng felt that the guy was not simple. The cultivation of qi made Ling Feng's sense of breath very keen, and that guy was full of strange aura, not like a human, more like a beast. Heroes of the Heroes Guild? Interesting. Really interesting. I'm curious to know who exactly betrayed our Lanshan Society. The glasses man looked around. And the members around him were even more afraid. It can be seen that you are their leader, report the name, I will not kill the nameless. Ling Feng said with his hands folded. Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. A C-class hero dares to come to the trouble of my blood claw wolf heart, it is simply looking for death. As soon as the words fell, the man with Sven's eyes roared, and the suit on his body directly burst, instantly turning into a werewolf more than 2 meters tall, especially the pair of terrifying blood claws looked terrifying. Blood claw wolf heart? You are a tiger-level weirdo blood claw wolf heart? The wanted man who killed the B-class hero Steel Claw? Ling Feng showed a surprised look, knowing that he did not pay less attention to the official website of the Hero Association. I didn't expect that there were still people here who knew me. The blood-clawed wolf showed a cold smile, and the surrounding members all gave up the space with a look of fear, for fear of becoming the revenant under the claws of their own boss. As far as Ling Feng knew, the weirdos in this world were roughly divided into 5 levels. Wolf, presence of risk factors. Tiger, a crisis that causes a large number of casualties. Ghost, a crisis that causes a town to cease or destroy its functioning. Dragon, a crisis that could lead to the destruction of several towns. God, a crisis that could lead to the demise of mankind. And the tiger-level weirdo needs at least a B-level hero to be able to deal with, but this guy killed the 32nd Steel Claw man in the B-level ranking, and it is clear that this guy's strength is also among the best among the tiger-level weirdos. I didn't expect that the Blood Claw Wolf Heart, who has always been in our city, hid in such a small place as Z City, and I really wronged you. Ling Feng sat on the chair next to him and said with a smile on his face, not putting him in his eyes at all. You fellow, you dare to despise me so much? Find death! The blood-clawed wolf's heart roared, and the blood-colored claws suddenly cut out bursts of blood, cutting all the tables and chairs in front of him into pieces. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 043. What about people? The Blood Claw Wolf's face was shocked. He obviously attacked, but he didn't see anyone. Hey, here! Ling Feng's voice came from the side. I saw Ling Feng grab a shivering member and throw it towards the Blood Claw Wolf Heart. Poof! The sharp claws instantly cut the subordinates in front of him into pieces, blood splashed, and a fist roared. Boom! A punch smashed out, directly repelling the Blood Claw Wolf Heart, forcing it back several steps. Crossing his arms to protect the blow, the Blood Claw Wolf Heart raised his head, revealing a gloomy look. A little strength. But that's the end of it. And yet, at this moment, the turtle. Send. Gas. Merit. A dazzling light burst out from Ling Feng's palm, and the blue beam instantly hit the blood-clawed wolf heart in front of him. With a boom, the whole person smashed the wall behind him. Immediately afterwards, the blue ball of light expanded, and a large hole was blasted out of the outer wall of the 5th floor. Who the hell is this guy? At this moment, the surrounding members were all frightened and fled from the stairs with a scream. Whoops! A tall figure stood up from the ruins. It can force my killer skill. I haven't used this form for a long time. In the smoke, a tall figure slowly stood up. The figure was blood red, and the thick hair became like steel needles. The muscles of his body bulged, his height reached about 3 meters, and a large mouth of blood was even more terrifying. Steel Claw died in my form. And you are my second prey. Swoosh! The sharp sound of objects streaking through the air sounded, and Ling Feng's face changed, on the left. After the transformation, the Blood Claw Wolf Heart has made a qualitative leap in both attack speed and movement speed, and the distance of more than 10 meters is fleeting, and the huge claw fiercely grabbed Ling Feng next to it. Boom! Ling Feng rolled and kicked the table towards the Blood Claw Wolf Heart, and the table was shattered, successfully blocking the opponent's claw strike. This guy! It's getting stronger again. In that case, the corners of Ling Feng's mouth turned up slightly. Give me death! In the next second, the Blood Claw Wolf Heart had already appeared behind Ling Feng, and the huge claws fiercely grabbed Ling Feng in front of him. However, at this moment, the light bloomed, and an irresistible force erupted, violently shaking the Blood Claw Wolf's heart out. In the smoke, golden light bloomed, and a figure with a long sword on his back slowly stood up. Who are you? The Blood Claw Wolf Heart felt that terrifying energy, which was not an existence he could deal with. Trunks' transformation is a waste to use on you. But no matter, solved the hello handover task. Ling Feng's sneer came out. That's right, he is now transforming into the son of Trunks, Vegeta, and Bulma. And it's Trunks from the future. Ah! Pretending to be a ghost, but just a sea-level hero. Give me death. After the blood-clawed wolf was extremely frightened, it directly erupted and rushed towards Ling Feng. Ignorance is your worst enemy. The sword behind him was unsheathed, a sword was cut out, bright knife marks flashed, a huge wolf head soared into the sky, blood gushed out, and the blood-colored body fell heavily to the ground. Ah! That guy killed the president. Run! The members of the Lanshan Club were all frightened and began to scatter and flee. Ling Feng lifted his transformation, lifted the head of the blood claw wolf heart, looked at the pair of dead eyes, and then dialed the number of the Hero Association. Hello? Hero Guild? It is also a C-class hero Ling Feng, and I found the corpse of the blood-clawed wolf heart in the Lanshan Society. Well. Yes, you guys come and deal with it. Closing the mobile phone, Ling Feng looked at the night sky that had gradually dimmed, the street lamps of Z City had begun to light up. Ling Feng stood next to the wall that was blasted by the turtle sect Qigong, his thoughts had flown to that distant world. I'm sorry, Zioxiu, I can't go back. Ling Feng sighed. Not long after, the staff from the Heroes Association arrived, and as soon as they arrived at the Lanshan Society, they saw the sturdy Lanshan Club members tied up on the side of the road, a dozen of them, and none of them escaped Ling Feng's palm. When they came to the 5th floor, they were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them. The blood-clawed wolf heart that had completely transformed was beheaded by someone, and scarlet blood flowed to the ground, while Ling Feng sat on the windowsill and watched the night scene. Hey! That one! Mr. Ling Feng! Hearing the voice, Ling Feng came back to his senses. You guys are here. Excuse me, you killed the blood claw wolf heart? The staff asked hesitantly. No, he was dead when I came. But I caught the guys out there who did all the evil. Not you? Who killed the blood claw wolf heart? The staff around looked at each other. I don't know, I came here to investigate the loan shark of the Lanshan Society, but I didn't expect that just after coming here, I saw a golden figure slashing the blood claw wolf heart with a sword. Then he smashed the wall and flew away. Ling Feng pointed to the shattered wall. What? Golden figure? Flew away? It's him? Suddenly, one of them showed a shocked look. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 044. It's nothing, I'll go first. Those criminals outside, please deal with them, you must not let them go. Ling Feng reminded. Rest assured, the Heroes Guild will not tolerate any criminal. By the way, the information of discovering the blood claw wolf heart can add some merit to me, right? Although I didn't kill it. Ling Feng turned around and said with a hint of a smile. Hey? No problem with this. As long as the hero is present, he can also get 20% of the merit value. Ling Feng has worked you. The staff next to him said stunned. Ling Feng waved his hand and left here directly. Until then. Only then did they turn around and look at the blood-clawed wolf heart corpse on the ground. It's that person who has appeared again, and I have already reported this matter. Well, according to the confessions of those guys outside, it was indeed not Ling Feng who killed the blood claw wolf heart, but a mysterious golden figure. At the same time, Heroes Guild headquarters. Team leader, I just received a notice that the figure of that mysterious person appeared in Z City again. The office door opened and a hurried figure walked in. I've received the message. He actually killed the Blood Claw Wolf Heart? Why is that? The figure sitting in front of the computer frowned, staring at the corpse of the Blood Claw Wolf Heart on the screen. Team leader, it was discovered that the person was a C-class hero named Ling Feng, and according to what he said, that golden figure left after slashing the Blood Claw Wolf Heart with a sword. However, according to my investigation of the cameras in the nearby area, I did not find the existence of the golden figure. Team leader, could it be that Ling Feng is lying? Lying? No, although this Ling Feng has some strength, but the Blood Claw Wolf Heart is the best among tiger-level monsters, and the Steel Claw Man has died in his hands, which is not so easy to deal with. The only explanation is that the golden figure is deliberately avoiding our sight. The person on the other side showed a hesitant look. Team leader, that golden figure is too mysterious, every time it is a flash, but then you can't find that person's figure at all. We went to City B to investigate and didn't get any useful clues either. This person is so mysterious. Possess great power to fight evil, but refuse to show your true face. What is your real purpose? On the computer screen, a blurry golden shadow appeared in front of the team leader's eyes. By the way, team leader, about the merits of the Blood Claw Wolf Heart. Take out half and give it to the finder. After all, the golden figure is not in the world, and someone must stand up to claim this credit. Yes. I understand. It wasn't until the subordinate left that the team leader turned around slightly. Blood Claw Wolf Heart. The next day. Abominable, abominable, abominable. Why can't I find it? Isn't this street too quiet? Saitama had red eyes and ran quickly through the streets. Nope. If it goes on like this, it will be finished. If there is no activity today, you will be kicked out of the Hero Association, damn it. Saitama exclaimed with a look of lovelessness. Saitama, calm down. There will be. I didn't ask you to fight criminals with me yesterday, don't you believe it? Don't you think I found a criminal organization last night? Ling Feng sat on the bench next to him, shaking the mobile phone in his hand. C-class heroes ranked 52? You're jumping too much, aren't you? Saitama said with a look of envy. Hehe, I killed the guy with the Blood Claw Wolf Heart, and naturally rose faster. Ling Feng said a little proudly. Humph, Ling Feng, it's really not interesting, without your friend. Saitama said with a bulging face. Ha ha ha, I'm not. Wait a minute. Murderous. Swoosh. The sound of breaking the air sounded, Saitama's right hand was clamped, and a sharp kunai was clamped by him in his hand. On the wall next to Ling Feng's side, a kuwu penetrated the hard wall. Hey? It's you. What kind of loose Sonic are you? Saitama shouted. It's Sonic at the speed of sound. Not far away, Sonic, who was dressed in casual clothes, looked at the two with a sneer. He, I actually ran into it today, rest assured that I will kill you. Sonic said coldly. Ling Feng, looking for you. Saitama plucked his ears and looked at Ling Feng next to him. I'm supposed to be looking for you, right? Ling Feng looked at Saitama. Damn, I'm looking for you too. Today I, Sonic, will kill you both with my own hands. Sorry, I'm busy now, I'll come back later. Saitama is preoccupied with fighting criminals, where is the mood to pay attention to Sonic? I don't have time either. Don't bother me drinking milk tea. Saying that, Ling Feng picked up the milk tea next to him with a leisurely face. Humph, do you think you ran away? Saitama, I'll kill you first, and then kill that pretender. Saying that, Sonic slowly pulled out the knife behind his back. Hey! You tell me clearly, what is pretending? Did I eat your rice? Slander me so much? Ling Feng shouted with a look of dissatisfaction. Sonic's figure disappeared, and instantly appeared in front of Saitama, slashing at Saitama. Click! Saitama bit the blade violently, and actually directly bit the blade into pieces. This. How can it be? I didn't see it clearly just now, it was obviously his face that was cut off, why was it my knife that was broken? Sonic frowned. I said I'm busy, you idiot, I don't have time to play with you here. I'm irritable right now, so don't mess with me. Saitama turned back to warn. Watch out for me beating you. Looking at Saitama's angry expression, Sonic's face was startled and he couldn't help but take a step back. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 045. Haha, actually provoked Saitama at this time, young man, good guts. Ling Feng, who was watching the play on the side, couldn't help but laugh. However, at this moment, a little girl's voice sounded, "That's him. Is that you? That suspicious pervert." A breathless roaring voice came from the side. Hey! At this moment, whether it was Saitama, Sonic or even the passers-by around, they all turned their heads. C-Class Hero, Super Tiger Tank joins. I saw a strong man wearing a tiger-striped vest posing in a muscular appearance. Heroes? It's a hero. Suddenly, there was a burst of discussion around him. That's him, that person has been sneaking around, very suspicious. Please help us. The girl pointed in the direction of the two in front of her. Hee, Sonic, you are messing around on the street and being treated as a suspicious person, I think it's better to arrest you and go to the cell to calm down. Saitama pointed at Sonic and smiled. However, at this moment, a big hand pressed on Saitama's bald head. That person is talking about you. Since yesterday, you have been walking around the city with a terrible face, you are very suspicious. What? What they? Saitama was shocked, but he didn't expect that the suspicious person the little girl said was him. Hey! Wait, is there some misunderstanding? I'm also a hero, and my nickname is... Humph, don't pretend, I have never heard of a hero like you in Super Tiger Tank. I'm new, how do I know? Saitama growled. All in all, you're causing trouble for others. Hurry home and go home. Obviously a newcomer, do you want to fight me as the 6th sea-level hero? Super Tiger Tank said with a threatening look. If you're really a hero, don't make trouble for others here, so as to lower the evaluation of other heroes, okay? You, Saitama's face changed, he wanted to refute, but he didn't know how to refute it, after all, it was indeed him who did it wrong this time. Hey, newcomer, what do you mean by that defiant look? Didn't you understand me? Hurry up and give me a disappearance. If you don't want to leave, then I can fight you here. Super Tiger Tank said with a sneer. Look, isn't that a Super Tiger Tank? Yes, yes. That's awesome. Full of aura. It's a real person. That's awesome. There were voices of discussion all around. Hearing these comments, Super Tiger Tank showed a hint of a smile of joy, hee, even if it is a sea-level hero, as long as it ranks in the top 10, there are still many people who know it. It seems that I need to further expand my prestige, and this soft persimmon in front of me can be used as a stepping stone, anyway, it is just a newcomer. Okay, newcomer, have you thought about it? Super Tiger Tank roared. Saitama kept a gloomy face and did not speak. Just then, a rotating object appeared. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the flames directly enveloped the Super Tiger Tank. What a lot of nonsense, waste my bursting shuriken. An icy voice came. Looking at the Super Tiger Tank that fell to the ground with serious injuries, Saitama frowned, what did you do? Sonic? Suddenly, screams sounded all around, and a 6th rank C-rank hero was actually knocked to the ground in an instant. Because he blocked me from killing you, I let him sleep well. Run away. Go find the heroes. The surrounding crowd dispersed with a scream. Saitama, didn't you expect you to join that boring hero guild too? In that case, then I will create a scene where I must fight. Hero Saitama. Sonic laughed disdainfully. Boom boom. Suddenly, there were explosions all around, which were the exploding shurikens thrown by Sonic. A car was blown up and flew out more than 10 meters, smashing fiercely into the little girl before. Ah! Help me! Mom! The girl screamed in fright. Boom! In the next second, Saitama had already appeared in front of the girl and blocked the flying car with a punch. With tears in her eyes, the girl raised her head and looked at Saitama, who was helping her block the car, with a dull expression. Hey! You stop me! Saitama turned around and yelled at Sonic. Saitama, fight me! Otherwise, many people will die. Sonic jumped fast in midair. Hey, Saitama, don't you catch the bad guys? Isn't that ready-made? Suddenly, the voice of Ling Feng next to him sounded. Yes. Isn't he just villain? Suddenly, Saitama showed a look of surprise. Hee, Saitama, if you don't come, I'll pass. Sonic laughed, but in the next second, Saitama appeared behind him. What? Boom! With a punch, Sonic was instantly smashed to the ground, without resistance. Damn, how is this possible? Sonic shouted reluctantly. At this moment, Ling Feng walked in front of Sonic. Sonic, you actually called me a pretender? Depend on. Go to jail and calm down. Step on it and directly knock Sonic unconscious. Ling Feng, so you can hand over the task, right? Saitama asked. Of course. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 046. The next day, Saitama opened the official app of the Hero Association on his mobile phone early, revealing a look of surprise. Wow, I'm up the ranking. Genos. Saitama pointed to the ranking on his phone. Then congratulations teacher. Genos said with a serious look. C-level heroes are so tired that they have to attend at least once a week. Still comfortable lying at home. Saitama said as he lay on the sofa with a decadent look. Teacher, you only need to work hard to upgrade to grade B, you don't have to work so hard. After all, the competition of the C class is quite big. Genos said. Grade B. It feels so hard. Saitama couldn't help but sigh. At this time, in the underground laboratory. Kilos, how's the research? Ling Feng asked. Boss, we have successfully cracked the gene of the blood claw wolf heart you brought back, and it can be placed on the nearest combat weapon. Kilos said. Very good. By the way, has there been any progress in the research on Saitama? Ling Feng asked. That's right, as the strongest person Ling Feng has met in this world, Saitama has naturally become the object of his exploration, but he doesn't want to be unfavorable to Saitama, he just wants to know the secret of Saitama's transformation so powerful. After all, this secret was something that Saitama himself did not know, which naturally aroused Ling Feng's interest. Sorry, boss, we didn't find anything special about Saitama's body after many comparisons and researches, and even we created a clone of Saitama, but it is just an ordinary person, and there is no Saitama's earth-destroying power at all. Kilos sighed. It seems that the secret of Saitama's strength is really not because of genes and bloodline, but is it really because of the physical exercise in those 3 years as he said? Ling Feng frowned. All right. This concludes the study of Saitama. Destroy all data. After all, he is my friend. Ling Feng reminded. Yes. Subordinates understand. Although Kilos was unwilling, he did not dare to disobey Ling Feng's order. By the way, has there been a breakthrough in the research on Scion genes? Ling Feng asked. He had obtained the genetic sample of Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball. Boss, this Scion gene is indeed very terrifying, with endless potential. We are further analyzing. The process will be relatively long, because this bloodline is too terrible. If it can be added to the genes of biological weapons. Kilos didn't dare to continue thinking about it. This is definitely a terrifying existence that can surpass the Azura armor, but he doesn't have to worry about creating a monster that can't be controlled like before the Azura armor. Anyway, there is a wind to suppress the field. All right. The research continues. By the way, you have recently created a few wolf-level weirdos. If my task is not completed within the deadline, then use these weirdos as my experience in brushing the level. Ling Feng said. Yes. The subordinates got it. After some instructions, Ling Feng walked out of the underground laboratory, and Kiros also plunged into research again. Don't worry, boss, I will definitely break through this research and create more powerful combat weapons, and I will make you impress me. Kiros secretly swore in his heart. However, at this moment, there was a sound of sirens next to him. Toot toot. What happened? Ling Feng, who had just left, went and returned. The boss has detected a powerful weirdo in no man's land. Kilos said. What? Powerful weirdos? How strong is it? Ling Feng's face was startled. Minimum ghost level. Boss, do you want to send Azura armor to solve it? Kilos asked. Ling Feng slowly turned around. No need. I'll fix it. The reason why I say this is mainly because Ling Feng received the task of the system. System quest, Delicious Kelp, kill kelp freaks who invade no man's land, mission rewards, 5 transformation marks, 200 XP. Delicious Kelp? What the hell is it called? Ling Feng showed a speechless look, but when the challenge came, it was just right to use it to hone his strength. Azura armor. You are next to me to press the formation, don't make a move until you have to do it. Do you understand? Yes, Master. The majestic figure of the Azura armor slowly walked out from the darkness. At the same time, no man's land, 2 figures outside stopped. Is this City Z? Hurry up and investigate. This street is really long, from here to the end of the distance there is no man's street. Not only that, but the surrounding residential areas are also empty. At this time, the man in a suit with a curved beard looked at the street in front of him and said in a serious tone, he is the 33rd hero in the ranking, Bainsakai. Bainsakai, what the hell is going on? The tall man wearing a turban next to him and eating a lollipop asked puzzled, and this is the 29th hero of the A-class ranking, Golden Ball. Since a few years ago, there has been a surge in high-level monster riots here, and in order to avoid danger, all residents here have moved into the city center, and because the evacuation is too fast, the water, electricity, gas and other lifelines here have not had time to close. Barnasi Kaideo. Just kidding. Wouldn't that have broken away from the management of City Z and become a real no man's land? What monsters live here? Probably also rumors. Do you really believe this? Golden Ball said with some disdain. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 047. Heroes Guild Headquarters. In a spacious conference room. No more nonsense, immediately report the investigation in each region. The man in the suit knocked on the table and said to the virtual projection around the council table. First of all, the investigation of Q City. Person in charge, S-Class Police Dog Man. No abnormalities. I saw a young man with a white plush hood lying on the table with a decadent face. No abnormalities. An old man next to him frowned. It is said that Q City has always been a place of frequent disasters, whether it is the number of incidents and the average level of monster appearance, it is among the best in the same level circle. How can there be no difference? At this time, the man in the suit on the opposite side quickly raised his head. This is because there is a police dog man, and no matter what abnormalities occur in Q City, where he is located, it will be properly handled, so you don't have to worry. A man next to him approached the old man. Sir, the reports of S-Class heroes are generally very simple and eclectic, so there is no need to pursue it. Hearing this, the old man nodded. Go on. Next is the investigation report of W City. The person in charge is the A-Class hero Habib Kong. No abnormalities. The person in charge of H City is Mathiru of Grade B and Umahun of Grade C. No abnormalities. City DS Lake Wang Kenji report. City D is still being rebuilt because of the disaster of the previous supergiant, and there is no other abnormality. Hearing this report, the eyes of the surrounding staff were a little bleak. The original supergiant incident caused heavy losses in D City and B City, and that incident also had a great impact on our association. There are such tragedies because of the low level of prevention at the time of the previous incident, and the negligence of such unstable intelligence. This is the responsibility of our association. The eye-eyed man next to him said in a deep voice. Therefore, the investigation we are conducting regularly now is to prevent this disaster from happening again. The old man next to him nodded. Next is F City, and the person in charge is A-Class hero Snake. Snake glanced at the person in charge around him. According to the report sent back, the mastermind of the previous Daowin Township incident is looking for a job recently, and the exact situation is still under further investigation. Immediately afterwards, reports from the municipalities were constantly sent. What about City Z? How to arrange? Now rumors are circulating everywhere that the no man's land in Z City has become a gathering place for weirdos, and we haven't received a return yet, but we sent 2 A-Class heroes to investigate, and a report should be sent back soon. The screen turned and returned to Z City, and the 2 A-Class heroes were still moving towards the no man's land in Z City. Compared with other places, the frequency of monsters in Z City has been high, and since the establishment of the Hero Association more than 10 years ago, there have been more and more similar incidents, but the cause of these disasters has always been mysterious. There are 3 main speculations about the cause of the monster. First, this may be a special gathering place for weirdos. Second, there may be some kind of special geographical environment where weirdos can naturally form, and third, there may be a weird mother body that specializes in producing various weirdos. Bainsakai said, looking around. But rumors are rumors after all. We haven't found any weirdos after coming in for so long. Golden Fairway next to it. Golden Ball, having said that, judging from the battlefield here, there have indeed been many battles. Saying that, Barnasikai pointed to the shattered house in front of him. Wait, it looks like something. Suddenly, the golden ball stopped. Barnasikai also felt the abnormality. It is obvious that there are no ordinary people living here. It may definitely be weirdos. Go, catch up. Saying that, the 2 quickly chased after them. At the same time, Genos, who was brushing the toilet in Saitama's house, suddenly looked up, found 2 mysterious people, coming towards this side. No, left again. Forget it, it's none of my business. Genos shook his head and continued to brush his toilet. Wait, this reaction is Golden Ball. If we can investigate the true face of the mystery, maybe we have hope of making the cut. Barnasikai laughed. Barnasikai, there is movement. Suddenly, the golden ball turned around, and a strange man shrouded in kelp appeared in front of them on the street behind. "Don't seem to feel anything different? Did you run for nothing?" the kelp weirdo said to himself. And the turned Barnasikai and the golden ball stared at each other. "It's a weirdo. I didn't expect weirdos to appear so soon. Get ready to fight." The golden ball instantly took out his slingshot, and the laser sighting instrument under the slingshot was already aimed at the kelp weirdo in front of him. "Start first. Human." At this moment, the kelp weirdo on the opposite side also found the two people on the opposite side. "Eat my blow, you can easily penetrate the memory gold bullet of a centimeter-thick steel plate." The golden ball smashed the lollipop in his mouth and released the slingshot violently. At the moment when the golden projectile flew out, it rotated in the air and changed into an extremely lethal blade missile, which blasted towards the kelp weirdo on the opposite side. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for comments. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 048. At this moment, the kelp freak moved, and the kelp above his head swung abruptly, instantly hitting the flying memory golden bullet. Snap! The memory golden bullet was slammed into the wall next to it, smashing the entire wall directly. How is that possible? Bounced off? The golden ball showed a shocked look, and immediately took out the second memory gold bullet and prepared to launch. "I don't know why humans appear here, but it's good to solve you. Entangle." The kelp freak sneered, and the kelp above his head suddenly stretched and wrapped around the ankle of the golden ball. "What?" The golden ball looked down, and then a huge force attacked. Boom! The tough kelp dragged him violently through the wall next to him, and the huge impact shattered the wall. Golden balls! Looking at the unconscious golden ball that fell on the ground, Barnasikai exclaimed. When the wind hit, Banzakai quickly dodged it, took out a white hand towel and shook it suddenly, and a gorgeous bayonet sword appeared in his hand. "Humans deserve to die." The kelp man laughed loudly, and the kelp above his head quickly stretched out and wound towards Banzakai. Ding ding! A fast-wielding bayonet fends off a ferocious attack. Humph! Barnasikai had his left hand behind his back, his right hand slightly raised his sword, and he looked at the kelp weirdo opposite with a serious face. "Yo, it's not bad. It was able to block my attack." The kelp weirdo sneered. "It's not good, this guy is definitely a powerful ghost-level weirdo. The golden ball was killed in seconds in just an instant, and now he has to use that move." Barnasikai frowned. Suddenly, his bayonet bent and turned into a strange appearance like a spring. Drink! In the burst of cheers, Barnasikai suddenly stabbed out his straight sword, and at this moment, the straight sword in his hand suddenly extended hundreds of meters, and everything along the way was penetrated by this sharp sword, full of destructive power. However, in the next second, the kelp tentacles of the kelp weirdo had stretched out and waved over. "Impossible, he actually saw through my stepless threat. How is this possible? Human, there are 2 strokes." The kelp freak raised the kelp tentacles that were later pierced by the bayonet sword. "This guy's kelp tentacles are as hard as steel, this guy is so strong, I'm not an opponent, hurry up and call for support." Barnasikai stared at the kelp weirdo opposite him while sending messages with his left hand behind his back. "Hey! The guy opposite, I'll ask you a question." "Hey!" The kelp weirdo on the opposite side was stunned. "Don't fight anymore? Are you a weirdo born in this uninhabited ghost town?" Barnasikai asked, perhaps learning something from this weirdo. "No, I'm coming from outside. Since it is rumored that powerful weirdos are gathering here, I came to check it out, but for now, it seems that this is just a rumor." The kelp weirdo smiled slightly disappointed, and then his tone froze. however, I think it's good for me to make that rumor come true. Monsters of a ghost town. Sounds good. Ha ha ha. At the same time, Z City Hero Association branch, it's not good to receive a distress signal from Bansekai, find a powerful weirdo in no man's land. It is expected that the Tiger level and above, the A-level hero Golden Ball has lost its combat effectiveness, life and death are unknown. What? Quick, gather nearby heroes. Grade A or above. The entire association branch is running quickly, but there are really not many A-level heroes in Z City, which gives them some headaches. Ah! Damn, I didn't expect to come out and strolling to encounter this kind of pervert, it's really bad luck. At this time, Bansekai was already embarrassed, his clothes were shattered, his body was covered with wounds, and even the bayonet in his hand was broken in two. I hope the support of the Heroes Guild will come soon, otherwise. Before the words were finished, Bansekai could no longer bear it and fell directly to the ground. Oblivious. It's really boring. Since that's the case, then it turns out for these two guys and let my reputation get out. Saying that, the kelp weirdo is going to do it. Snap. Applause broke out. What a great show. How did you come to be a body of kelp? Is it because you have eaten too much kelp and become a weirdo? At this moment, an unfamiliar voice came from the nearby building. The kelp freak looked up and saw Ling Feng holding a bucket of popcorn at a glance. Who are you? When did it come? The kelp weirdo's eyes narrowed slightly, he didn't even notice this guy. I've always been there. I am very satisfied with your performance. But you want to kill these two guys, I don't agree. After all, I am also a hero of the Hero Guild. Then, Ling Feng jumped from the 5th floor and landed lightly. The Hero Association ranks 52 C-level heroes, Ling Feng came to meet. Ling Feng said in a fighting stance. C-class hero? Ha ha ha, are you being funny? Why do I feel insulted? Who can challenge the weirdos of the ghost town? The kelp freak growled. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 049. Hey, role-playing games took on roles so quickly? You also want to be the overlord of a ghost town? I'm afraid that the Underground King, Vaccine Man, and Beast King will not agree. The corners of Ling Feng's mouth turned up slightly. On. Ling Feng rushed straight up, he wanted to test the results of his cultivation. Find death. Sharp kelp tentacles pierced and aimed at the Ling Feng in front of him. Winding. In just an instant, he wrapped Ling Feng into a kelp rice dumpling. It seems that it is still too weak, and it was subdued with one blow. It looks like the only way to use the transformation. Among the kelp rice dumplings, Ling Feng's sigh came out. Immediately afterwards, I saw a light burst out from the middle of the kelp tentacles, and then terrifying energy burst out. Boom! The sea kelp in the sky fell from the sky, and a figure wearing a blue combat suit stood in place, exuding a powerful aura. What? The kelp freak looked at the broken kelp above his head, revealing a horrified look, and the energy that had just erupted made him unable to resist. Who are you? The kelp freak couldn't help but take a step back. The arrogant Scion Prince, the Super Scion born to fight, Vegeta. No, it's Ling Feng now. Ling Feng looked down at his hands, and he carefully felt the energy flowing in his body. Is the flow of Scion Chi like this? Couldn't help but reveal a look of understanding. Scion? What the hell? Are you ready to die? The corners of Ling Feng's mouth turned up slightly. However, at this moment, a bald head in the distance was walking towards this side, carrying two bags. Hey! Saitama! You're back! Ling Feng waved his hand towards Saitama. Hey? Is it Ling Feng? He transformed? Saitama looked at Ling Feng, and then saw the kelp weirdo not far away, and suddenly understood what was happening. Give me death! The kelp freak took advantage of the gap when Ling Feng turned around, and the kelp tentacles above his head condensed into a spiral drill bit, and suddenly drilled towards Ling Feng. However, in the next second, Ling Feng turned around and punched, smashing a punch on the drill. The fist shattered the hard kelp tentacles, grabbed one of the kelp with one hand, and suddenly grabbed the kelp weirdo. Nope! The kelp freak screamed, he felt the fear of death. Super Saiyan, transform! Golden chi instantly enveloped Ling Feng's whole body, and the black hair on the top of his head suddenly turned golden, and an indescribable terrifying power emanated from Ling Feng's body. A punch was thrown and hammered directly into the chest of the kelp freak. Boom! Like a cannonball, the kelp freak smashed the house behind him and fell to the ground where his life and death are unknown. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, obtaining 5 transformation marks, 200 experience points. At this time, Bansakai, who woke up slightly, struggled to raise his head. Golden shadow? Before he could take another look, Bansakai passed out again. Solved. Ling Feng clapped his hands. By the way, what about these two guys? Saitama pointed to the golden ball on the ground and Bansakaido. Left to you, these two guys are A-class heroes. You call the association for help, just in time to complete this week's task. But please keep the matter of bringing down the kelp weirdo a secret. Ling Feng said. Hey? Why? Saitama asked a little puzzled. A fledgling sea-level hero suddenly defeated a weirdo who couldn't even beat the A-class. It's very troublesome to think about the next association investigation. And we are not heroes to accumulate merit and superiority. Ling Feng said of course. Ling Feng. You are awesome. It was clear that Saitama also agreed with Ling Feng's words very much, and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Then, Ling Feng dragged the kelp freak he had defeated before. What about this guy? Ling Feng pointed at the half-dead kelp man. This guy punched himself. He didn't die, although he didn't use his strength, otherwise if he punched down, the entire no man's land would be destroyed. Just forgot to buy seafood. Isn't this readily available? Saitama pointed to the kelp monster on the ground. Kelp is also considered seafood? He's a weirdo, so there's nothing wrong with eating it, right? Ling Feng scratched his head and said, saying that Saitama was really eclectic. It's okay. It's not cannibalism, it's just eating kelp. What a pity to lose it. Saying that, Saitama had already pulled the kelp from the head of the kelp weirdo. Ling Feng, In the Hero Association, he also received a call from Saitama and quickly rescued the seriously injured Golden Ball and Bansakai. The murderous weirdo encountered this time has mysteriously disappeared, and the Golden Ball and Banziva have also been seriously injured, and Bansakai has been muttering a golden figure in his mouth. Golden figure? It's him again. That mysterious guy. The staff next to him exclaimed. Who will it be? Although the matter of no man's land has been solved this time, this place still cannot be taken lightly, and I recommend listing this place as a dangerous area. In the evening breeze, a black figure slowly got up from the place. I'm not dead. The kelp weirdo looked into his hands. But then the Kumbya weirdo who touched his head cried, wow! My hair is all gone. In Saitama's home, a large pot of kelp is boiling in an electric pot. Teacher, do you want kelp tonight? Right. I looked cheap and bought more. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 050. Early morning. Genos is using his laptop to check the official website of the Society of Heroes. Teacher, your ranking has gone up. From the last place of the crane tail, it has risen to 342 places. Hey? Rising in the rankings? Saitama thought about his capture of Sonic and the two A-class heroes of the Rescue Association the other day. Genos, did you do anything this week? Saitama asked. Nope. I didn't do anything. Under normal circumstances, it is not necessary for S-class heroes to appear. So my ranking is still last in the S-class. 17th place. However, I am ranked 6th in the weekly popularity list. Genos pointed to the screen. What? Saitama took a sip of tea and spewed out. At this moment, Ling Feng pushed open the door with a decadent face, walked in, and then took out a box of yogurt from the freezer of Saitama's house as if it were his own home. Hey, damn it, that's my yogurt. Oh, don't be so petty. Tomorrow to you. Ling Feng had already plugged in the straw and drank yogurt with a look of enjoyment. By the way, Genos, what are you looking at? Ling Feng asked curiously. Oh. I'm looking at the comments on the network. Genos said. Show me. Saying that, Ling Feng pulled the laptop over. The S-class genius hero who debuted at the age of 19 is worth looking forward to. The face is very handsome, refuse all media interviews, cool feeling is great. The prince of the transformation person, under the expressionless iron body is incomprehensible, he is one of the few handsome guys among the heroes. Depends, the evaluation of Genos is so high. Damn it! Saitama exclaimed indignantly. Ha ha ha, Genos is a popular handsome guy. Even if you debut, you will definitely be able to become popular. Ling Feng next to him said with a smile. Quick, look at my evaluation. Saitama exclaimed curiously. Ling Feng quickly typed Saitama's name into the search bar, and soon, the information about Saitama came out. Perverted bald. No manners at all. There is no discipline at all. Being treated as a pervert, this kind of person can also become a hero? It's a laughing death. It's a... Saitama closed his laptop with a dark face. I didn't see anything. Genos took the computer again. Hey? Mr. Ling Feng's ranking also rose to 51st. Hey? I obviously didn't do anything? Ling Feng asked puzzled. Genos checked. It seems that it is because the 42nd rank C-level hero was killed by a weirdo yesterday. It seems that the risk of being a hero is still very high. Genos couldn't help but sigh. However, Mr. Ling Feng's popularity ranking has reached 12th. Genos exclaimed. What? This guy actually ranks so high? Saitama pointed to Ling Feng Dao next to him. In addition to the low strength, full handsome guy, Ling Feng has the potential to be a singer. Looking forward to his future performance. Compared to Saitama, Ling Feng's comments are mostly positive, which makes Saitama quite unhappy. Ling Feng, you guy. Give me back my yogurt. Saitama grabbed Ling Feng and shook it vigorously. Toot toot. At this moment, Ling Feng's mobile phone emitted a rushing sound. Hello? Kiros? What's wrong? Ling Feng answered the phone directly. Then, Ling Feng's face changed. What? Come to Saitama's house. What's wrong? Ling Feng, did something happen? Saitama next to him asked puzzled. You'll find out later. Soon, Kiros ran into Saitama's home sweating. The boss is not good, I found that a giant meteorite is coming towards the earth. What? At this moment, not only Genos, but Saitama also showed a shocked look. Just then, Genos' phone also rang. Teacher. Call me from the headquarters of the Hero Guild and gather S-class heroes. I'm afraid I have to go. Genos said with a solemn face. It must be because of the meteorite thing. Ling Feng pointed to the huge meteorite that was flying towards the earth on the Kiro's computer. Teacher. Genos looked at Saitama next to him. Humph, that's your S-class hero's thing, what does it have to do with me? It was clear that Saitama was angry by the comment just made. Gone. And Sundara. I'm afraid that this time things are not so simple to solve. Ling Feng pushed Saitama next to him. Teacher, I'll go to understand the situation first, and call you at any time. With that, Genos prepared to leave. Boss, according to my calculations, the meteorite landing point happens to be Z City. If you can't stop the meteorite from falling, I'm afraid the entire Z City will become a ruin. What? City Z? Wait, Genos, let's go together. Saitama quickly stood up and said. I'll take a look too. Ling Feng nodded. Ding dong. The system is coming to the task. Shattered fate, giant meteorite strikes, this is the imminent catastrophe of the human race in Z City, successfully stop the meteorite that destroyed Z City, and the mission reward is determined according to the system score. The less damage the disaster does to City Z, the higher the score, and vice versa. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 051. Coming? That's great. The corners of Ling Feng's mouth turned up slightly, and it seemed that it was a very challenging task. Kilos, protect the no man's land. Ling Feng ordered. Yes. Immediately afterwards, the three drove to the branch of the Hero Association in Z City. Walking into the association, compared with the usual liveliness, today the association is cold and deserted. Hey? Where have all the people gone? Saitama looked around with a puzzled expression. At this moment, an old man with grey hair appeared in front of them. Is it Genos? The old man is Bungwu. Please advise. Bungwu Senior. Genos' face was startled and he called out an unfamiliar name. Bungwu. Saitama and Ling Feng looked at each other, revealing a puzzled look. Hello? Genos, who is he? Saitama on the side asked puzzled. Oh, by the way, the teacher will introduce you, this Bungwu Senior who ranks third in the S-class heroes of the Hero Association. It is a strong person with real skills. What? S-class heroes? Ranked third? Wow! That's awesome! Saitama couldn't help but sigh in admiration. By the way, Genos, who are these? Bungwu asked, pointing to the two behind him. Oh! To introduce you, this is my teacher, Mr. Saitama, a C-class hero, ranked 342nd. Next to this is Mr. Ling Feng, a C-level hero, ranked 51st. Lucky meeting, lucky meeting. Bungwu stretched out his right hand and smiled kindly. This action alone made Ling Feng and Saitama have a strong affection for him, and as the third-ranked S-class heroes, they did not look down on their two C-class heroes because of their identity. Hello. Several people shook hands, and they could be regarded as acquainted. By the way, Mr. Bungwu, where are the people from the association? Genos asked. The people of the association have taken refuge, and this is already an empty shell. Bungwu shook his head, the S-class heroes who were summoned, except for you and the old man, no one arrived. What? Just the two of us, you say? What about everyone else? Why not come? Genos looked puzzled. Some people can't get out of the way because they're too far away, and of course there are some guys who are ruthless because they're troublesome. We S-class heroes have to deal with some big trouble every time we are called, and this time we are a little helpless. Because this time the disaster level is Dragon. Dragon level? That's a disaster that can destroy a huge city. The association summoned the S-class heroes near Z City. Let's find a way to solve this crisis. If the meteorite is stopped, it can undoubtedly improve the status of the hero association in the world, but if it fails, Z City will be destroyed. But now it's impossible to stop it, because with 38 minutes to go, the meteorite is about to land. Bungwu shook his head. Damn, why wasn't this incident foreseen in advance? Genos exclaimed with some anger. After all, it is a threat from space, and no one can imagine that there will be a meteorite attacking the Earth. Genos, hurry up and inform your family to take refuge. Do the citizens know the news? Ling Feng next to him asked. Just made a broadcast and announcement, but it could cause a big riot. At this moment, a poignant alarm sounded outside, and the shrill sound resounded throughout Z City, and everyone looked up, and a bright star had appeared in the sky. Dear citizens, the huge meteorite still has 30 minutes to land. Please prepare all citizens for evacuation. Please prepare all citizens to evacuate. Disaster level, Dragon. In an instant, the entire Z City was in chaos, and everyone was trying to escape from Z City. Mr. Bungwu, what are you going to do? Genos asked. I'm not going to leave my ancestral dojo. I have to stay. Flowing water rock crushing fist, Genos, have you heard of it? Teacher, I'll go get something. Saying that, Genos instantly disappeared in front of them. Saitama and Ling Feng looked at each other. It was clear that they were ready to deal with it. Ling Feng, Saitama, you follow me. Bungwu shouted at the two. In his opinion, it undoubtedly took great courage for two C-class heroes to come here. Quickly crossing the block, several people came to the bottom of the possible landing point of the meteorite in City Z. At this time, Z City was completely chaotic, and everyone showed a look of horror. It's over, 30 minutes away, we're all done. Many people looked desperate. If the meteorite falls, not only will Z City be completely destroyed, but it will also affect the surrounding cities. Bungwu said in a solemn tone. Soon, a dark shadow appeared in the distance. It was Genos, and he had an extra metal box in his hand. Damn, you must not let the meteorite fall, otherwise Z City will be completely destroyed. And now it's too late to take refuge, there are still 20 minutes, the new test product has not yet been debugged, I hope there will be no leaks. Just as Genos came towards this side, he suddenly threw out the box in his hand, and two black mechanical arms flew out and instantly buckled on his body. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 052. Boom. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground sounded, and Genos landed in front of the roof of this building. Teacher. Here you are. Is this a new piece of equipment prepared? Saitama asked curiously. That's right, this is the latest incendiary cannon. Hope to block the meteorite. Genos looked at his new robotic arm. Wait, someone is coming. Suddenly, Ling Feng turned around, and then he saw an all-metal robot flying from afar and landing on the top of the building next to it, and the metal cannon barrel behind the other party was particularly conspicuous. That is. Are you? Pa Foy? Genos shouted at the metal robot. Pa Foy? Who is it? Saitama asked suspiciously. The 7th-ranked metal knight in the S-class, the hero who uses powerful firepower to destroy the enemy along with the surrounding buildings. Does this guy also live in Z City? Bungwu next to him said. Newcomer Genos? Are you also here to stop the meteorite? The metal knight next to him turned his head and asked. That's right. Mr. Bovoy, please help us stop the meteorite together. Genos said seriously. I refuse. The metal knight said coldly. for? Why? Genos said he didn't understand. I just came to test the new equipment, and I just happened to see the meteorite land. However, now is not the time to talk about this. If the meteorite falls, you will also die, right? Genos frowned. No, I'm not going to die. Now I'm talking to you, just a robot, I'm just controlling it remotely. It is impossible to be smashed to death by a meteorite or something. The robot made a cold voice, as if the life and death of thousands of human beings had nothing to do with him. And, Genos, don't call me Bovoy, call me a Metal Knight. When calling heroes is not called by name, but by name, this is common sense. Shhh, Genos listened to the Metal Knights in different words, and his heart shuddered. Oh, it looks like there is no time anymore, I can't chat. Saying that, the Metal Knight found a tall building and erected the launcher on his back. This guy is so arrogant. Ling Feng looked coldly at the colorful reflective metal robot. For some reason, he felt that he hated this scientist who could only hide in the shadows. Here it comes. Bangu next to him froze his eyes, and when he looked up, the meteorite in the sky had dragged a huge tail flame towards this side. At this moment, the Metal Knight moved, and more than a dozen missiles suddenly flew out of his back, suddenly rushing into the sky. Boom boom! Explosions rang out, and missiles exploded on the meteorite, kicking up large clouds of smoke. Was it successful? Everyone looked up. However, Genos paid more attention to the Metal Knight next to him. This guy has such a terrible weapon, you must be careful with this guy. This guy is dangerous. At this moment, the smoke and dust in the sky suddenly dispersed, and the meteorite was unscathed. How is that possible? It seems that the power is still too weak. The Metal Knight muttered, and actually flew away directly, without the slightest intention of staying to help. Damn, this guy, now it's just me to try. Genos looked at the sky. It is expected that there is still 1 minute to fall, and I don't know if my all-out incendiary cannon can be blocked. But it takes 5 seconds to charge. If the attack can hit, can it explode the meteorite? If a meteorite is blown apart, what will be done with the debris? Damn, what to do? In this second, various thoughts sounded in Genos' mind. Genos, calm down, now is not the time to think about failure, the one who should come always has to come, just be casual. As if seeing Genos' hesitation, Bungu decisively reminded later. I see. Genos slammed out the energy core in his chest and stuck it on his robotic arm. The energy began to gather. Bungu, teacher, Mr. Ling Feng, you guys get down quickly. Since that's the case, then there's no need to hesitate, this blow is all I have. Open it for me. One blow to the sky. Boom! Incendiary cannons with a diameter of more than 10 meters rushed out and slammed fiercely on the meteorite. The terrifying energy is rapidly converging, wanting to blast the meteorite away. I don't know if it's an illusion, the meteorite seems to have stopped for a while. Bungu looked at the sky. Really? Genos, who was struggling to hold on to the incendiary cannon, asked. No, it seems to be really my delusion. Yes, you old man. Suddenly, the energy core went out, and Genos knelt on the ground. Damn, the limit, or not. Meteorites in the sky are already close at hand. Well done. At this moment, the two hands were on their shoulders. What? Teacher? Mr. Ling Feng? At this moment, Genos shone with hope. Hey, Master Bungu, help take care of Genos. Saitama rushed towards the Bango Road. What? What do you two sea levels want to do? Bungu exclaimed. Hehe, of course it's to eliminate this threat. Saitama touched his fists and glanced at Ling Feng. With one step, the entire roof of the building was directly shattered, and the whole person soared into the sky. Eat me with a punch. And at this moment, Ling Feng showed a faint smile. decisively consumed 10 transformation marks, and transformed into a Super Scion. Transformation, Super Scion Phase 2. Brilliant golden flames rose up into the sky, and the energy continued to spread. Genos, Bungu startled, he felt the power of the vast sea in the two. Teacher, they made a move, nothing can threaten this world. Genos said seriously. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 053. Looking up, a weak figure like dust collided with the huge meteorite that roared towards him. The terrifying power instantly smashed on the meteorite, and the huge meteorite suddenly stopped for a moment, and then the meteorite cracked and shattered directly from the center. Boom! The sound of the explosion resounded throughout Z City, and the huge meteorite exploded in the air, shattering into countless fragments. Oh my god! Bungu below was already stunned. How is this possible? It's not good, meteorite fragments are starting to fall. Genos exclaimed. However, at this moment, Ling Feng moved. Teleport. In an instant, countless afterimages appeared in the entire sky, and every time the afterimage appeared, a meteorite fragment was shattered into smaller fragments. All this happened in the process of only tens of seconds, and Ling Feng's teleportation was almost used to the limit, so only meteorite fragments that were constantly exploding could be seen in the sky. Swish! Countless fist-sized meteorite fragments fell from the sky, and the fragments still contained powerful kinetic energy, but they were no longer enough to deal a devastating blow to the entire Z City. Boom! Some rubble that did not have time to smash fell and smashed into the city below, still causing many casualties. However, this was almost the limit of Ling Feng, and he smiled happily when he looked at the completion of the task with a rating of 80. Boom! The sound of heavy objects landing on the ground sounded, and Ling Feng and Saitama landed almost at the same time. It's done, go home. Ling Feng clapped his hands and smiled at Saitama. Although there are still many buildings destroyed by mist meteorites, and almost a quarter of the city has been destroyed, such losses are nothing compared to the entire Z City. Genos, are you all right? Saitama quickly ran over and picked up Genos. Teacher, I'm okay. It's just that the energy consumption is too much, just recover for a while. Genos shook his head. Master Bungu, thank you for taking care of Genos. Saitama waved at Bungu and said that he was going to carry Genos out of here. Wait, Saitama. Bungu suddenly stopped Saitama. What's wrong? Saitama asked as she turned back in bewilderment. Who are you? Me? Just an ordinary person whose interest is to be a hero. Saitama smiled and left directly. At this moment, Ling Feng walked to Bungu and looked at Z City, which had gradually calmed down. In other words, are US-class heroes facing these troubles all day? Almost. But this time it's a real O to you. Otherwise, relying on me, a bad old man, I am afraid that I will not be able to stop the meteorite from falling to the ground. Bangu bowed towards Ling Feng. Nope. But I still hope the old man will help me keep it secret. Ling Feng said suddenly. Hey? Why? The merits of this operation and the strength you have shown are even enough to rise to the S rank, right? Bangu looked at Ling Feng Deo puzzled. No, I hate trouble. Instead of thinking all day about how to save mankind or something, I should do some easy work like helping grandma cross the street. Ling Feng said with a look of course. Hey! Bungu looked confused. Besides, my purpose as a hero is not to achieve fame. Just want to do that. Then Ling Feng waved at Bangu. Goodbye, Bangu master. Bungu looked at the three people in the distance, his expression strange. and then looked down at his hands. Who is defending this world? Association of Heroes? No, real heroes. 3 days later. Dear audience, although the disaster of the huge meteorite was minimized, it still caused the destruction of a quarter of the city, and now the restoration of the city is in order, and the damage has been calculated. The impact of the meteorite event a few days ago is being broadcast on television. Last time, fortunately, the teacher and Mr. Ling Feng made a move. If the Metal Knight can also help, it is estimated that the loss can be reduced a lot. Genos sighed. He was purely a soy sauce maker in this disaster. That Metal Knight is just a wanton guy. He won't work with us. Don't worry too much, Saitama said as he lay on the sofa with a look of indifference. And with the help of Ling Feng, the losses have been reduced to a minimum, and the most important thing is that there are no casualties. Genos lowered his head. That's right, because the teacher shattered the meteorite with one punch. Mr. Ling Feng also destroyed 80% of the fragments, plus the crowd who had already taken refuge in the shelter and the suburbs. This terrible disaster did not cause any casualties. All this can be described as a miracle, even if the teacher becomes a warrior who is praised by others, but the broken quarter of the city has caused huge losses after all. I am afraid that the teacher does not know that many people regard you as the culprit of the loss. Genos looked at Saitama. It doesn't matter. Let others say go. I can do it with a clear conscience. Saitama said indifferently. P.S. Ask for some flowers to support it. Please, please. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 054. Ling Feng, what do you think? Saitama looked at Ling Feng Dao, who was watching TV next to him. Hey? Me? Whatever they want. Ling Feng shook his head. By the way, Genos, have we gone up in the rankings? Saitama asked. Ranking? Wait, I'll take a look. Genos then began checking the hero rankings on his phone. I went from 17 to 16 in the S class, and the Metal Knight went from 7th to 6th. As for the teachers, they suddenly rose from 342 to 5th. Section 5th place? Saitama was stunned all of a sudden. In other words, this rise from more than 300 to the 5th is too exaggerated, right? Genos? Nope. Genos shook his head. With the merits of the teacher, even if he is promoted to A level at once, no, even S level is not impossible, but the association does not seem to agree with the merits of the teacher. In their opinion, the teacher AC level hero cannot smash the meteorite, but all the merit is given to me and the Metal Knight. Hey? I feel quite satisfied. I suddenly rose to the 5th place in the C class. Saitama laughed. But, Genos was a little upset for the teacher. After all, with the strength of the teacher, even the S rank is more than enough. But it is clear that the association will not believe his words. What about Ling Feng? Saitama pointed at Ling Feng and asked. Moved from 51st to... How is it still 51? Genos' face changed. Onla. I asked Master Bungu to help me keep it a secret. Ling Feng, who was lying on the sofa on his side, waved his hand. Why? Genos asked puzzled. Low profile is king. Ling Feng said very bluntly. Well, it's really worthy of Mr. Ling Feng. Genos couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Genos, I'm out shopping. Ling Feng, do you have anything you want to eat? Teacher, do you want me to come with you? Genos looked up and asked. No, you stew the ribs at home, I'll be back soon. After a while, Ling Feng got up from the sofa. By the way, I almost forgot to let him buy greens. Wait, I'll go too. Just out of the no man's land, Saitama looked at the somewhat broken scene around him. I didn't expect the damage here to be quite serious. There are too many debris, and because the explosion flies too far, many of them are too late to intercept. The supermarket I frequented seems to have been destroyed by meteorites, so let's change it. Saitama touched his bald head. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the two, standing on top of the ruins. Hey! Guys in front, give me a stop. Hey! Which one are you? Vest Tiger. Also known as Super Tiger Tank, you kid won't forget me so quickly, right? Vest Tiger? I don't know. Saitama plucked his ears. Super Tiger Tank, we met last time. You newcomer. Oh. It's you. I remember you. Saitama couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, saying that his memory was too bad. What's the matter? Before joining forces with S-class heroes to smash meteorites, and suddenly rose from more than 300 to the 5th, you shameless guy actually got so many merits by picking up leaks, you are not worthy of being a hero at all. The Vest Tiger pointed at Saitama and shouted. Who are you? Can you manage it? Saitama looked at the vested tiger with a speechless expression. At this moment, a figure appeared and landed next to the Vest Tiger. Who is this guy? Saitama pointed to the guy next to him. This is my eldest brother's Vest Black Hole. He is not only a B-class high-ranking hero, but also a first-class Vest man. Not a level with you at all, pay attention to your tone when you speak. The Vest Tiger snorted coldly. What black hole? Hey, ask, what is the Vest man? Isn't it just wearing a short vest? I saw the black heart black hole with his hands wrapped around his chest. Is this kid picking up cheap shameless villains behind S-class heroes? Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? What do you mean? Why do you want to slander me like that? What's in it for you? Saitama asked speechlessly. You are just a C-grade newcomer, but you suddenly rose to the 5th place, you must have played a trick in secret. Black Hole Blackheart sneered. So what do you want? Saitama looked at the two people on the ruins. Humph, of course, I beat you all over the ground to find your teeth, and you can't go to the ground for the rest of your life. The Vest Tiger sneered. Wait, brother, a guy like him, even if he is crippled, he will not have a long memory, and it is not good to beat people, he should be judged by the public. The Vest Black Hole pointed at Saitama Road. At this moment, Saitama's eyes became sharp. I saw the Vest Black Hole take a sharp breath. Everyone come and see, this guy who destroyed half of the city. The loud voice immediately attracted many people. The corners of the Vest Tiger next to him slightly cocked. There are many people in this city who have targeted this guy. Since this is the case, it can naturally be used. It's still the big brother who thinks thoughtfully. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 055. Hehe, didn't you rely on S-class heroes to stage a drama of crushing meteorites? You want to use this merit to improve your ranking. Since that's the case, then I'll use this method to break your will. The Vest Black Hole sneered to himself. Before long, hundreds of people had gathered around, all of them gathered around. Hey, did you see that? He is the culprit for all these losses, and it is him. Saitama, look at the surrounding scenes, all this is thanks to you, don't you feel ashamed? Can you still come out and hang out with swagger? Is it proud to think that you have saved this place? Obviously so many people have lost their homes and jobs because of meteorites, and you are indifferent here, you guy who can only pick up leaks behind S-class heroes, are you also worthy of being a hero? Look at your disgusting appearance, you don't deserve to be a hero at all. I enjoyed the merits, but I didn't think about what to do for these people who lost their homes. I see you don't want to be a hero. Get out of here. I'm so ashamed of you." At this moment, the surrounding crowd also started talking. It turns out that he is the guy who broke the meteorite in the report. No, it's definitely not him, he's just relying on S-class heroes to pretend to be a show. This kind of person is the most abominable. Looking at the discussion of the surrounding crowd, the vest black hole already understood that his plan took effect. In that case, let's add another fire. Hey! I'm going to ruin you. You guy, get out of here. Get out. Get out. For a while, everyone was angry and pointed at Saitama and shouted to get out. In the face of hundreds of people's denial, Saitama's face became ugly, and he stood in place with a silent face. Hee, this guy, he has already hit the plan. Like this, he will be ashamed for the rest of his life and dare not go out. The vest tiger laughed. At this moment, on the tall building next to it, a figure appeared. It was Bungu. Looking at the excited crowd below, and Saitama with a silent face. Saitama-kun, there is no doubt that you saved the city, but the reaction you got was like this. This is the reality in the hearts of people. In such a gradually decaying world, darkness is stronger than light. Hero is not an absolutely bright profession. The water here is too deep, not suitable for your concept. This time old age will not help you speak. Maybe giving up continuing as a professional hero is also a new choice. At this moment, another figure landed on the tall building. Mr. Ling Feng. Looks like you're in trouble. Ling Feng looked at Saitama below and frowned. Are you going to help him? Bangu looked at Ling Feng Deo. Of course, he's my friend. Ling Feng nodded. But I don't think professional heroes are for you. Because it's still full of darkness. Bungu said in a deep voice. Maybe. But what does this darkness have to do with it? Can it block our punch? Ling Feng sneered. Bungu was suddenly stunned when he heard this. Yes. If it was them, what darkness could stop them? Perhaps, this is the real light, enough to change everything. Suddenly, as if Bangu had made up his mind, he took a deep look at Ling Feng. However, at this time, Ling Feng did not make a move, and he also wanted to see how Saitama would deal with this matter. After all, as their level gets higher and higher, and they enter everyone's sight, Saitama is probably facing more and more of this situation. If you can't handle it now, I'm afraid it will only be harder in the future. Hey! That guy over there! What do you want? Is there something suspicious? Suddenly, the vest black hole yelled and pointed at Saitama below. What? Saitama looked up in bewilderment. How? Aren't you happy after saying 2 sentences to you? Look at your appearance, are you trying to harm the people around us? If it doesn't suit your wishes, you want to kill everyone, and I won't agree. Yes, my vest tiger and vest black hole will not tolerate such atrocities. If you're still a hero, come and compete with us. At this moment, the vest black hole and the vest tiger jumped directly from the ruins, landed in front of Saitama, and were ready to move. Hehe, the vest tiger that fights like a tiger and the black hole vest with a grip strength of more than 200 kilograms, are 2 brothers, as heroes, will wipe out the twisted you. Go to hell. However, at this moment, Ling Feng moved and suddenly fell behind the 2. What? A hand knife slashed at the back of the vest tiger, knocking him to the ground and eating. And here, Saitama directly held the hand of the vest black hole, and the huge power of the painful vest black hole shouted madly, and his own strength was simply not worth mentioning in front of Saitama. Hey! The one in the vest, hurry up and tell the truth. Otherwise, Ling Feng showed a smile that you know. At this moment, the vest black hole was afraid. I just lied, it's all to suppress newcomers. I know it's wrong, please spare me. At this moment, the surrounding crowd showed a look of fear, for fear that Saitama would go crazy and kill them all. Looking into the eyes of the people around him, Saitama burst out. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 056. Hey! You guys, if you have an opinion, just say it. I'm listening here. That's right, the meteorite was broken by me. So what? Saitama roared. You! It's all you who ruined my home. One of them shouted, pointing at Saitama. You guys go to the meteorite to reason. Idiot! It's just annoying. Saitama shouted. I tell you, I didn't become a hero to get your evaluation, but because I wanted to be a hero. Looking at Saitama's excited appearance, the people around him did not dare to speak again. You guys who don't know how to do it, if it weren't for the meteorite being shattered, you still have a chance to play tricks here? It's ridiculous ignorance. Ling Feng put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked around at the crowd around him. Just because of the incitement of a sentence, you can deny the fact of being saved, and you people should die under the meteorite. That's right, this time you can chase a hero away. But the next time you encounter danger, do you think there will be heroes to stand up for you? It was you who killed yourselves. Not heroes, not this era, it's you. Ling Feng pointed at the surrounding crowd and roared. Okay, Ling Feng, let's go. Saitama next to him patted Ling Feng next to him. He understood that no matter how good he did, there were dissatisfied guys. Ling Feng glared indignantly at the black hole of the vest on the ground, and the other party was frightened to lie on the ground and did not dare to move. I don't want to work hard to do something, I think about suppressing newcomers all day, so you will stop the B-class heroes stagnating. I really feel sorry for you. Ling Feng warned at the vest black hole. Ben wanted to say something, but was pulled out of here by Saitama. Hey, Saitama, why are you pulling me? Didn't you see those guys that go that far? Ling Feng shouted indignantly. Thank you, Ling Feng. You're the only one who can help me talk. Sitting on a bench in the park, Saitama rested his head with his hands and looked up at the sky. Sorry, I couldn't help either. Such is the heart of the people. So there are so many weirdos in this world, that is the manifestation of darkness in their hearts. Ling Feng sighed. That's why the world needs people like us. Only by maintaining the original intention can we not be disappointed in this world. Saitama said. At this moment, a slightly dignified figure appeared in front of the two. Bangu Master. Saitama looked at Bangu, who suddenly appeared with some curiosity. I want to invite you to sit down in my dojo and have a cup of tea or something. Bangu rode. To your dojo? Saitama looked at Bangu puzzled. Well, I wonder when you guys have time. Bangu looked at the two, eager to make friends with the two real powerhouses in front of him. The day after tomorrow. Something happened these 2 days. Saitama said. Good. In that case, it's waiting to be driven. This is my business card. With that, Bangu handed the two business cards, and then turned and left here. Strange old man. Saitama said with the business card in his hand. Hey, Saitama, aren't you going grocery shopping? Ling Feng said suddenly. Yes, I almost forgot. Saitama slapped his head and exclaimed. I have to hurry up, the supermarket discount time is about to end. Hey, wait. Remember to buy greens. Got it. Looking at Saitama, who was gradually moving away, Ling Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, Kiros. Get ready to drop weirdos. Come in order. Ling Feng dialed a phone. Yes, boss. After a while, a message from the Hero Association appeared on Ling Feng's mobile phone. There are weirdos on Tulip Road in Z City, and many people have been injured after completion. Please go to the nearby heroes quickly. Disaster level, Wolf. So fast? Good efficiency. The corners of Ling Feng's mouth turned up slightly, and he went directly towards the target. Ah! Help me! At this moment, in the middle of Tulip Road, a lobster freak was wreaking havoc in the supermarket. You damn humans actually use my kindred for food? To die? I saw the lobster weirdo smash the freezer containing the lobster with one blow, roaring loudly. The security police who arrived around had surrounded the supermarket and shot with their guns raised. However, the lobster freak's sturdy carapace easily blocked the bullet's attack. Call for support. Call support. Ordinary people are not opponents at all. The captain yelled with his walkie-talkie. At this moment, a figure broke into the cordon. Wasn't it Ling Feng or who? Sea-level heroes ranked 51 Ling Feng, come to support. Ling Feng? Is that the hero who participated in killing the B-class wanted criminal Blood Claw Wolf Heart? Suddenly, someone around recognized Ling Feng. Great, there is hero support. The captain of the security police showed a look of surprise. Hey! You guys back away and be careful not to get hurt. Ling Feng turned around. At this moment, the lobster weirdo directly smashed the glass door and rushed out. Human? Go to hell. Good to go. Ling Feng shouted loudly and greeted him directly. Give me death. The lobster freak swung his large pincers at Ling Feng, while Ling Feng threw out his fist. Boom! A dull crash sounded, but this blow was evenly matched. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 057. Hey? This guy seems to... Ling Feng's face changed, and a huge force suddenly struck, violently shaking him out. The body slipped out 7 or 8 meters before stabilizing the figure. All humans must die. I want to avenge my dead people. I saw that the lobster weirdo roared, and the huge pincers directly clamped a security policeman. Save me! The vigilante exclaimed. However, the lobster weirdo used a fierce force and directly clamped it in half. Damn, this guy wasn't released by Kiros at all. At this time, Ling Feng still didn't understand that this lobster weirdo in front of him was not an actor put out by Kiros at all. Boom! The huge pincers smashed on the police car, directly smashing the police car, with great power, and with a gentle lift, the police car flew 5 or 6 meters away. Bang bang bang! Gunshots rang out continuously, splashing sparks on the opponent's red carapace. Open the transformation roulette. The system heard Ling Feng's voice, and in his line of sight, a wheel full of question marks appeared. With a flick of your hand, the roulette wheel turns quickly. Your opponent is me. Turtle Pai Qigong. The azure light burst out and slammed into the lobster freak's body, and the huge impact slammed the lobster freak out violently, and the destructive energy impact instantly shattered the lobster freak's carapace. This guy exclaimed and jumped directly into the pool next to him, and in the pool, the broken carapace on his body healed quickly. At the moment of healing, the lobster freak spat out green bubbles towards Ling Feng. Flash! With a shout, Ling Feng hurriedly retreated. Those green bubbles shattered, and a strongly corrosive liquid burst out, splashing everywhere. Several security policemen were hit by the splashing liquid, and the terrifying corrosive liquid instantly swallowed them. Oblivious. Humans, feel the power of our abyssal clan, right? Give me death. The lobster freak suddenly spewed out a large bubble with a diameter of several meters and blasted towards Ling Feng. Abyssal clan? What the hell? You don't need to know, soon, our deep sea clan will eventually occupy the entire world. The bubbles exploded, and the corrosive liquid instantly corroded the walls that Ling Feng avoided. Humph, it seems that there is a special gain this time. Ling Feng rushed out directly, and this time he chose to face Ying Gang. Transformation, Dumplings. Dumpling is a superpower in the Dragon Ball world, originally an apprentice of the Crane Immortals, with superpowers that can control other people's bodies, and is good friends with Tianjin Rice. At this time, the transformation obtained by Ling Feng was Dumplings. Give me death. The lobster freak spewed bubbles again. Ling Feng no longer dodged, his fingers condensed golden light, and in the next second, the condensed chi turned into a piercing sword that instantly penetrated those bubbles. Dong Dongbo. Not only penetrated the bubble, but the powerful penetrating force directly penetrated the huge pincers of the lobster freak. The corrosive liquid splashed, and a lot of liquid fell on the body of the lobster freak, and the hard shell was actually injured by its own acid and was quickly corroded. Ling Feng grabbed it with his right hand, and an invisible force grabbed the lobster freak, making it immobile. Tell me, what is the Abyssal Clan? Ling Feng stared coldly at the lobster weirdo in front of him. What's going on? Why can't I move? Human, what demon method did you use? The lobster weirdo exclaimed. My patience is limited, you'd better answer truthfully. Saying that, Ling Feng's fingers once again condensed the golden light of the cave wave. Human, you don't think? I'm just a spy of the Abyssal Clan, and soon, it won't be long before all humans die. Land will eventually be ruled by our deep sea clan. The lobster freak roared, looking unyielding to death. In that case, then you are useless. The light of Ling Feng's fingers was magnificent, and a finger-thick light burst out instantly, piercing through the head of the lobster freak. The strength of the struggle disappeared instantly, and Ling Feng withdrew his finger, confirming that this guy was completely dead. Hey, you guys, clean up here. Ling Feng pointed to the security police who were hiding in the distance. Is it dead? The security captain looked at the lobster monster with apprehension. That's right. Already dead. Remember to report it to the Heroes Guild. Okay. Ling Feng did not stay, but rushed directly to the next area, and the weirdo that Kilo's cast had just appeared now. Hello? Heroes? There's a gene you need to analyze. Okay, boss. Just as he was on the way, a flying bird landed on Ling Feng's shoulder, picked up the carapace in Ling Feng's hand and flew into the distance. At this time, a strange man who looked like a monkey also appeared in front of him. The monkey weirdo has the number 87 on the top of his head, which is clearly the weirdo from the House of Evolution. Ah! Monsters! Come on! The monkey freak that suddenly appeared scared the surrounding crowd and ran around. Stop for me! Monsters ahead! Sea-level heroes ranked 51st Ling Feng Ginseng, let me meet you. Human? Die! The monkey freak roared, pulled out the railing next to him, and threw it towards Ling Feng. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 058. The moment he dodged the attack, Ling Feng's fingers burst into golden light, killing the monkey weirdo in one blow. Until the corpse of the monkey freak smashed heavily on the ground, the screams around him still sounded. Without hesitation, Ling Feng took advantage of the time to transform for an hour and continued to rush to the next area. By the end of the hour, Ling Feng had killed a total of 6 weirdos, 4 from the House of Evolution, but 2 others also called themselves Deep Sea Clan, a crab weirdo, and a turtle weirdo. Looking at the crab weirdo who fell to the ground, Ling Feng instinctively smelled the breath of the wind and rain. Back at the House of Evolution, Ling Feng walked straight into the laboratory. Kiros, how is the analysis? Ling Feng looked up and asked. Boss, according to my analysis, these guys are indeed not monsters mutated by humans, but a special species that is half human and half shrimp. Not a genetic product, but a new race of natural formation. The Abyssal Clan. What exactly is it? Ling Feng frowned. Boss, this is a new race that I have never seen before. From the other two monsters you brought back, I compared their genes. These monsters have a high degree of genetic similarity, and should belong to the same lineage. Kiros held up his glasses. Kilos, find a way to clone one out and control it into the sea to investigate. I feel that the appearance of these mysterious abyssal races is definitely not an accidental event. Okay, boss. I'm going to make the cloning system tomorrow. If these guys are really the so-called deep-sea tribes, as long as they go to the ocean to explore, they should be able to find the answer. Kiros nodded. At this moment, a message came from Ling Feng's mobile phone. It was a text message from the Heroes Guild that prompted him to improve his ranking, jumping from 51 to 9th all of a sudden. Obviously, the monster he solved this day made his merit value explode instantly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, successfully advanced to the top 10 sea-level heroes. Mission complete, rewards are earned, and the worship system cools down. Hearing the prompt, the corners of Ling Feng's mouth turned up slightly, and he finally completed the task. By the way, system, I want to ask, in the 3 months that I have traveled to the Dragon Ball world, can I worship several people at the same time? Ling Feng asked. Theoretically, yes, but others need to find it on their own and return to the system's designated location when they leave. That's great. Originally, Ling Feng disliked that the waiting time was too slow, and it was simply completed at once, which could save a lot of time. Learn the skills first, and then slowly integrate them yourself. Host, please choose a new teacher. Let's choose the Great Demon of Vic this time. After all, Crane Immortals are easy to find. Ling Feng has already selected the target this time. As for Mr. Satan, Ling Feng feels that it is enough to contact it, and the system tells him that this is the first stage of the worship system, and it is necessary to complete these several worship systems in order to open the next stage of the worship system and appear more powerful teachers. Host, teleport. Wait. After Ling Feng explained to Kiros, he also sent a message to Saitama that he needed to leave for a while, so he opened the teleportation. When the light dissipated, Ling Feng woke up from his sleep and found himself lying in a cabin, looking out through the porthole, and the layers of clouds told him that it was thousands of meters above the ground. What is this place? At this moment, the hatch opened, and a guy who looked like a pterosaur walked in. Who are you? Ling Feng asked with a frown. I am Piano, Lord Vic's most faithful servant. Ling Feng, you released Lord Vic together with Pilaf, and now Lord Vic wants to see you. Come with me. Ling Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that he had come to the time when the Vic Great Demon King had just been released, and the identity arranged for him by the system was the one who released Vic Kerr. Ling Feng, who is familiar with the plot, naturally knows that the Vic Great Demon King who was preparing to invade the earth was sealed by the master of the turtle immortal Wu Taitu using the magic sealing wave, and threw the electric pot that sealed the Vic Great Demon King into the ditch, and 300 years later, he was released by Piraf and his group who wanted to rule the world with his power. At this time, the Vic Great Demon King was already in an old state, and in order to restore his youth and strength, the Vic Great Demon began to search for Dragon Ball. Really? Does the Great Devil really want to see me? Ling Feng showed a look of surprise, and quickly followed this Piano who had no combat power out of the room. Looking out through the window, it was a huge spaceship, always hidden above the clouds. In Ling Feng's perception, a powerful mass of qi was located in the very center of this spaceship. They crossed the passage and came to the hall of the spaceship, and looked up to see a wrinkled nemesis on the strange throne looking towards it. That's right, the guy with dark green and antenna-like tentacles on his head is the one who once pushed the world to the brink of destruction, the Vic Great Devil. I've seen Lord Bike, Ling Feng has already brought it. Piano saluted respectfully. You are Ling Feng. The Vic Great Demon King looked at Ling Feng below and asked. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 059. I've seen Lord Bike. Ling Feng bowed his head slightly. Is it you who released the sealed me? And me, and me. At this time, a blue-skinned guy next to him pointed to himself and said that it was Pirav. Yes. Ling Feng nodded and said without humility. As a price for freeing me, you can make a request to me. Treasure? Right? Or whatever. The Great Demon King Vic looked at Ling Feng Dao. No, I don't want any of that. Ling Feng shook his head. Oh? So what do you want? Vic gave a curious look. I need strength. In my opinion, such a weak creature as human beings is not qualified to rule the earth, and the great Lord Vic should rule this tiny land. I would like to ask that I can worship you as a mentor and let me become the blade of Lord Vic to rule the world. Ling Feng said with a serious face. You want to worship me as a teacher? Ha ha ha, interesting. Interesting. It's the first time I've met an interesting human like you. Vic laughed. The weak are the original sin, only the strong are qualified to stand at the top of this world. Lord Bike, this guy is just delusional, and he even vainly tries to worship you as a teacher, this is absolutely impossible. Piano next to him said disdainfully. Nope. I really admire him. Vic waved his hand, signaling Piano to step down. Very good, Ling Feng, you are a human who knows the time. I'll take you as a disciple. But if you want to do things under me, you must show your skills. The Vic Great Demon King stared at Ling Feng Dao. Yes. Ling Feng bowed his head slightly, and he was relieved in his heart. It seemed that the identity set by the system for him was quite useful. It wasn't until Ling Feng left that Piano came over. Lord Bike, why did you choose to take a human as an apprentice? Humph, I like ambitious people. Think about my defeat back then. It can be seen that human beings are not such simple creatures, and using humans to deal with humans may be more effective than our direct shot. Hearing this, Piano quickly nodded. Lord Vic is wise. Vic waved his hand. The list of martial artists I asked you to collect, how did you do? Hee, Lord Bike, it's already half done. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the world's #1 martial arts association, we will be able to eliminate all martial artists who threaten you in one fell swoop. Very good. I will not forget the revenge of 300 years ago. By the way, the matter of Dragon Ball should also be hurried. I can't wait. I'm fed up with this aging body. Yes. Over the next few days, Vic began to teach Ling Feng the cultivation methods from the nemesis and the use of qi. It's really worthy of being a nemesis. Vic uses qi far more than the martial artists of the earth. I saw Ling Feng's right hand condense light, and then suddenly launched out, magic light cannon. The white light flew out tens of meters and slammed into the target, smashing the wooden target into pieces. Very good. Ling Feng, your talent is one of the best earthlings I have ever seen, and I am very satisfied. Thank you teacher for the compliment. Ling Feng bowed his head slightly. Ling Feng, give you a chance to prove yourself. Saying that, the Vic Great Demon King handed Ling Feng several list manuals with printed photos. Go, find these guys. Kill them. As your cultivation at this stage. If you can complete the mission, I will teach you the cultivation method of bursting the magic light cannon. Vic said. Ling Feng's face was delighted, and the bursting magic light cannon, as a powerful move of the Vic Great Devil, relied on charging attacks, comparable to small nuclear bombs, and was a terrorist attack that destroyed a city with one blow. Of course, this is because of the strength of the Vic Great Demon King's own strength to launch such a terrifying attack. In exchange for today's Ling Feng, if you learn to burst the magic light cannon, it is estimated that it is not difficult to easily destroy a building. Taking the list in Bike's hand, Ling Feng showed an excited look. "Teacher, you just wait for my good news." Ling Feng directly got on the small aircraft on the spaceship and flew towards the target. "Host, do you really want to follow Bike's orders to kill those martial artists?" The voice of the system sounded in Ling Feng's mind. "Of course not, I'm not a fool, to offend the Turtle Immortals for Bike. I don't do it. I will inform the Turtle Immortals of this news, and now take this opportunity to find the Crane Immortals to worship." Ling Feng smiled, but a Vic Great Demon King was not qualified to order him. The aircraft landed at the foot of a mountain, which is beautiful and comparable to a fairyland on Earth, and on the long steps, there is a delicate building. The wooden door frame has 4 large characters on the book's Surusian Dojo. Crane Immortal, one of Wu Taidu's apprentices, the same senior brother of the Turtle Immortal, created his own Crane Immortal stream, and is a mortal rival with the Turtle Immortal stream. Before entering the dojo, there was a burst of bangs and loud shouts from inside. The moment Ling Feng appeared, Tianjin Rice, who was practicing in the center of the dojo, turned around. "Who's coming?" "Ling Feng." Hearing this name, Tianjin Fan showed a look of surprise. "You are Ling Feng. You're finally here. Dumplings, go and call master." "Good." At this time, the dumplings sitting on the wall next to them flew into the air and flew directly into the next room. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter-1-60. After a while, an old man with a crane hat, a goatee, and a green crane fairy flow uniform appeared in front of Ling Feng. "You are the Martial Dao Grandmaster Crane Immortal in my father's mouth." Ling Feng showed a shocked look and quickly bowed his head slightly to salute. "You are Ling Feng, right? Your father saved my life, and I promised to take his son as a disciple, and now you are finally here." The Crane Immortal showed a hint of a smile. At this time, Ling Feng naturally climbed up the pole, clasped his hands together, and bowed slightly. "Master is on top, please accept the apprentice's worship." Very good." The Crane Immortal nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at Tianjin Rice in the dojo. "Tianjin Rice, this is Ling Feng, and it will be your junior brother in the future. You can teach him something basic first." "Yes, Master." Tianjin Fan nodded respectfully. "By the way, Master, my father asked me to bring some native products to Master as a worship ceremony. Please laugh." Saying that, Ling Feng quickly handed over a large box from his backpack, heavy. "This is..." The Crane Immortal slightly lifted the corner of the box, and the golden light inside was a little dazzling. "Good. Very good, Ling Feng, you have a heart. Master loved it. Say hello to your father on my behalf." The face of the Crane Immortal suddenly became wonderful, but he didn't expect Ling Feng to be so generous when he made a move. "Master, I don't know what kind of native products junior brother sent." Tianjin Fan on the side asked curiously. "Hey!" The Crane Immortal glared at Tianjin Rice. Facing Master's eyes, Tianjin Fan shrunk his head and stopped asking. "Dumpling, you go and clean up the junior brother's room. Ling Feng, you go to rest first. Tomorrow I will teach you the cultivation method of the Crane Immortal flow. It's going to be hard, you have to be mentally prepared." "Yes, Master." Ling Feng's face was happy. Sure enough, it was the king to do what he liked, and the attitude of the Crane Immortals at this time was completely different from before. The change in Master's attitude naturally attracted the attention of Dumpling and Tianjin Rice. What method did this senior disciple use to make Master become so enthusiastic? From the next day, Ling Feng began to follow Tianjin Rice and them to learn the exercises of Hexian Lu, and the dance art that Ling Feng cared about the most was also in the teaching ranks. Because of the foundation laid in the Turtle Immortals before, Ling Feng learned quickly. Just as the second week passed, Ling Feng returned to the Vic Great Demon King with several bloody heads. "Teacher, the task you gave me is complete." At this time, Ling Feng was also covered in injuries, and it was obvious that Ling Feng did not win these battles easily. "Good. Very good. I am truly worthy of being my proud disciple, and I am very satisfied." Looking at the human head on the ground, the Great Demon King Vic smiled in surprise. "Teacher, I challenge these stupid martial artists as a challenger, and then use the moves that my teacher gave me to sneak up on them and kill them in one fell swoop. But the disciple's strength is not good, and I asked the teacher to give me more powerful power," Ling Feng said as he stood in front of Vic with a tired face. "It's nature. I am very satisfied." Vic nodded with a smile, using Ling Feng, a disciple, not only to achieve his goal, but also not to expose his identity. It was simply a double kill. And most importantly, as long as Ling Feng was powerful enough, he didn't have to consume strength to create his subordinates. "You go down and rest first. From tomorrow, I will give you truly powerful power." "Teacher Xiet." Ling Feng only breathed a slight sigh of relief after retreating. It seemed that Vic did not recognize the human head created by Kilos using biotechnology to be fake. In his opinion, as long as he passed this level and learned Vic's ability, he didn't care about what happened next. For the next week, Ling Feng learned the aura perception and the bursting magic light cannon that Vic gave him in Vic's spaceship. Breath perception is a powerful perception ability, covering the breath, within the area, as a radar, collecting the surrounding feedback breath to achieve the purpose of sensing the enemy. Burst magic light cannon, as the strongest move of the Vic Great Demon King in addition to the explosive magic wave, gathering powerful forces can easily blast a building, is Ling Feng's strongest move today, but this move consumes a huge amount. With Ling Feng's current strength cannot temporarily issue a second blow in a short time, it belongs to the whole card move. Finally, Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan should still be a young man. Ling Feng looked at the city below the clouds. According to his detection, Satan lives here, although Satan is a martial artist, but his strength is really limited. When he was young, he made a living by playing tricks, and at this time he was not the richest man in the world in the future. Hey, come and take a look. The strongest martial artist's Kung Fu performance, don't miss it when you pass by. With the banging of the gong, a young man wearing a cloak and curly hair was shouting vigorously. I have to say that Satan's ability to fool is still very strong, and after a while, many people gathered on the sidelines of the performance. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny